31. Emmett's idea of fun. The Cullen garage carried the quiet scent of oil, steel, and freshly cut metal. Afternoon light filtered through the tall windows, catching along the polished chrome of tools and engine parts arranged with Rosalie's meticulous precision. Marina leaned against the workbench, watching as Rosalie adjusted a wrench with the kind of calm concentration that made the mechanical world seem almost graceful. The half-assembled engine resting in front of her looked less like a pile of metal and more like a puzzle slowly revealing its shape. "You make that look easy," Marina said. Rosalie didn't look up from the bolt she was tightening. "It is easy." Marina smiled faintly. "For you." The quiet rhythm of metal against metal filled the garage for another moment before the large doors suddenly rolled open with a mechanical rattle. Emmett stepped inside with the unmistakable energy of someone who had just discovered a new and entertaining idea. "Well," he announced cheerfully, "this is exactly what I hoped to find." Rosalie glanced up slowly, the wrench still in her hand. That sentence usually means trouble. Marina straightened slightly from the workbench as Emmett approached, curiosity already tugging at her attention. "What kind of trouble?" she asked. Emmett stopped beside the workbench and rested both hands on the metal surface as if presenting a grand proposal. His grin carried the bright confidence of someone who expected immediate approval. "The fun kind." Rosalie's expression remained perfectly calm. That definition varies widely depending on who is speaking. Emmett pointed toward Marina with theatrical enthusiasm. "Exactly why she needs to experience it." Marina folded her arms loosely, amused. "Experience what?" Emmett glanced toward the open garage door where the forest stretched quietly beyond the gravel drive. "The woods." Rosalie's eyes narrowed slightly. "The woods are not new to Marina." "Not like this," Emmett replied. Marina tilted her head slightly, curiosity sharpening. "You're being suspiciously vague." Emmett's grin widened. "That's because vague sounds less dangerous." Rosalie set the wrench down slowly on the workbench. The quiet metal click carried a hint of warning. "Emmett," she said calmly, "define dangerous." Emmett considered the question for a moment before shrugging casually. "Technically," he said, "it's more of a demonstration." Marina watched the exchange with growing amusement. "What kind of demonstration?" Emmett leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice as if revealing a great secret. "Vampire baseball." Rosalie closed her eyes briefly. Marina blinked. "Baseball?" Marina repeated. Emmett nodded enthusiastically. "Not the slow human version." Rosalie opened her eyes again, studying him with quiet resignation. "You planned this?" Emmett grinned without the slightest trace of guilt. "Absolutely." Marina studied Emmett for a moment, trying to determine whether he was serious. His expression suggested that he was not only serious but deeply pleased with himself. "Vampire baseball," Marina repeated slowly. Emmett nodded with bright satisfaction. "Exactly." Marina folded her arms loosely as she considered the phrase. The silence stretched for a moment before she shook her head faintly. "That sounds like the creation of a cracked mind." Emmett looked delighted instead of offended. "Exactly." Rosalie exhaled quietly through her nose, the faintest hint of a smile threatening the corners of her mouth before she suppressed it. "Encouraging him is rarely wise." "I'm not encouraging him," Marina replied. "I'm questioning the structural integrity of the idea." Emmett leaned back against the workbench, completely unfazed. "You'll understand once you see it." Rosalie lifted one eyebrow. "Or once something explodes." "Nothing explodes," Emmett said confidently. Rosalie gave him a level look. Emmett hesitated for a fraction of a second. "Usually." Marina glanced toward the open garage door where the forest stretched beyond the gravel drive. The clouds above had grown darker during the conversation, heavy with the promise of an approaching storm. "You mentioned thunder," Marina said. "Why?" Emmett immediately brightened again, clearly pleased to continue explaining. "Because when we hit the ball, it makes a sound loud enough to echo through the entire valley." Marina blinked once. "That's not an exaggeration," Rosalie added calmly. Emmett nodded enthusiastically. "Which is why we only play during thunderstorms. The thunder covers the noise." Marina imagined the force required to make a baseball produce that kind of sound. Her mind supplied a quick calculation of speed and impact that ended somewhere in the region of absurd. And the ball survives this? Usually, Emmett said again. Rosalie reached over and picked up the wrench she had set down earlier, turning it idly in her hand. We go through a large number of baseballs. Emmett waved a dismissive hand. Details. Marina studied him for another moment, amusement slowly overtaking her skepticism. The sheer enthusiasm in his voice made the idea sound less like a sport and more like a very elaborate excuse to break things. You're serious about this, she said. Completely. Rosalie looked at Marina then, her voice quieter. You don't have to participate if you'd rather just watch. Marina considered that option for approximately 1 second. Then her smile returned. If someone invented a sport loud enough to require thunderstorms as sound cover, she said thoughtfully, I feel obligated to witness it. Emmett's grin widened immediately. Perfect, he said. You're going to love this. Emmett pushed himself upright from the workbench, clearly satisfied with the direction the conversation had taken. His energy filled the garage like a sudden gust of wind. Perfect, he said again. I knew you'd be interested. Rosalie watched him with the wary patience of someone who had witnessed many of Emmett's ideas unfold in unpredictable ways. Interested is not the same thing as prepared. Emmett waved the distinction away immediately. Preparation is overrated. Marina leaned back against the workbench again, studying the two of them. The exchange had a familiar rhythm to it, one she was beginning to recognize inside the Cullen family. Emmett supplied enthusiasm. Rosalie supplied restraint. Let me guess, Marina said. You already have the rest of this planned. Emmett's grin widened. Of course I do. Rosalie set the wrench back onto the bench with quiet precision. That sentence continues to concern me. Emmett ignored the warning entirely. He stepped toward the open garage door and gestured toward the darkening sky. Storm rolls in tonight, he said. Perfect conditions. Marina followed his gaze. The clouds had thickened noticeably now, their edges bruised with deep gray. The air carried that subtle electric tension that often came before thunder. And this game requires a storm, she said. Absolutely. Rosalie crossed her arms loosely as she watched the clouds gathering over the forest. It also requires a large open space. Emmett nodded toward the mountains beyond the trees. Already picked the field. Marina raised an eyebrow. You have a field? It's more of a clearing, Emmett admitted. Very large clearing. Rosalie studied him for a moment. How large? Emmett hesitated just long enough to make the answer suspicious. Large enough. Marina laughed softly. I feel like the definition of large is going to change dramatically once I see it. That's part of the experience. Rosalie shifted her attention back to Marina. The quiet concern in her expression softened the teasing atmosphere slightly. It's faster than anything you've done yet, she said calmly. You'll need to control your movements. Marina considered that. Since her transformation she had tested strength, speed, and balance in smaller ways. Running, climbing, controlled sparring. None of that sounded remotely similar to what Emmett was describing. Is this dangerous? Marina asked. Emmett opened his mouth immediately. Rosalie answered first. Yes. Emmett frowned slightly. It's not dangerous if you know what you're doing. Rosalie gave him a look. Which she will, Emmett added quickly. Marina studied both of them for a moment, weighing the warning against the unmistakable excitement in Emmett's voice. Curiosity won. Well, she said thoughtfully, if we're already discussing storms and projectiles traveling faster than eyesight, it seems a shame not to see the rest. Emmett's grin returned in full force. That's exactly the spirit, he said. Emmett's grin lingered as he pushed away from the workbench and crossed the garage toward the open door. The late afternoon air drifted inside, carrying the damp scent of forest and rain. Tonight, he said confidently, studying the clouds gathering over the treetops. You can feel it coming. Marina stepped closer to the doorway beside him. The sky had darkened while they talked, the heavy layers of cloud rolling slowly across the mountains beyond Forks. Somewhere in the distance a low rumble of thunder rolled faintly through the valley. Emmett lifted his chin toward the sound with obvious satisfaction. Perfect. Rosalie joined them a moment later, wiping a trace of engine grease from her hands with a folded cloth. Her eyes followed the movement of the clouds before returning to Emmett. "You're enjoying this far too much." Emmett didn't deny it. "Of course I am. It's been months since we've had a good storm game." Marina glanced between them. "You do this often?" Rosalie folded the cloth neatly and set it aside on the workbench before answering. "Whenever the weather allows. And whenever Emmett becomes restless," she added calmly. Emmett gave her a wounded look. "I am never restless." Rosalie didn't even blink. Marina laughed quietly. The distant thunder rolled again, louder this time. The sound echoed softly across the forest as the wind shifted through the trees. Marina watched the clouds for another moment, curiosity building steadily. Since her transformation she had experienced strength and speed in fragments. Running through the forest, testing her balance across fallen logs, learning how to move without destroying everything around her. But a sport designed for vampires sounded like something else entirely. "What exactly happens during this game?" she asked. Emmett turned back toward her, his expression bright with anticipation. "Chaos," he said cheerfully. Rosalie gave him another look. "Controlled chaos," Emmett corrected. Marina considered that answer. "I notice neither of you mentioned rules." "Oh, there are rules," Emmett said quickly. "Just not many." Rosalie leaned lightly against the doorframe beside Marina, her voice calm. "The important rule is awareness. Everyone needs to know where everyone else is at all times." Marina nodded slowly. That part made sense. "And the rest?" Emmett shrugged with easy confidence. "The rest you learn by playing." Rosalie studied Marina's face for a moment, searching for hesitation. She didn't find any. Marina's expression carried the same quiet curiosity it had since the conversation began, mixed now with the unmistakable spark of anticipation. Rosalie's voice softened slightly. "If at any point you want to stop, you say so." Marina smiled faintly. "I'll remember that." Another rumble of thunder rolled across the valley. Emmett's grin returned immediately. "Looks like the weather agrees with me," he said. 32. Thunder Game. The storm built slowly over the mountains. Marina felt the change in the air long before the thunder reached them. The sky above Forks had turned into a thick ceiling of dark cloud, the kind that pressed low over the forest and swallowed the light. The wind moved through the tall firs behind the Cullen house with a restless whisper, carrying the sharp smell of rain. She stood with Rosalie near the edge of the clearing, watching the sky darken. Lightning flickered faintly somewhere behind the mountains, a pale flash that vanished almost as soon as it appeared. Rosalie tilted her head slightly, listening to something far beyond human hearing. A quiet smile appeared on her lips. "It's starting," Rosalie said softly. Marina glanced at her. "You've been waiting for this." Rosalie didn't deny it. "We all have." The back door opened and Emmett stepped outside with the unmistakable energy of someone whose favorite event had just been announced. He looked up toward the clouds and let out a satisfied laugh. "Oh, this is perfect." Alice appeared behind him a moment later, light and graceful as ever. Her eyes moved across the sky for a second before she nodded. "First thunder in about 9 minutes." Emmett clapped his hands once. The sound cracked through the quiet clearing. Plenty of time. Marina watched them with growing amusement. She already understood what the storm meant. The Cullens had explained the tradition earlier, and the moment the clouds began gathering she had felt their anticipation building like static in the air. "You're all ridiculous," Marina said with quiet fondness. Emmett grinned at her without the slightest shame. "You say that now." Edward stepped onto the porch behind them, his expression calm but faintly amused as he watched Emmett's excitement. Jasper followed a moment later, his posture relaxed while he observed the rising energy around the group. Another low rumble rolled across the mountains. Emmett turned toward the forest trail that led away from the house and pointed dramatically toward the trees. "All right, meadow time." Marina raised an eyebrow. "We're leaving the house to play baseball." Carlyle stepped outside at that moment, slipping his coat on with the composed ease that defined him. His eyes lifted toward the clouds briefly before he looked toward Marina with quiet approval. "The meadow gives us space," Carlyle said calmly. "And privacy." Rosalie slid her hand into Marina's and tugged her gently toward the forest path, her voice warm with quiet excitement. "Come on," Rosalie said softly. "You're up first." The forest opened suddenly. One moment Marina moved through dense trees and shadowed undergrowth, the scent of damp earth thick in the air. The next the land spread wide beneath the darkening sky, a broad meadow ringed by tall firs and mountain slopes that swallowed the horizon. The grass rolled gently across the clearing, open and empty, far enough from roads or houses that no human ear would ever notice what happened here. Marina slowed as she stepped into the open space. "So this is the field," she said quietly. Emmett strode past her with obvious satisfaction, carrying a bat that looked small in his massive hands. "Best stadium in Washington." Alice crossed the grass lightly and crouched near the edge of the meadow where a small wooden crate sat half buried beside a fallen log. She opened it with practiced ease and lifted out a handful of worn baseballs. "Carlisle keeps supplies here," Alice said calmly. "We lose a lot of them." Marina glanced at the surrounding forest. She could easily imagine why. Jasper walked toward the center of the meadow and planted his foot against a worn patch of dirt that served as the pitcher's mound. "Ground still looks good," he said thoughtfully. Edward circled the clearing with quick, effortless steps, studying the tree line like a man measuring distance. His eyes flicked toward Marina for a moment before returning to the field. "You'll want to start easy," Edward sighed mildly. "Newborn strength tends to exaggerate things." Marina lifted an eyebrow. "Define exaggerate." Emmett laughed as he tossed the bat into the air and caught it again. "Let's just say we don't keep score by normal rules." Rosalie moved beside Marina and rested a hand lightly against her back, her touch warm and steady. "Your first hit will probably leave the county," Rosalie said with quiet amusement. Marina felt a strange thrill move through her chest as she looked across the open field. The distances felt smaller somehow. The bases Emmett had already begun placing in the grass looked absurdly close together, as if the meadow had shrunk while she walked across it. Her body hummed with restless energy. "So who's pitching?" Marina asked. Emmett pointed the bat toward Jasper with theatrical accusation. "General over there thinks he can still throw a fastball." Jasper's expression remained calm, but a faint smile touched his mouth. "Confidence is healthy." Another low rumble of thunder rolled across the mountains, louder this time. Alice tilted her head toward the sky, listening carefully. 2 minutes. Emmett grinned broadly and stepped toward the plate, planting his feet in the grass. Perfect timing. He lifted the bat onto his shoulder and nodded toward Marina with clear excitement. "All right, Songbird, let's see what you can do." The first crack of thunder rolled across the mountains just as Jasper lifted the ball. The sound echoed through the valley in a deep booming wave that shook the air above the meadow. Marina felt the vibration travel through the ground beneath her feet, the storm finally breaking open above the forest. Emmett grinned like a man who had been waiting all week for this exact moment. He settled into position at the plate and rested the bat easily across his shoulder while Jasper rolled the ball once through his fingers. "Try not to embarrass yourself," Jasper said calmly. Emmett snorted. "General, the only embarrassment here is your pitching." Jasper's expression didn't change, but his arm moved. The ball left his hand with a sound Marina barely heard. It crossed the distance between mound and plate faster than her human memory could have followed, a white blur cutting through the dark air. The bat moved. The crack of impact exploded across the meadow with a sharp report that would have sounded like a rifle shot without the thunder rolling over it a heartbeat later. Marina saw the ball vanish. For a split second she simply stared upward as the white streak shot into the sky and disappeared over the tree line. Emmett watched it go with obvious satisfaction. "That one's gone." Edward sighed quietly. "Left field ridge." Alice tilted her head slightly as if watching the invisible path of the ball. "About half a mile." Emmett lowered the bat and grinned broadly. "Still got it." Marina laughed before she could stop herself. The sound burst out of her with genuine delight as she looked between them. "That was ridiculous." Rosalie stood beside her with a small proud smile, her hand resting lightly against Marina's back. "That was restrained." Marina turned toward her in disbelief. "Restrained?" Rosalie nodded toward the plate. "Your turn." Emmett tossed the bat toward Marina in a smooth arc that she caught automatically. The wood felt strangely light in her hands, the balance effortless. Jasper was already holding another ball. Marina stepped toward the plate slowly, the grass whispering beneath her feet as she moved into position. The meadow stretched wide around her under the storm-dark sky, the mountains rising like silent walls beyond the trees. Her body felt different out here. Lighter, faster. Every sound carried with perfect clarity. She could hear the wind pushing through the forest miles away and the quiet shifting of her family as they spread across the field. Jasper watched her with calm patience. Ready? Marina lifted the bat and tested its weight once. A smile spread across her face. I think so, she said. Marina settled into position at the plate and felt the strange balance of the bat in her hands. The wood seemed almost weightless, as if it belonged there. Her grip adjusted instinctively, fingers tightening with a control she hadn't consciously learned yet. The meadow stretched wide before her, the grass rippling under the rising wind while the forest stood dark and silent at the edges. Across the field the others had already spread out. Edward leaned casually against a distant tree line that would have been impossible for a human player to reach in time. Alice stood somewhere in shallow center field with the relaxed confidence of someone who already knew where the ball would land. Emmett drifted lazily toward the outfield, still grinning like a man who had just launched artillery into the mountains. Rosalie remained closest. She stood a short distance behind Marina with her arms loosely folded, her golden eyes warm with quiet pride. When Marina glanced back, Rosalie smiled faintly and nodded once. You'll be fine, Rosalie said softly. Marina returned her attention to the field and lifted the bat. Jasper rolled the ball once between his fingers on the mound, studying her stance with calm focus. His voice carried easily across the grass. Remember, Jasper said, control matters more than strength. Marina smirked slightly. That advice might be a little late. Jasper's arm moved. The ball cut through the air with terrifying speed. For a fraction of a second Marina saw nothing but a white blur racing toward her. Her body reacted before her mind could form the thought, muscles turning with effortless precision. The bat swung. The impact detonated through the meadow like thunder striking the ground. Marina felt the force travel through the bat and into her arms, a sharp electric vibration that was almost exhilarating. The ball launched upward at an impossible angle, vanishing into the dark sky with such speed that even her sharpened vision barely tracked it. For a heartbeat the entire field went still. Then Emmett threw his head back and laughed. Oh, that is gone. Edward watched the distant sky thoughtfully. Northern Ridge. Alice turned slightly toward the mountains, her expression calm. Further. Marina stared upward in disbelief. Did I break it? Rosalie stepped beside her, slipping an arm comfortably around her waist as she followed the invisible arc into the distance. A quiet laugh escaped her. No, Rosalie said warmly. You just played. Another crack of thunder rolled across the mountains as the first cold drops of rain began to fall over the meadow. Emmett jogged back toward the plate with clear excitement in his voice. All right, he said, pointing toward Marina with enthusiastic approval. Now we're actually playing. 33. Thunder game continued. The rain arrived gently at first. A cool scatter of drops touched the meadow as the storm rolled closer across the mountains. Marina felt the faint impact against her skin, each drop sharp and clear against senses that still felt new to her. The clouds above the valley thickened into deep charcoal layers while distant lightning flickered silently along the ridgelines. Emmett jogged back toward the plate, still grinning with the wild satisfaction of someone who had just witnessed a spectacular accident. He snatched the bat lightly from Marina's hands and gave it an approving tap against his shoulder. Yeah, Emmett said with cheerful certainty. You're going to fit in just fine. Marina folded her arms as she stepped away from the plate, watching him with an amused smile. You say that like I didn't just launch a baseball into orbit. Rosalie moved beside her and slipped a hand comfortably into Marina's, her expression warm with quiet pride. That was a very controlled swing for a newborn, Rosalie said softly. Marina laughed under her breath. You're all terrifying. Across the field Alice tilted her head slightly, listening to something far beyond the storm. 3 seconds, Alice said calmly. Jasper didn't need further explanation. He lifted the ball and threw. The pitch moved so quickly that the air itself seemed to crack as it crossed the meadow. Emmett swung. The thunder answered instantly. The two sounds merged into one violent explosion that rolled across the forested valley like a cannon shot buried inside the storm. The ball streaked away into the dark sky, cutting toward the distant trees while Emmett dropped the bat and ran with the smooth speed of something no human athlete could ever resemble. Marina blinked in astonishment as she watched the play unfold. Edward moved first. He launched across the field in a blur of pale motion, covering half the meadow before Marina could even track the movement. Alice shifted position before the ball reached its arc, already standing exactly where it would fall. The catch happened almost lazily. Alice lifted one hand and the ball simply landed in her palm. Emmett slowed to a stop halfway down the field and threw his arms wide in theatrical protest. "That is cheating." Alice tossed the ball lightly toward Jasper with a small smile. "You knew I was there." Marina stared at them, her mind trying to process the speed she had just witnessed. Every movement had happened in fractions of seconds that felt impossibly fluid to her new perception. "Is it always like this?" Marina asked quietly. Rosalie squeezed her hand once, her voice warm with quiet affection. "Yes," Rosalie said, "and this is still the slow version." Rain began to fall more steadily across the meadow. The drops pattered softly through the tall grass and darkened the earth beneath their feet, but no one paid the weather much attention. The storm was part of the game. The distant thunder rolled again across the mountains, a deep sound that vibrated through the air like a drumbeat announcing the next play. Marina stood just outside the makeshift field with Rosalie at her side, watching the others reset positions. Even after the first few exchanges, she still found it difficult to believe what she was seeing. The Cullens moved with a speed and precision that felt less like athletics and more like a strange form of choreography. Emmett retrieved the bat again and twirled it easily between his fingers. "All right," he said with theatrical seriousness. "Rematch." Jasper stood calmly on the mound, turning the baseball once between his fingers as he studied the field. "Focus," Jasper said mildly. "You swing like that again and we may need a new mountain." Emmett snorted. "General, you're just upset the rookie showed you up." Alice drifted lightly through center field, already adjusting her position with small casual steps. She glanced toward the sky briefly before returning her attention to the players. "You're both wrong," Alice said calmly. "This one goes right." Edward leaned easily against a distant tree and folded his arms. A faint smile touched his mouth as he watched the quiet argument unfold. "That would require Emmett to aim." Emmett pointed the bat toward Edward in mock accusation. "You're supposed to be on my team." "You didn't ask," Edward replied mildly. The next thunderclap rolled across the mountains like distant artillery. Jasper moved immediately. The pitch crossed the meadow with the same terrifying speed as before, a white streak cutting through the rain. Emmett swung. The crack of the bat erupted beneath the thunder, the two sounds blending together into a single violent report that echoed through the valley. The ball shot upward and angled sharply toward the eastern treeline. Alice moved before the ball even reached its peak. Her body crossed the grass in a graceful blur, arriving beneath the descending arc with perfect certainty. She lifted both hands calmly and caught the ball against her palm with effortless precision. Emmett groaned loudly as he slowed to a stop halfway down the field. Again with the cheating. Alice tossed the ball lightly into the air and caught it again. "You really should stop hitting it where I'm standing." Marina laughed softly as she watched them, the joy of the game spreading easily through her chest. The rain, the thunder, the impossible speed of the players around her all blended into something strangely exhilarating. Rosalie glanced down at her with quiet amusement. "You're enjoying this?" Marina nodded without hesitation. "Yeah," she said, smiling as the thunder rolled again across the mountains. "I really am." The rain strengthened as the storm settled over the valley. It fell in a steady curtain now, darkening the grass and turning the meadow into a shining field of wet green beneath the heavy clouds. The thunder rolled more frequently across the mountains, deep booming waves that echoed through the forest and hid the violent sounds of the game. Marina stood near the edge of the field beside Rosalie, her eyes following the players as they moved into new positions. What had first looked chaotic now began to make a strange kind of sense. The Cullens were not simply reacting. They anticipated each other with effortless awareness, moving through the field like pieces in a game they had practiced for decades. Jasper retrieved the ball from Alice and rolled it thoughtfully through his fingers as he returned to the mound. Rain traced thin lines down his coat while he studied the field with calm concentration. Emmett leaned on the bat again and tilted his head toward Marina. "You're watching like a coach," Emmett said with amused curiosity. Marina crossed her arms and smiled faintly. "I'm trying to understand how any of this works." Edward glanced toward her from the outfield, his golden eyes thoughtful. "Prediction," Edward sighed mildly. "Mostly." Alice lifted one shoulder from center field. "And a little cheating." Emmett pointed the bat toward her again. "A lot of cheating." Rosalie laughed softly beside Marina and rested her hand lightly against Marina's arm. "You'll start to see it soon," Rosalie said gently. "Your senses will catch the patterns." Another flash of lightning illuminated the meadow for a brief instant, turning the rain into silver threads against the dark sky. Jasper moved immediately. The pitch shot across the field. This time Edward ran. He moved with a speed that felt almost unreal even to Marina's sharpened perception, crossing the field in a blur of pale motion as the ball rocketed away from the plate. Emmett had connected again, sending the ball on a fast-rising arc toward the western treeline. Edward reached the landing point before gravity finished its work. He leapt lightly, one hand lifting above his head as the descending ball struck his palm with a soft wet sound. His landing was smooth and effortless, his expression calm as he turned back toward the field. Emmett stared at him in disbelief. That was not fair. Edward tossed the ball back toward Jasper with perfect accuracy. "You hit it directly at me." "That's because you run like a missile," Emmett protested. Marina laughed quietly as she watched them, the sound warm and genuine. The rain soaked through her hair and clothes but she barely noticed. The storm, the speed, the laughter and rivalry all blended together into a strange exhilaration she hadn't expected. Rosalie watched her with a soft smile. "You're glowing," Rosalie said quietly. Marina looked back at the field, her eyes bright with excitement. "I want another turn," Marina said. The storm deepened over the valley. Rain swept steadily across the meadow now, the grass flattening beneath the weight of water while the sky churned in dark rolling layers above the mountains. Thunder cracked again somewhere beyond the ridgeline, a deep booming sound that rippled through the forest. No one slowed. Emmett retrieved the bat once more and walked back toward the plate with obvious determination. "All right," he announced, pointing the bat toward Jasper. "One more." Jasper stood calmly on the mound, the rain sliding across his shoulders as he examined the field with quiet focus. "You said that last time." "That was before Edward decided to become a missile," Emmett replied. Edward stood several yards away near the tree line, his expression composed as he folded his arms. "You did hit it directly at me." Alice shifted position in the outfield, her head tilted slightly as if she were listening to the storm rather than watching the players. "This one goes left," Alice said calmly. Emmett groaned. "Stop doing that." Marina stood beside Rosalie, her attention fixed on the field with bright anticipation. The energy inside her still hummed from the earlier swing, her muscles restless with the memory of that impossible impact. Rosalie glanced at her and smiled knowingly. "You're already thinking about your next hit." Marina laughed quietly. "Obviously." Another thunderclap rolled across the valley. Jasper moved immediately. The pitch cut through the rain like a white streak. Emmett swung with full force. The crack of the bat collided with the thunder in a violent echo that shook the meadow. The ball launched high and fast toward the far edge of the clearing, angling sharply toward the distant forest wall. Several players moved at once. Edward ran. Alice shifted. Jasper followed the arc. For a brief instant the field exploded into motion as three vampires crossed the meadow at speeds that blurred even to Marina's sharpened senses. The rain streaked sideways through the air around them while the ball fell rapidly toward the ground. Alice reached it first. She slid through the wet grass with effortless precision and lifted one hand just as the ball dropped into her palm. The motion ended as quickly as it began. Alice stood calmly again, brushing a damp strand of hair away from her face as she held up the ball with quiet satisfaction. Emmett slowed to a stop halfway across the field and stared at her in disbelief. "You cannot keep doing that." Alice tossed the ball lightly toward Jasper. "You keep hitting it there." Marina laughed softly beside Rosalie, her eyes bright as the storm rolled across the mountains and the game continued beneath the thunder. The rain began to soften. What had been a steady curtain over the meadow eased into a lighter fall, the storm slowly rolling east across the mountains. The thunder that had shaken the valley minutes earlier now sounded more distant, deep rumbles fading into the forest beyond the ridgeline. Jasper caught the last returning throw and held the ball loosely in his hand while he studied the dark sky above the clearing. "That may be the last good thunder," Jasper said calmly. Emmett planted the bat against his shoulder and looked upward with clear disappointment. "You're telling me the storm is quitting?" Alice tilted her head slightly, listening to the distant sky with that familiar thoughtful focus. After a moment she nodded once. "2 more thunderclaps," Alice said. "Then it moves east." Emmett sighed dramatically. "That's tragic." Edward walked in from the outfield, rain darkening his hair as he brushed water from his sleeve. His expression carried quiet amusement as he looked toward Emmett. "You survived." "Barely," Emmett replied. "Alice cheated all night." Alice tossed the baseball lightly into the air and caught it again with a small smile. "You kept hitting it to the same place." Rosalie laughed softly beside Marina as the field slowly relaxed, the energy of the game easing into something calmer. Around them the Cullens began drifting back toward the tree line, the storm's fading thunder no longer masking the violent cracks of their swings. Marina followed Rosalie as they walked across the wet grass toward the forest path. The cool rain clung to her hair and clothes but she barely noticed. The excitement of the game still hummed through her body like a quiet electric current. "That," Marina said softly, "was completely insane." Rosalie glanced at her with warm amusement. "You say that like you didn't enjoy it." Marina laughed. "I absolutely did." Ahead of them Emmett continued arguing loudly with Edward and Jasper as they walked toward the trees. "I still say that second hit cleared the ridge," Emmett insisted. Edward shook his head calmly. "It didn't. You weren't even watching." "I was." Alice skipped lightly ahead of them and turned as she walked backward along the forest path. "It landed before the ridge," Alice said cheerfully. Emmett groaned. "This entire family is biased." Carlyle waited near the edge of the trees, his calm expression warm as he watched them approach. "Good game," Carlyle said. They moved together into the forest again, laughter and quiet teasing drifting between the trees as the storm faded behind them. Marina felt Rosalie's hand slip comfortably into hers as they followed the others back toward the house, the distant thunder rolling softly across the mountains while the night slowly settled over Forks. 34. Visual camouflage. The house was quieter after the showcase. Not silent, but settled in the comfortable way the Cullen house often did when the family gathered without urgency. Lamps cast warm pools of light across the wide living room, reflecting faintly from polished wood and the tall windows that looked out toward the dark line of the forest. Outside, evening clouds drifted slowly over the Olympic Mountains, leaving the air dim and cool. Marina sat sideways on the arm of the long sofa with one knee drawn slightly up, a small compact mirror balanced in her hand. Alice had pressed a makeup brush into her fingers a few minutes earlier and then stepped back with the expression of someone evaluating a canvas. Marina studied the faint shimmer along her cheekbone in the mirror, tilting her head toward the lamp to see how the light moved across it. Rosalie leaned against the piano with her arms loosely folded, watching with mild curiosity. "You're experimenting," she said. Marina lowered the mirror and smiled faintly. "Thinking." Carlyle looked up from the armchair where he had been listening to the quiet discussion. "About the showcase?" "About light," Marina said. Alice's head lifted immediately. "That sounds promising." Marina turned the mirror once more, so the lamplight caught the powder on her cheek. The shimmer was subtle indoors, barely noticeable unless someone was looking directly for it. She wiped a small arc of the powder away with her fingertip and glanced between the Cullens thoughtfully. "Why?" she asked calmly. "Have none of you ever tried covering it?" Emmett blinked. "Covering what?" The sparkle, Marina said. The room went briefly still. Rosalie straightened a little from the piano, her attention sharpening. Alice tilted her head as if a new idea had just drifted into the edge of her thoughts. Carlyle regarded Marina with the patient curiosity he reserved for questions that were simple on the surface but carried deeper implications. Clothing covers most of it, he said gently. Marina nodded. Sure, but not the parts people see. Face, hands, neck. She tapped the mirror lightly against her knee. You all treat sunlight like a curse. Performers treat it like a lighting problem. Edward, seated near the window, watched her with quiet interest. Go on. Marina lifted the mirror again and angled it toward the lamplight. This shimmer powder is designed to reflect stage lighting. Audiences expect it. If someone glows under a spotlight, they assume it's makeup. She lowered the mirror slowly and looked around the room. So why are you trying to hide sparkle instead of making it look intentional? For a moment no one spoke. Marina watched the thought move through the room the way she sometimes watched a melody pass through an orchestra. It started quietly, a small shift in attention, then spread as each mind caught the idea and turned it over from a different angle. Alice was the first to move. She stepped closer with the quick, bright focus that meant her imagination had already started racing ahead. Her gaze flicked from Marina's cheekbone to the compact mirror and then toward the soft lamplight that filled the room. You mean normalize it, Alice said slowly. Marina lowered the mirror to her lap. Exactly. Rosalie pushed away from the piano and crossed the room with quiet purpose. She stopped close enough to study the shimmer powder still resting along Marina's cheek. Her expression carried the same careful concentration she used when evaluating a mechanical design. That's not hiding it, Rosalie said. It's reframing it, Marina replied. Alice's smile widened slightly. She reached out and tilted Marina's chin toward the lamp so the light slid across the fine line of shimmer. People already expect performers to look like this, Alice said thoughtfully. Stage lighting exaggerates everything. Metallic highlights, glitter, reflective fabrics. Nobody questions it. Emmett leaned back in his chair and watched the exchange with growing interest. So the plan is for us to start wearing makeup. Rosalie glanced at him with mild impatience. The plan is to stop pretending sparkle is the problem. Carlyle remained seated, his expression thoughtful as he observed the shifting conversation. Marina could almost see the quiet calculations moving behind his eyes as he considered the practical implications. Edward watched her from the window seat, the faintest hint of amusement touching his voice when he spoke. You're suggesting a cultural camouflage. Marina nodded once. Exactly. Alice stepped away from the lamp and began pacing slowly across the room, her movements already animated by design ideas forming faster than words could catch them. If the aesthetic spreads, Alice said, gesturing lightly with one hand, then shimmer becomes normal. Fans copy performers. Fashion magazines follow the trend. Cosmetics companies sell the look. Rosalie's gaze sharpened, which means sparkle stops looking unusual. Marina leaned forward slightly, resting her elbows against her knee. Right now if someone sees you glitter in the sun, it looks wrong. But if 1,000 people around you are wearing shimmer highlighter, nobody thinks twice. Alice stopped pacing and looked directly at Carlyle. We wouldn't need to hide from sunlight nearly as much, she said. Carlyle regarded the three of them quietly for a moment before answering. It's an intriguing perspective, he said calmly. Though before we rely on it, we should understand exactly how much light the effect requires. Marina's smile deepened slightly. Good, she said, because that's the part where you come in. Morning came to the meadow in layers of pale gray light. Mist clung low between the trees where the forest opened into the wide clearing behind the Cullen house. The sky was overcast, the sun hidden somewhere above the cloud cover, leaving the air evenly dim in the way that made the Olympic Peninsula feel perpetually quiet. Carlyle stood near the center of the clearing with a small notebook in one hand and a pen balanced loosely between his fingers. The posture looked almost human in its normalcy, though the stillness of his body carried the quiet precision that never quite belonged to living men. Marina stood a few yards away beside Rosalie, her arms folded lightly as she watched the slow change of light across the clearing. Alice had insisted on bringing a small case of cosmetics, which now rested open on a flat stone nearby like a painter's palette. Carlyle lifted his gaze toward the sky and then back to Marina's face. "Step into the light," he said calmly. Marina moved a few steps out from the shade of the cedar branches. The cloud-filtered daylight settled across her skin with a soft glow that carried no sharp sparkle, only the faint luminous warmth that seemed to follow her even in shadow. Emmett leaned against a nearby tree and watched with open curiosity. "So we're measuring sparkle now." Carlyle wrote something briefly in the notebook before answering. Observing it. Rosalie stepped closer to Marina and studied the light along her cheekbone. "Nothing yet," she said quietly. Carlyle nodded once. "Cloud cover reduces intensity." Edward stood several yards away with his hands in his pockets, his gaze moving between Carlyle and the sky as the light shifted slowly overhead. After a moment the clouds thinned slightly, and a brighter wash of sunlight pushed through the mist. The change was subtle, but the difference showed immediately. Fine points of light flickered across the exposed skin of Carlyle's hand as he lifted it into the brighter patch of sky. Alice leaned forward with interest. "There it is." Carlyle turned his hand slowly, watching the scattered flashes with clinical focus. "Visible refraction begins once the light reaches a certain intensity." Marina stepped closer and studied the effect thoughtfully. "So indoors we're safe." "Generally," Carlyle said. Alice crouched beside the cosmetic case and lifted a small brush dipped lightly in shimmer powder. She stood and swept a controlled line of it across the back of Carlyle's other hand. "Now compare," she said. Carlyle lifted both hands into the light. For a moment he simply observed. The natural sparkle flashed sharply in the brighter sun. The cosmetic shimmer reflected more evenly, spreading the light into a softer glow that blended with the powder. Rosalie's eyes narrowed slightly as she watched the difference. "That changes the pattern," she said. Carlyle lowered his hands slowly, thoughtful. "Yes," he said quietly. "It does." The forest beyond the meadow remained quiet. From the clearing the Cullens appeared relaxed, their voices carrying lightly across the damp morning air as Carlyle continued making small notes in the narrow notebook. The mist had begun to thin now that the clouds above had shifted, letting stronger shafts of light break through the branches. Each new patch of brightness gave Alice another excuse to adjust the powders she had brought, while Rosalie observed the effect with the focused attention of someone evaluating a mechanical design. Victoria watched from deeper within the trees. She stood motionless among the dark trunks where the forest thickened again, far enough away that the Cullens couldn't hear her movements but close enough that their conversation carried clearly through the quiet air. The scent of vampire still lingered sharply in the clearing, layered now with something new she had not expected. Curiosity. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she studied the scene. Carlyle lifted his hand again into the brighter light, examining the scattered sparkle that flashed across his skin. Alice stepped forward to brush another careful line of shimmer across the back of his other hand while Rosalie compared the difference between the two reflections. The exchange looked almost casual. Victoria felt irritation twist slowly through her chest. They weren't hiding. When she had first begun watching the Cullens she expected caution, perhaps even fear. Instead she found them standing openly in daylight, discussing their strange glittering skin as if it were nothing more dangerous than a problem of fashion. Her gaze shifted to Marina. The girl stood a little apart from the others, her posture relaxed while she listened to Carlyle's explanation. Even in the soft forest light the faint glow along her skin marked her as something different from the rest of the coven. Victoria had felt the power in that presence before. She remembered the moment in the forest when the strange energy had torn through the clearing like a storm breaking loose from the sky. The memory still carried a sharp edge of anger that had not faded with time. Yet now the girl laughed quietly at something Emmett said, the sound carrying easily through the mist. Victoria's irritation deepened. The Cullens should have been weaker after that night. Distracted, defensive. Instead they were adapting. Her gaze moved once more across the group, measuring the calm confidence in their posture. Whatever the girl had suggested, Carlyle was already studying it with careful attention, and the others were treating the idea with the same quiet seriousness. Victoria's lips curved faintly. Adaptation worked both ways. She stepped back into the deeper forest where the shadows swallowed her shape completely. The wind shifted softly through the branches as she began moving north through the trees. If the Cullens believed they were solving their little sunlight problem, they were welcome to the distraction. She had other plans to prepare. 35. The word cereal. Morning came gray and wet over the logging road north of Forks. The rain had started sometime before dawn and now fell in a steady, quiet sheet that blurred the line between sky and forest. Sheriff Charlie Swan stood beside his cruiser at the edge of the muddy track, a paper cup of coffee cooling in his hand while deputies moved slowly through the trees ahead of him. The smell of wet cedar and damp earth hung thick in the air. Deputy Keller approached from the tree line, boots slick with mud. He stopped beside Charlie and nodded toward the forest. County hiker found her about 20 minutes ago. Called it in from the trailhead. Charlie glanced past him toward the stretch of yellow tape flickering faintly between the trunks. Animal attack? Keller hesitated. Maybe. Charlie took a slow sip of the coffee and immediately regretted it. Cold already. He set the cup on the hood of the cruiser and pulled his jacket tighter against the drizzle. That's the second maybe this month. Keller rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah. They walked together toward the clearing where the deputies had set up a perimeter. Rain tapped softly against the plastic evidence markers scattered across the ground. The victim lay partly concealed in the brush near the edge of the trail, her hiking pack still strapped loosely across one shoulder as if she had been walking when something struck. Charlie crouched slowly, careful where he placed his boots. The damage looked wrong. There were tears in the clothing and deep wounds across the torso, but the ground around the body wasn't torn apart the way it usually was when a cougar made a kill. No drag marks, no churned soil, just damp needles pressed flat beneath the weight of the rain. He studied the surrounding forest for a long moment. Tracks? Charlie asked quietly. None we could find, Keller said. Rain might have washed them. Charlie nodded, though the answer didn't settle the unease crawling through his chest. He'd seen enough animal attacks over the years to recognize the rhythm of them. The mess, the panic in the dirt, the instinctive chaos of predator and prey colliding. This looked staged. He stood slowly and glanced toward the narrow trail that disappeared between the trees. The forest stretched quiet and indifferent beyond it, rain whispering through the canopy. Keller shifted his weight. You thinking cougar again? Charlie didn't answer right away. He watched the clearing, the careful placement of the body, the stillness of the surrounding woods. Finally he exhaled and reached for his notebook. Maybe, he said, though the word felt thin even as he spoke it. By the time Charlie returned home the rain had deepened into the kind that soaked straight through cedar bark and roof shingles alike. The Swan house stood quiet beneath the gray afternoon sky, the windows dim with the soft light that came through the clouds. Charlie let himself in without turning on the lights. The familiar creak of the door echoed briefly through the empty living room before settling again into silence. He shrugged out of his jacket and hung it over the chair near the kitchen table. Damp fabric clung cold against his shoulders as he moved toward the counter and poured himself a fresh cup of coffee. The smell rose warm and bitter in the still house. For a moment he simply stood there, staring into the steam. Then he carried the cup into the living room. The old coffee table had slowly disappeared beneath a scattering of folders and loose sheets over the past week. Sheriff reports, photographs, coroner notes from the first body found near the river trail. Charlie set the coffee down and lowered himself onto the couch with the slow stiffness of someone who had been standing too long on wet ground. He pulled a folded county map from the stack and spread it across the table. Forks sat in the center, a small blue dot printed between miles of green forest. Charlie reached for the pencil tucked behind his ear and tapped it thoughtfully against the paper. The first pushpin already marked the river trail where the earlier victim had been found. He studied it for a moment before pushing a second pin into the map several inches north where the logging road ran through the trees. The metal point slid into the paper with a quiet click. Charlie leaned back slightly and looked at the distance between the two markers. Not random. He leaned forward again and traced the line between them with the pencil tip, his brow slowly tightening. The terrain between the points was rough forest, broken by small service roads and logging paths that cut through the hills like veins. A predator could move easily through that ground. But predators didn't move like this. Charlie set the pencil down and rubbed his hand slowly across his face. The room had grown darker while he worked, the last of the afternoon light fading behind the clouds. Outside, rain ticked steadily against the window glass. He studied the map again. 2 bodies, 2 locations, within a wide ring around town. Charlie didn't like the shape forming in his mind. He leaned forward and pulled a third tack from the small tin beside the files, holding it loosely between his fingers as he stared at the map. If another body appeared, he could easily guess where it would be found. The thought sat heavy in his chest. He set the tack down without placing it and reached for his coffee instead. The next morning the rain had eased to a fine gray mist that hung low over Forks. Charlie pushed open the door of the sheriff's station with a paper cup of coffee in one hand and a folder tucked under his arm. The building smelled faintly of damp wool and old floor cleaner. Fluorescent lights hummed softly overhead as he walked down the narrow hallway toward his office. He didn't bother taking off his jacket. The county map still lay open across his desk where he had left it the night before. 3 small pins marked the locations that had begun to bother him more than he wanted to admit. Charlie stood over the map for a moment, studying the spacing between them while the coffee cooled slowly in his hand. Something about the shape they formed refused to sit quietly. He set the cup down and reached for the phone. The line rang twice before Deputy Keller answered. "Morning, Chief." Charlie leaned one hand against the edge of the desk and kept his eyes on the map. "You get the coroner's final notes yet?" "Not final," Keller said. Papers rustled faintly on the other end of the line. "But he's still leaning toward animal attack." Charlie exhaled slowly through his nose. "Leaning," he repeated. "Yeah." Charlie traced the distance between 2 of the pins with his finger. The roads that cut through the forest were easy enough to follow if you knew the ground. Logging tracks, maintenance trails, the kind of routes locals used without thinking about them. "Any tracks show up after the rain eased?" Charlie asked. "None," Keller said. "Search team walked the perimeter again at first light. Same story as the others." Charlie nodded to himself, his gaze drifting across the map again. The others. 3 victims now. He rubbed his thumb slowly along the edge of the desk while he considered the quiet weight of that number. "You ever seen a cougar work the same stretch of county like this?" he asked. Keller hesitated before answering. "No, sir." Charlie watched the pins for another moment. If it was an animal, the pattern didn't make sense. If it wasn't an animal, the alternative was worse. He straightened slightly and picked up his coffee again. "All right," he said. "Keep the file open for now. I'm going to make a couple calls and see what Fish and Wildlife thinks about the territory spread." "You thinking big cat moving through?" Keller asked. "Maybe," Charlie said, though the word felt thinner every time he used it. "Either way, I want another set of eyes on it." He hung up the phone and stood quietly in his office while the rain tapped against the windows. The map remained open on the desk. 3 pins. Charlie stared at them for a long moment before reaching for the next number he intended to dial. Evening settled quietly over the Swan house. Rain tapped steadily against the kitchen window while the last gray light faded behind the trees. The warm smell of tomato sauce and garlic filled the small kitchen where Bella stood at the stove stirring a pot with slow, careful movements. Charlie sat at the table with a folder open beside his plate, his reading glasses low on his nose while he scanned the same page for the 3rd time. Bella glanced over her shoulder and frowned slightly. "You're supposed to eat while it's hot." Charlie looked up as if he had forgotten the plate existed. "Yeah," he said, picking up his fork. "Sorry." He took a few bites without tasting them and then set the fork down again while his eyes drifted back toward the folder. Bella watched him for a moment before turning the stove down and carrying the pot to the table. "What is it?" she asked as she sat across from him. Charlie closed the folder halfway. "Just work." Bella raised one eyebrow. "You've said that every night this week." Charlie rubbed a hand slowly across the back of his neck and leaned back in the chair. The kitchen light cast soft shadows across the papers scattered beside his plate. Bella noticed the corner of a county map sticking out from beneath the folder. "Another one?" she asked quietly. Charlie hesitated before answering. He didn't look at her right away. Instead his gaze rested on the table where the edge of the map showed 3 small pinholes punched through the paper. "Yeah," he said finally. "Another one." Bella felt the words settle heavily in the room. She folded her hands around her glass of water and studied his face. Charlie looked older when he carried work home like this. The lines around his eyes had deepened over the past few days, and his shoulders held the tight stiffness she recognized from other bad cases. "Animal again?" she asked. Charlie let out a slow breath through his nose. "That's what the coroner says." "But you don't think so?" Charlie's eyes flicked toward her and then back to the table. For a moment he didn't answer. The rain outside filled the quiet space between them. "Cougars don't usually move like this," he said carefully. Bella leaned forward slightly. "Like what?" Charlie opened the folder and slid the map into the open space between their plates. 3 small pins marked separate locations in the forest around town. Bella followed the triangle they formed with her eyes. "They're spreading out," Charlie said quietly. "Same kind of wounds. Same lack of tracks. Same empty ground around the bodies." Bella felt a chill move slowly down her spine. Charlie studied the map for another long moment before speaking again, his voice lower now. "If another one turns up," he said slowly, "we may have to start considering a different kind of problem." 36. Swan House Evening. The Swan House smelled like garlic, butter, and something warm that reminded Marina faintly of the kitchens she used to wander through after concerts, when the adrenaline of a performance had finally begun to fade and the world felt human again. She stood just inside the doorway while Bella stirred a saucepan at the stove. The small kitchen glowed under a single hanging light, the yellow warmth pushing back the early darkness pressing against the windows. Rain tapped softly against the glass, a quiet Forks rhythm. Bella glanced over her shoulder when Marina stepped inside. She smiled in that slightly shy way that never quite left her face. "You made it. Dad's still at the station but he should be home soon." Marina nodded and slipped off her jacket, listening to the house. The refrigerator hummed. The stove ticked softly beneath the pan. Somewhere in the hallway an old heater clicked as it struggled against the damp evening chill. "You cook a lot now," Marina said, leaning lightly against the counter. Bella gave a small shrug while she stirred the sauce again. "Someone has to. Charlie thinks frozen pizza counts as a balanced diet." Marina laughed softly, though she could hear the tension beneath Bella's casual tone. The air carried something else tonight. Not fear exactly, but the weight of worry that had been building in Forks for weeks. Bella lowered the heat and tasted the sauce with a spoon. Her nose wrinkled thoughtfully. "He's been working a lot lately." "Charlie?" Bella nodded. "Another body turned up outside town this morning." Marina kept her expression carefully neutral. Inside, her thoughts tightened. "Victoria." Bella set the spoon down and wiped her hands on a towel. "He doesn't say much about it. Just that the attacks don't make sense." Marina moved toward the kitchen table and sat down, watching Bella move through the small space with quiet efficiency. Chopping vegetables, checking the oven, setting plates. Human routines. Simple things. They felt strangely fragile. A car door slammed outside. Bella froze for half a second before relaxing. "That'll be him." Heavy boots sounded on the porch. The front door opened and closed with a tired thud. Charlie Swan stepped into the kitchen a moment later, shrugging rain from his jacket. He looked older tonight, the lines around his eyes deeper than Marina remembered. He paused when he saw her at the table. "Well," Charlie said, rubbing a hand over his face. "If it isn't Forks High's resident celebrity." Despite the fatigue in his voice, he managed a crooked smile. "Please tell me you're here for dinner and not another murder investigation." Charlie dropped his jacket over the back of a chair and moved toward the sink, washing his hands with slow, deliberate motions that carried the weight of a long day. Marina watched him quietly from the table. The water ran hot and steady, steam rising faintly in the cool kitchen air. Bella slid a casserole dish from the oven and set it carefully on the stove. The smell of roasted chicken and herbs filled the room. "Perfect timing," Bella said, glancing between them. "Dinner's ready." Charlie dried his hands and looked toward the table. His eyes lingered briefly on Marina again, not suspicious exactly, but thoughtful. Forks was a small town. People noticed things. Lately there had been too many things worth noticing. You staying for dinner? He asked. Marina felt Bella's attention flick toward her, quick and uncertain. She smiled easily and leaned back in her chair. I promised Bella I'd keep her company while she cooked. I didn't realize I was walking into a full family dinner. Charlie pulled out his chair and sat down with a quiet grunt. You're welcome to it. Bella always cooks too much. Bella gave him a mildly offended look while she carried plates to the table. It's called planning ahead. Marina watched the food appear in front of them, steam rising from the chicken and vegetables. The scent drifted across the table, rich and warm. Her body didn't respond. No hunger. No interest. Nothing except the distant awareness that the smell might once have meant something. She rested her hands lightly on the table, careful to keep the movement natural. Bella sat down and picked up a serving spoon. Marina, do you want some? Marina shook her head gently. I actually ate earlier. Charlie raised an eyebrow. Already? Marina nodded without hesitation. My mom insists on early dinners when she's working late. Something about teenagers starving themselves if they're left unsupervised. Bella huffed a quiet laugh and started filling Charlie's plate. That sounds about right. Charlie accepted the plate but kept studying Marina with the quiet observational patience of a police officer who spent his life reading people. You kids are lucky, he said finally, picking up his fork. When I was your age, dinner meant whatever you could find in the fridge before your dad got home. Bella rolled her eyes. Dad. What? Charlie said with a faint smile. It built character. They began eating, the small kitchen settling into a familiar rhythm of clinking forks and quiet conversation. Marina leaned back slightly in her chair, letting the warmth of the room wash around her while she watched Bella and Charlie talk about school schedules and town gossip. For a few minutes, the tension that had been creeping through forks seemed to loosen its grip. But Marina could still feel it beneath the surface. Something dark moving through the forest. Something getting closer. Dinner settled into the slow rhythm of an ordinary evening. Charlie ate steadily, pausing now and then to ask Bella about school while Bella answered between bites and occasional trips back to the stove for seconds. Marina sat comfortably at the table with them, hands folded loosely in front of her, nodding at the right moments and adding the occasional comment when the conversation drifted her way. The food smelled rich and warm, filling the small kitchen with the kind of comfort that came from routine. Marina watched the steam rise from Charlie's plate and felt the familiar strange distance that had followed her since the transformation. Once, smells like this would have made her hungry. Now they were simply information. Butter, salt, cooked meat, herbs. Charlie cut another piece of chicken and chewed thoughtfully. School still calm? He asked, glancing between the two girls. Bella shrugged. Pretty much. Everyone's just waiting for graduation. Charlie nodded slowly but the lines around his eyes tightened. Town's not so calm. Bella lowered her fork slightly. The attack this morning? Charlie sighed and leaned back in his chair. Yeah, another one out near the old logging road. Same pattern as the others. He rubbed his jaw with one hand, the movement slow and tired. No witnesses. No tracks that make sense. Sheriff's office is starting to look like we don't know what we're doing. Marina listened carefully, keeping her expression thoughtful but neutral. Every word confirmed what the Cullens already suspected. Victoria was still hunting. Bella glanced toward Marina before looking back at her father. Do you think it's an animal? Charlie hesitated. He pushed his plate slightly away and stared at the table for a moment before answering. That's what it should be, he said quietly. But animals don't move like this. Bella frowned. What do you mean? Charlie gestured faintly with his fork. Attacks are spaced out. Always just far enough apart to keep us chasing the last place instead of the next one. He shook his head slowly. Feels like someone's planning it. The room went quiet for a moment. Bella shifted uneasily in her chair. You think someone's doing it on purpose? Charlie gave a tired half smile that didn't reach his eyes. I think something in these woods is smarter than it should be. Marina felt the words settle in the room like a cold draft. She forced herself to breathe slowly and keep her posture relaxed. Across the table Bella picked up her fork again but didn't take a bite. That's not exactly comforting. Charlie exhaled and rubbed his forehead. Yeah, tell me about it. He looked toward Marina again and tried to soften the mood. Sorry, didn't mean to bring work to the dinner table. Marina smiled gently. It's okay. Forks conversations tend to involve rain or murder investigations. I'm learning the local culture. Charlie chuckled quietly, the sound tired but genuine. The moment of humor eased the tension, but Marina could still feel the truth beneath the conversation. Forks wasn't calm. And the hunt wasn't over. Dinner wound down slowly. Charlie finished the last of his chicken while Bella gathered the empty dishes and carried them to the sink. The kitchen filled with the quiet sounds of running water and clinking plates as she began washing up. Marina rose from the table and moved to help without being asked. She reached for a towel and began drying the dishes Bella passed to her, careful with every movement. The porcelain felt fragile in her hands. Even after weeks, she still had to think about pressure, about strength, about how easily the wrong motion could shatter something ordinary. Bella noticed the careful way Marina held each plate. She smiled faintly but didn't comment. Instead, she handed over another dish. Charlie leaned back in his chair and watched them for a moment, the tension of the day slowly easing from his shoulders. Domestic scenes had a way of doing that. Two teenagers quietly cleaning the kitchen looked reassuringly normal. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and glanced toward the window where rain slid steadily down the glass. Town council's talking about curfews, he said. Bella paused with her hands in the sink. Curfews? Charlie nodded slowly. Nothing official yet. Just talk. He sighed. But people are getting nervous. Marina dried another plate and placed it carefully in the rack. Hard not to be, she said quietly. Charlie studied her again, that same thoughtful look from earlier returning for a moment. Your parents keeping you out of the woods these days? Marina met his gaze easily. They've always been pretty strict about that. Good, Charlie said, nodding once. These forests are beautiful, but they're not always safe. Bella shut off the water and dried her hands. Dad, Forks has been surrounded by forest forever. Charlie gave a tired half smile. Yeah, but lately it feels like the forest is pushing back. Silence settled over the kitchen again. Outside, wind moved through the trees with a long whisper that carried faintly through the walls of the house. Marina folded the towel and set it on the counter. The sound of the wind brushed across her senses in a way it never had before. Beneath the normal sounds of the night, she could feel the distant pulse of the forest itself. Movement. Far away, but real. She forced herself to remain still, her expression calm as Bella stacked the last dish. Charlie stood and stretched his back with a quiet groan. All right, I should get some paperwork done before tomorrow turns into another circus. Bella nodded and glanced toward Marina. Walking home? Marina picked up her jacket from the chair and slipped it on. Rosalie's picking me up. Charlie gave an approving nod. Good. I like responsible transportation. Marina stepped onto the porch a minute later. The cool night air carried the scent of wet pine and distant earth. Somewhere beyond the quiet streets of Forks, something dangerous was still moving through the forest. And it was getting closer. 37. Eli's Thread. The late afternoon sky over Forks hung low and pale, the clouds thinning just enough for a weak strip of light to stretch across the school grounds. Classes had ended nearly 20 minutes earlier, and most of the parking lot had already emptied. The remaining students drifted away in small clusters, their voices fading into the distant rumble of engines and wet tires on pavement. Marina walked slowly along the edge of the athletic field, her notebook tucked under one arm while the damp grass carried the lingering smell of rain and cedar from the surrounding forest. She had expected the usual quiet after school, the soft breathing space she sometimes used to sort half-finished melodies or lines of lyrics before heading home. Instead, she noticed someone standing near the far end of the bleachers, hands shoved deep into the pockets of a dark jacket, watching the empty track. Eli. He didn't wave when he saw her approaching. That alone felt wrong. Marina slowed slightly as she crossed the grass. The distance between them was only 20 yards, but something about the air around him had changed. His posture was familiar enough, shoulders loose, head tipped slightly as if listening to something beyond the ordinary sounds of the field. Yet he stood farther from the walkway than he normally would have, keeping a careful space between himself and the route students used to leave campus. When she came within a few steps, Eli shifted his weight but didn't move closer. Marina stopped where she was and studied him quietly. His heartbeat reached her immediately, loud and rapid in the quiet afternoon, stronger than a human pulse should have been. Beneath it ran another rhythm she couldn't quite name, a low restless energy that vibrated through the air like tension in a stretched wire. "You look like you're waiting for someone," Marina said lightly, though her eyes never left his face. Eli gave a small breath of something that might have been a laugh. "Guess I was." Marina tilted her head slightly. "You going to explain why you're standing 30 feet away from me like I suddenly smell bad?" Eli rubbed a hand slowly across the back of his neck, glancing briefly toward the tree line beyond the field before meeting her gaze again. His expression held a strange mixture of embarrassment and caution that she had never seen on him before. "You ever notice," he said after a moment, his voice quieter now, "how loud hearts are?" Marina stilled. The question landed with a soft weight in the space between them. She heard the pulse in his chest again, quick and uneven, and realized he wasn't asking casually. Eli watched her face carefully, as if measuring how much she understood. Her notebook slipped slightly under her arm as she adjusted her grip on it. "Yeah," she said softly. "I've noticed." Eli nodded once, the small motion carrying more confirmation than explanation. For a moment neither of them spoke while the wind moved lightly across the empty field and the distant forest whispered at the edge of the school grounds. Something had changed. Marina could feel it as clearly as the rhythm of Eli's heart across the quiet distance between them. Eli shifted his stance near the bleachers, the movement slow and deliberate as if he had been rehearsing what to say for longer than he wanted to admit. The wind moved gently across the empty track, lifting the damp scent of grass and cedar from the surrounding forest. Marina watched him from a few yards away, notebook tucked against her side, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heart rolling through the quiet afternoon. It wasn't a human heartbeat anymore. Not quite. Eli finally exhaled and rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. "Marina, I like you," he said, his voice carrying a note of awkward honesty that almost made her smile. "But things are different now." Marina tilted her head slightly. "Different because I'm a vampire?" The words landed cleanly between them. Eli blinked once, surprise flashing across his face before he let out a quiet breath. "So we're just saying it out loud then?" "You started it." He gave a small huff of reluctant amusement, though the tension in his shoulders didn't disappear. "Right. Guess we're doing this." He shifted his weight and glanced toward the trees beyond the track before looking back at her. Most of the guys in the pack grew up on the reservation. Their whole life is there. Family, friends, school. It's everything. He gestured lightly toward the buildings behind Marina. "But I've always been half here. Forks High, the town, people I actually care about outside the res." His voice lowered slightly. "That includes you." Marina studied him quietly. "So yeah," Eli continued, pushing out another breath. "You're a vampire now. That part's obvious." He shrugged once, the movement awkward but sincere. "I just want you to know it doesn't change much for me. Not unless you start hurting people." "I don't," Marina said calmly. "I know." Eli nodded, his expression tightening for a moment as if he were choosing how much to explain. "Wolves smell things differently. You learn that fast." He hesitated, then added, "You smell nothing like the red one." Marina's eyes sharpened slightly. "She smells wrong," Eli said quietly. "Acrid. Like burned blood and rot. It makes my wolf want to tear something apart." He paused before finishing the thought. "You don't smell like that." "And what do I smell like?" Marina asked. Eli opened his mouth as if to answer, then stopped and shook his head once. "Sweet," he admitted reluctantly. "It's confusing." Marina smiled faintly. Eli rubbed his neck again. "Anyway, I guess that's the part where I say I'm one of them now." "You're a wolf," Marina said. "Yeah." She watched him for a moment longer before her smile widened slightly. "You didn't have to tell me." Eli frowned. "I didn't?" Marina lifted one shoulder in a casual shrug. "You smell like the woods." He blinked. "And thunder," she added softly. For the first time since she had walked across the field, Eli actually laughed, the sound short but genuine as the quiet tension between them shifted into something far more familiar. Eli's laughter faded into the quiet of the empty field, leaving the two of them standing beneath the gray afternoon sky while the wind shifted gently across the track. Marina watched him for a moment, the familiar warmth of his presence settling around them again now that the truth between them had been spoken aloud. For the first time since she had crossed the grass, his heartbeat slowed slightly. Not calm, exactly, just less strained. Marina shifted the notebook against her hip and studied him thoughtfully. "Did you tell Sam what I said before?" she asked. Eli's brow furrowed slightly. "About the red one?" "About the one who attacked me," Marina said. "I told you it wasn't me causing the phasing. That it was her." Eli nodded once. "Yeah, I told him." Marina watched his face carefully. "And?" Eli glanced toward the tree line again, the habit clearly instinctive now. When he spoke his voice carried the quiet certainty of someone who had been living with the answer for a while. "Sam went to talk to Charlie." Marina's eyes sharpened slightly. "Early," Eli continued. "Before school one morning. I wasn't there, but he told the pack about it later." He shifted his weight and rubbed the back of his neck again. "Charlie showed him the files." "The attacks," Marina said softly. "Yeah." For a moment the wind was the only sound between them. Eli looked down at the damp grass before continuing. "Charlie knows something's wrong out there. He told Sam straight up it doesn't look like cougars or bears." A faint crease appeared between his eyebrows. Sam couldn't tell him the truth. Pack rules. The elders would lose their minds. Marina gave a small nod. That part made sense. "But Charlie asked Sam to tell him if we saw something," Eli went on. "And Sam told him the same thing back." He glanced up at her again. "If there's something out there, the pack will deal with it." Marina considered that quietly. "And you?" she asked. Eli hesitated, then shrugged once. "We're already tracking her." The certainty in his voice was unmistakable. "The red one," Marina said. "Yeah." Eli nodded toward the forest. "Her scent's all over the county. Old trails, new trails. Sometimes days apart. Sometimes closer." His jaw tightened slightly. "Every place Charlie finds a body, we smell her." Marina felt a slow chill move through her chest. "I told you it was her," she said quietly. "I know." Eli met her gaze steadily. "That's why Sam believed you." For a moment neither of them spoke while the gray light over the field slowly dimmed toward evening. Beyond the track the forest waited in its usual silence, miles of wet trees and shadow stretching toward the mountains. Somewhere out there, Victoria was still hunting. And now everyone knew it. The quiet between them stretched for a moment after Eli's words faded. The gray light over the field had begun to soften toward evening, the clouds thinning just enough for a pale glow to spread across the wet grass. Somewhere beyond the school buildings a car door slammed, followed by the distant rumble of an engine starting. Most of the campus had already emptied. Marina let out a slow breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "So the pack is hunting her," she said. Eli nodded once. "Yeah. And if you find her?" Eli's mouth tightened slightly. For a moment he didn't answer. The wind moved across the track again, lifting the faint scent of damp earth from the field. When he finally spoke his voice carried a calm certainty that hadn't been there earlier. "We'll stop her." Marina studied him carefully. "You're sure about that?" she said. Eli shrugged once, though the motion carried quiet confidence. "It's what we do." His eyes shifted briefly toward the darkening forest beyond the field. "We protect people." Marina followed his gaze to the distant line of trees. For a few seconds neither of them spoke. Then Eli looked back at her, the earlier tension returning in a quieter form. "There's something else," he said. Marina raised an eyebrow slightly. "The pack knows about you," Eli continued. "Not everything, but enough." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Sam told them you weren't the one killing people." Marina's shoulders loosened just a fraction. "That doesn't mean they trust you," Eli added. "Some of them still think vampire means vampire." "That seems fair," Marina said lightly. Eli gave a short breath that might have been a laugh. "Yeah, well, wolves aren't famous for subtle thinking." The comment eased the moment slightly. But Eli didn't smile for long. His eyes studied her again, more seriously now. I told Sam you weren't like the others, he said quietly. Marina tilted her head. And he believed you? Eli nodded once. Sam listens. That's good. Yeah. Eli rubbed the back of his neck again, the nervous habit returning. He also said something else. Marina waited. If the Cullens keep their people safe, Eli said slowly, the pack won't start trouble. Marina absorbed that quietly. It wasn't a promise. But it was close enough. Tell Sam we don't hunt people, she said. I know. I mean it. Eli met her gaze steadily. I know you do. The wind shifted again, bringing with it the distant sound of students leaving the parking lot. The day was nearly over. Marina adjusted the notebook beneath her arm and turned slightly toward the path that led back to the school building. You heading home? Eli asked. In a minute. He nodded, then stepped back a pace toward the edge of the field, giving her the same careful distance he had kept earlier. Marina, he said. She paused and looked back at him. Eli hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Be careful out there. Marina's faint smile returned. You too, she said. Beyond the school grounds the forest waited in silence, stretching mile after mile through the damp hills of Washington. Somewhere inside those endless trees a red-haired predator continued to move through the shadows. And now, for the first time, 3 different hunters were looking for her. 38. La Push Invitation. The message reached Marina between classes. Forks High hummed with the usual restless energy of a Friday afternoon. Lockers slammed. Voices echoed through the corridor. Somewhere down the hall someone laughed too loudly. To Marina the sounds came layered and sharp, each heartbeat and breath distinct against the background murmur of human emotion. She stood near her locker with her notebook open, a pencil resting loosely between her fingers while she studied the unfinished line of lyrics on the page. The rhythm in her mind refused to settle. It hovered there, incomplete, like a chord waiting for its final note. Marina. She looked up. Eli stood a few steps away, hands shoved into the pockets of his jacket. His expression carried the careful neutrality he'd learned since phasing, but the tension in his shoulders gave him away. Marina closed the notebook slowly. That look usually means trouble. Not trouble, Eli said, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. A request. Rosalie's presence shifted beside Marina before Eli even finished speaking. She had been leaning casually against the lockers, but now she straightened slightly, pale eyes fixed on Eli with the quiet intensity of a predator assessing a threat. A request from who? Rosalie asked. Eli hesitated for a fraction of a second. The elders. The hallway noise faded from Marina's attention. The council wants to see me? Yeah, Eli said. He rubbed the back of his neck in a nervous gesture. Sam talked to them after everything. After the conversation we had. And after he spoke with Chief Swan this morning. Marina studied his face. And what exactly do they want? To see the tame vampire. Eli's mouth twitched faintly. Their words, not mine. Rosalie's expression hardened instantly. Absolutely not. Marina turned slightly toward her. Rosalie. You're not walking into wolf territory for their curiosity, Rosalie said quietly. Her voice remained calm, but the steel beneath it was unmistakable. That isn't a meeting. That's a trap. Eli shook his head. It isn't like that. Sam made it clear this is a council request. Neutral ground. You won't be alone. His gaze shifted to Rosalie. Sam said Marina's mate may come. No other Cullens. Rosalie didn't answer immediately. Her eyes narrowed, calculating. Marina felt the weight of the decision settle in her chest. La Push wasn't just wolf territory. It was a place filled with old memories, with bonfires and laughter and friends she'd known long before any of this had happened. They used to be my friends, Marina said softly. Rosalie looked at her. And they deserve to see that I'm still me, Marina continued. The silence stretched for a moment before Rosalie exhaled slowly. Then we go together. Later that evening the gray Pacific rolled beneath a low sky as Marina and Rosalie stepped onto the cold sand at La Push. The wind carried salt and cedar across the beach, but beneath it Marina caught another scent. Wolves. Shapes moved along the edge of the forest where the trees met the shoreline. Large shadows watched from the darkening woods, silent and alert. Eli waited near the driftwood line. He gave Marina a brief nod when she approached. "They're ready." Farther down the beach a circle of weathered logs sat arranged around a small fire pit. Several older men stood beside it, their attention fixed on the approaching vampires. Marina slowed as the council came into view. This wasn't curiosity, it was judgment. The fire pit had not been lit, but the circle around it carried the quiet weight of a place used often. Weathered driftwood logs formed rough seats in the sand, their surfaces smoothed by years of wind and salt. The elders stood rather than sat when Marina and Rosalie approached, their expressions calm but watchful. Sam Yulee stepped forward first. He stood between the two groups, broad-shouldered and steady, his dark eyes moving from Marina to Rosalie and back again as if measuring the space between them. The wind lifted his hair slightly before settling again. "Marina Vale," Sam said. Marina inclined her head in acknowledgement. Rosalie remained half a step behind her, still and silent, her pale gaze moving slowly across the tree line where the wolves waited. Sam gestured toward the men standing near the driftwood circle. "The council." The elders studied Marina with a patience that felt different from human scrutiny. They didn't speak immediately. Their attention moved over her posture, her expression, the subtle rhythm of her breathing. Marina felt their attention like a quiet pressure against her skin. One of the older men finally nodded once. "You came." "I said I would," Marina replied. A low voice spoke from the edge of the circle before anyone else could respond. "Still a leech." Paul stood a few yards away with two other wolves, arms folded across his chest and his expression openly hostile. His gaze flicked between Marina and Rosalie with undisguised distrust. Sam's head turned slightly toward him. "Paul." "She's a vampire," Paul continued, ignoring the warning in Sam's tone. "I don't see how standing around pretending otherwise changes that." Eli shifted beside Marina, his voice quiet but firm. "She hasn't killed anyone." Paul snorted softly. "That you know of." The wind shifted across the beach then, carrying Marina's scent through the gathered wolves. The change in the air was immediate. Several of them stiffened almost at once. One of the younger wolves stepped closer, confusion replacing some of the hostility in his expression. "That's strange," he muttered. Paul frowned slightly. "What?" The younger wolf inhaled again, his head tilting faintly as if trying to make sense of something that refused to fit his instincts. "She doesn't smell right." Paul took a step forward and drew a slow breath himself. His expression shifted almost immediately, the certainty in his posture faltering. Marina felt Rosalie's attention sharpen behind her. Sam's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied Marina again, this time with more focus than before. The elders exchanged a quiet glance with one another. "She's still a vampire," Paul said after a moment, though the conviction in his voice sounded less certain than before. "Maybe," Sam replied calmly. He kept his gaze on Marina as he spoke. "But she isn't exactly what we expected either." The quiet that followed Sam's words stretched across the beach. The wind moved steadily off the Pacific, stirring the cedar branches at the forest's edge and pushing the slow rhythm of the tide against the sand. Marina could feel every heartbeat around the circle, wolf and human alike, each one carrying its own pattern of tension and watchfulness. Paul still looked ready to argue, but the elders had shifted their attention back to Marina. Their expressions held curiosity now as much as suspicion. Marina let the silence settle for a moment before she spoke. "I have a question." Sam studied her carefully. "Go ahead." Her gaze moved toward the fire pit at the center of the driftwood circle. The sand around it was darkened in places from past fires, and beside one of the logs a pair of hand drums rested against the wood, their stretched surfaces weathered but well cared for. "Those," Marina said, nodding toward them. "Do you still use them?" Several of the elders followed her gaze. One of the older men stepped slightly forward, his lined face thoughtful. "The drums?" "Yes. For ceremonies," the elder said. His voice carried the quiet steadiness of someone used to telling stories. "For remembering." Marina nodded slowly. "Rhythm." The elder's eyes sharpened slightly. "You understand that?" A little, Marina said. She closed the notebook she had been holding without thinking and tucked it beneath her arm. Music carries memory too. A melody can hold a story longer than words sometimes. The men in the circle exchanged brief glances. The tension in the air shifted subtly, the sharp edge of confrontation easing into something more contemplative. Paul frowned. What does that have to do with anything? Eli spoke before Marina could answer. She's a musician. Paul looked unimpressed. Great. Marina ignored the interruption and kept her attention on the elder who had spoken. Is the rhythm always the same, she asked, or does it change depending on the story? The elder studied her for a moment longer before answering. The rhythm carries the bones of the story. The singer carries the rest. Marina smiled faintly at that. That sounds familiar. Rosalie stood quietly behind her, listening without interrupting. The defensive tension in her posture had softened slightly, though her gaze still moved steadily across the gathered wolves. The wind shifted again, carrying Marina's scent across the circle. This time the wolves didn't recoil. Instead, several of them watched her with puzzled concentration, their instincts struggling to reconcile the strange sweetness in the air with the calm presence standing before them. Sam noticed the shift as well. His eyes moved briefly across the pack before returning to Marina. You're asking a lot of questions, he said. Marina met his gaze calmly. I'm trying to understand the people who used to be my neighbors. For the first time since the meeting began, one of the elders allowed himself a small, thoughtful smile. The elder's small smile faded as the circle settled back into quiet. The ocean wind rolled steadily across the beach, carrying salt, cedar, and the faint heat of the day fading into evening. Marina could feel every heartbeat around the circle, wolves and humans alike, their attention drawing inward again. One of the elders stepped forward a little, his lined face thoughtful. You asked about our stories, he said. That is fair. Stories matter to us. His gaze rested calmly on Marina. So we will ask one in return. Marina inclined her head slightly. All right. The wolves heard an explosion in the forest not long ago, the elder continued. Fire. The smell of venom. The night you became what you are now. His voice remained calm but steady. What happened that night? The memory rose sharply in Marina's mind. She hadn't gone into the forest. She had been standing in her parents' yard. The quiet suburban lawn, the familiar cedar fence, the evening air carrying the smell of damp earth. She had been walking back toward the house when the sound behind her changed, a movement too fast for a human body. I didn't go into the forest, Marina said quietly. Several of the wolves shifted slightly. I was taken from my parents' yard, she continued. Something moved behind me before I could turn around. The next thing I remember clearly is the trees. Sam's expression tightened. She dragged you there. Yes. Paul frowned. Why? I don't know, Marina answered. Maybe I was convenient. Maybe she wanted someone connected to the Cullens. Maybe she just enjoys hunting. Her fingers tightened slightly around the notebook she still held. But she didn't warn me. She didn't talk. She attacked. Rosalie stepped forward then, her voice calm but carrying the quiet force of certainty. Victoria. Several of the wolves reacted at once. Sam nodded slowly. The red-haired vampire. Marina glanced briefly at Rosalie before continuing. She bit me before I even understood what she was. I remember the fire more than anything else. The memory of it still lived in her nerves somewhere deep, the terrible burning that had swallowed the world. The venom spreads fast. It felt like my bones were breaking from the inside. The elder studied her carefully. And the blonde one found you. Rosalie's voice remained steady. I was tracking Victoria already. I heard the explosion of her scent when the venom started burning through the forest. Paul looked sharply toward her. Explosion? Rosalie nodded once. You smelled it too. The wolves exchanged brief glances. Marina lifted her gaze to meet the elders again. I didn't choose any of this, she said simply. It was done to me. For a moment the only sound on the beach was the slow pulse of the tide rolling against the dark sand while the council considered her words. The sound of the ocean filled the quiet that followed. Waves rolled steadily against the dark sand while the wind moved through the trees behind the circle, carrying the low rustle of cedar branches. No one spoke for several moments. The elders studied Marina carefully, their expressions thoughtful now rather than suspicious. Sam's gaze remained steady, measuring her in a different way than before. Even Paul had stopped arguing, though the tension in his posture hadn't completely disappeared. One of the elders finally shifted slightly and gestured toward the hand drums resting beside the driftwood log. "You said music carries memory," he said. "Is that true for you?" Marina followed his gaze to the drums. "Yes," she answered quietly. The elder nodded once. "Then show us." Rosalie's attention sharpened beside her. Marina felt the protective tension in her mate's stance, though Rosalie didn't speak. Marina stepped toward the log where the drums rested. The sand shifted softly beneath her shoes as she lifted one of the instruments and turned it in her hands. The stretched hide carried the faint warmth of the day's sun. She returned to the circle and sat on the driftwood log, settling the drum across her knees. For a moment she listened to the ocean. The tide carried its own slow rhythm, steady and patient, the same pulse that had been beating against this shore long before any of them had been born. Her fingers tapped the hide softly. The drum answered with a low, gentle heartbeat. Marina let the rhythm settle into place before her voice followed it. "Carry the tide where the old songs sleep. Carry the fire where the shadows keep. Drum of the earth and wind of the sea. Remember the path that remembers me." The melody rose simply into the evening air, the notes clear and warm. It wasn't a stage voice or a performance meant to impress a crowd. It was the kind of song someone might sing beside a quiet fire while the world grew dark around them. Her hands kept the steady pulse beneath the melody. Cedar and salt in the evening light. Voices that fade into falling night. If I am changed and the road is far, still I am made of the things you are. The wolves listened in silence. Sam's shoulders had relaxed without him realizing it. Eli stood near the edge of the circle with an expression that held both surprise and quiet recognition. Even Paul looked uncertain now, his hostility softened by something he couldn't easily name. Rosalie stood behind Marina with her arms loosely folded, her gaze resting on her mate with quiet pride. Marina let the final line drift out softly as the drumbeat slowed beneath her hands. "Carry the song where the rivers run. Carry the heart of the living one." The rhythm faded into the steady breath of the tide. When the song ended, the beach remained very still. No one spoke at first, but the air around the circle had changed. The final note of Marina's song faded into the steady rhythm of the ocean. For several moments the only sound on the beach was the tide rolling against the dark sand and the wind moving softly through the cedar trees behind the circle. Marina rested her hands lightly on the drum across her knees. The skin of the instrument still held a faint vibration beneath her fingers. Around her the gathered wolves remained very still, their attention fixed on her in a way that felt different from the sharp suspicion that had greeted her arrival. Sam finally drew a slow breath and stepped forward slightly. His gaze moved from Marina to the elders before returning to her again. "You were telling the truth about the attack," he said quietly. "Yes," Marina replied. Paul shifted his weight near the edge of the circle, clearly dissatisfied with how the evening had unfolded. "That doesn't change what she is." Sam didn't argue with him. Instead he glanced toward the council. One of the elders stepped forward again, his expression thoughtful as he studied Marina. "You say the red-haired vampire attacked you and left you to die," he said. "Yes. And the blonde one saved you." Rosalie stood behind Marina with her arms folded loosely, her posture calm but alert. "I found her before the venom finished burning through her body," she said. "If I hadn't arrived when I did, she wouldn't be standing here." The elder nodded once as if filing the information away. His gaze shifted briefly to the wolves watching from the tree line before returning to Marina. "Our people have watched this land a long time," he said. "We know the scent of hunters who take lives carelessly. That red-haired one has been leaving bodies behind her." Sam's expression hardened slightly. "We've been tracking her for weeks." Marina lowered the drum carefully beside the driftwood log and stood again. The ocean wind moved through her hair as she met the elder's gaze. "She's dangerous," she said. "And she's still out there." The elder studied her for another quiet moment before speaking. "You are not human anymore." "No," Marina said. You are also not exactly what our wolves expected. That seems to be a common theme lately, Marina replied. A faint ripple of amusement passed through the elders at that. The older man inclined his head slightly. You were once a child of this town. That memory matters. His voice remained calm but firm. But you are still a vampire. The wolves will watch you carefully. Paul nodded immediately at that. Sam gave a short, decisive nod of agreement. As long as you don't hunt humans, we won't treat you as an enemy. Rosalie's gaze sharpened slightly. And if we help you stop Victoria? Sam considered that for a moment before answering. Then maybe we have a common problem. The tide rolled steadily against the shore as Marina and Rosalie began walking back across the sand. Behind them the wolves remained in the shadows of the trees, watching until the two vampires disappeared down the darkening beach. 39. The Cost of Forever. The quiet that followed Edward's words settled over the room like a held breath. Marina felt it in the air before she saw the shift in Bella's posture. Bella's shoulders stiffened, her hands tightening slightly against her arms as she stared at him across the living room. Marina remained near the doorway, her notebook still tucked beneath her arm. She hadn't meant to listen, but the conversation unfolded too quickly to interrupt without making it worse. From where she stood, she could hear Bella's heart clearly, the rhythm sharp with frustration and something deeper beneath it. Fear. Bella drew in a breath and let it out slowly, as if trying to keep control of herself. Then what is the part that worries you? She asked. Edward didn't answer immediately. His gaze stayed on Bella, steady and unblinking in the soft lamplight. The part where you lose your soul, he said quietly. Bella stared at him for a moment as if she hadn't heard him correctly. Then her eyebrows pulled together in disbelief. You can't seriously still think that. Edward's expression didn't change. I don't think it. I know it. Bella shook her head immediately, a sharp motion that sent her hair sliding across her shoulder. That's not knowing. That's believing. It's the same thing when the evidence never changes, Edward replied calmly. Bella let out a short breath that was almost a laugh, though there was no humor in it. Carlyle doesn't believe that. Edward's eyes flickered briefly toward the hallway before returning to her face. Carlyle hopes it isn't true. That's not the same thing, Bella said. No, Edward agreed softly. It isn't. The words landed between them with quiet weight. Marina watched Bella carefully from where she stood near the doorway. Bella's frustration hadn't faded, but something more complicated was moving beneath it now. Bella wasn't just angry, she was trying to break through a wall Edward had built long before she met him. Bella shifted her weight awkwardly on her good leg, the brace forcing the movement to be careful even though the emotion behind it wasn't. You're asking me to accept something you can't prove, she said. You're asking me to believe that if I become what you are, I stop being me. Edward's voice softened slightly. I'm asking you to believe that some things are worth protecting. Bella's eyes flashed. And I'm telling you that some things are worth choosing. Her heart hammered faster now, the rhythm loud in Marina's ears. Bella gestured toward him with one hand. You keep saying I'll lose something. Maybe I will. But you're ignoring the part where I lose you if I don't. Edward's expression tightened, the words striking deeper than Bella probably realized. Marina felt the truth of that fear in Bella's heartbeat. It wasn't vanity. It wasn't impatience. Bella was terrified of time. The tension in the room held for several long seconds after Bella's words faded. Marina could hear the uneven rhythm of Bella's heart still racing beneath the quiet, each beat sharp with emotion. Edward hadn't moved. He stood facing Bella with the same careful stillness he carried whenever something mattered too much for careless words. Marina shifted slightly near the doorway, the notebook still tucked under her arm. Bella noticed the movement again and looked toward her, irritation flickering briefly across her expression before curiosity replaced it. You've been quiet, Bella said, her voice still tight with lingering frustration. Do you have an opinion? Marina met her gaze calmly. Yes. Edward's eyes flicked toward her immediately. Bella folded her arms again, though the gesture held more challenge than defensiveness this time. Well? Marina stepped a little farther into the room, the soft light from the lamps catching the pale lines of her face as she considered how to answer. Bella's heart was still racing, but the fear beneath it had shifted slightly now that the argument had widened beyond just Edward. I think, Marina said slowly, that you're both arguing about something you don't fully understand. Bella frowned. That's convenient. Marina didn't react to the edge in her voice. It's also true. Bella glanced toward Edward, then back again. Everyone here has been a vampire for decades. I'm pretty sure they understand what turning someone means. They understand their venom, Marina replied quietly. Bella blinked. Marina rested the notebook against the back of a nearby chair and folded her hands loosely together. Carlyle has studied vampire venom longer than anyone alive. Even he admits it behaves the same way every time. It changes a human body into something stable. Bella's brow furrowed slightly. And? Marina held her gaze steadily. Mine didn't. Edward's posture shifted almost imperceptibly. Bella looked at her more carefully now. You mean because you're different? Yes, Marina said simply. The words settled into the quiet room. No one knows what my venom actually is yet, Marina continued. Carlyle has theories, but we don't have answers. I'm not a normal vampire. I'm not even the same kind of thing the Cullens are. Bella's frustration flickered again. But you're fine. I'm surviving, Marina corrected gently. Bella's mouth tightened slightly. Marina didn't raise her voice or press the point. She simply watched Bella with a calm patience that made the next words land more heavily. If someone with my venom tried to turn a human, she said quietly, we don't know what would happen to them. Bella's heartbeat skipped once. Marina held her gaze without accusation or pressure. Forever sounds simple when you imagine it, she said softly. But forever changes you. And right now, none of us knows what that change would actually cost. The quiet that followed Marina's words settled heavily across the room. Bella didn't speak immediately. She stood near the center of the living room with her weight awkwardly balanced on her good leg, her expression caught somewhere between anger and uncertainty. Marina could hear the rapid rhythm of her heart struggling to steady itself. Edward remained still beside the piano, watching Bella with the same careful focus he had held throughout the conversation. The tension in his posture had softened slightly, but the concern hadn't left his expression. Bella exhaled slowly and looked from Edward to Marina again. So what are you saying? She asked. That turning me could go wrong? Marina didn't rush her answer. She moved a step closer to the chair where she had set her notebook, resting her hand lightly against the back of it while she met Bella's gaze. I'm saying we don't know enough yet, Marina replied calmly. Bella's eyes narrowed slightly. But Carlyle's turned people before. Yes, Marina said. And every one of those transformations followed the same pattern. Human to vampire. She paused briefly before continuing. My transformation didn't. Bella absorbed that in silence. Marina could almost hear the questions forming in her mind, the careful calculations Bella was trying to make about a future she had already decided she wanted. Edward spoke quietly. Carlyle is studying the difference. Bella glanced toward him. Studying? He's been analyzing Marina's venom since the night she woke up, Edward Said. The chemistry is unusual. Marina smiled faintly at the understatement. Bella shifted her weight again, gripping one of her crutches for balance as frustration crept back into her expression. So what, I just wait while everyone runs experiments. No, Edward Said gently. You live. Bella looked at him sharply. That's easy for you to say. Edward didn't argue. For several seconds the room held its quiet again. Outside the tall windows the late afternoon light had faded toward evening, the gray sky deepening over the forest beyond the Cullen house. Bella finally looked back at Marina. You're not telling me not to do it, she said slowly. Marina shook her head once. No. Bella's eyebrows lifted slightly. I'm telling you forever isn't going anywhere, Marina said softly. It will still be there tomorrow. And next year. And after graduation. She held Bella's gaze steadily. But you only get one chance to understand the choice you're making. Bella stared at her for a moment, the tension in her shoulders slowly loosening as the weight of the conversation settled in. Edward watched the two of them quietly. Bella finally looked away toward the darkening windows, her heartbeat still fast but no longer racing with the same reckless certainty. For the first time since the argument began, doubt had entered the room. 40. Blood Lessons. Maeve found Marina near the edge of the Cullen property shortly after sunset. The forest beyond the house stretched into a darkening wall of cedar and pine, the fading sky behind it a deep blue that still held a thin ribbon of pale gold along the horizon. Marina stood at the boundary where the lawn gave way to moss and roots, watching the tree line with the quiet stillness that had become natural to her since the change. The forest felt alive tonight. Heartbeats moved through the undergrowth in distant pulses. A herd of deer shifted somewhere beyond the first ridge, their rhythm steady and warm. Marina could hear them clearly, but the sound didn't pull at her the way it once had during those first newborn nights. Hunger existed now as a manageable pressure instead of a constant storm. Maeve stepped out from the shadow of the house and crossed the grass toward her without bothering to hide the movement. Marina heard her easily and turned as the other vampire approached. "You look like you're listening to the whole forest again," Maeve said. Her tone held easy amusement. Marina's mouth curved slightly. "It's difficult not to. Everything feels loud out there." Maeve followed her gaze toward the dark trees. For a moment she stood beside Marina in silence, head tilted as she listened. Then she shrugged lightly. "Fair enough. But standing here smelling dinner isn't nearly as satisfying as catching it." Marina glanced at her. "You're going hunting?" Maeve nodded once. That was the plan. The simplicity of the statement made Marina laugh quietly. Hunting had become an ordinary part of life since those chaotic first weeks after the transformation. Sometimes she went with Rosalie. Sometimes Emmett joined them when he felt restless. The forest around Forks held more than enough wildlife to keep the family fed without drawing attention. Maeve studied her expression for a moment, then lifted one shoulder in an almost casual gesture. "Want to come with me?" Marina considered the question for a heartbeat. The evening air carried the scent of wet leaves and animal warmth drifting between the trees. It felt calm out here, away from school hallways, town rumors, and the quiet tension that seemed to follow the recent killings. "Yes," she said simply. Maeve's smile widened with immediate approval. "Good. I was hoping you'd say that." She turned toward the forest, already moving with effortless predator grace. "Rosalie hunts like a surgeon. Precise. Efficient. Perfect technique." She glanced back over her shoulder. "I hunt a little differently." Marina followed her into the trees, curiosity stirring as the dark forest closed around them. "Should I be worried?" Maeve laughed softly as they slipped between the trunks and into the deep quiet of the woods. "Not unless you plan on losing." The forest deepened quickly once they passed the first ridge. Moonlight filtered through the canopy in scattered silver patches, but most of the ground lay in shadow. Marina moved easily beside Maeve, her steps silent over the moss and fallen needles. Every sound around them carried weight now. Small animals rustled through the underbrush. An owl shifted on a branch somewhere above. Beneath it all, steady and warm, the pulse of larger prey moved through the trees. Maeve slowed near a cluster of ferns and lifted one hand slightly. Marina stopped beside her without question. "Listen," Maeve said quietly. Her eyes remained fixed on the forest ahead. "Don't just hear the heartbeat. Hear everything around it." Marina closed her eyes for a moment. The deer herd from earlier had moved closer, their heartbeats clearer now, overlapping in a gentle rhythm. Leaves brushed against fur. Hooves pressed softly into damp soil. "I hear 3, Marina murmured. "No, 4. Maeve nodded once, approving. "Good. Now smell." The air shifted as a light breeze passed through the trees. The scent arrived almost immediately, rich and earthy. Warm blood beneath fur, grass and bark clinging to the animals' coats. Marina opened her eyes again. "They're feeding." "Exactly." Maeve crouched slightly and motioned toward a low slope ahead. "Hunting isn't just speed. Anyone can outrun a deer. What matters is where you appear and when." They moved forward together, slower now. Maeve guided their path in a wide arc through the trees rather than directly toward the herd. Marina noticed the direction after a few moments and frowned slightly. "You're circling them," she said. Maeve smiled faintly. "I'm circling the wind." She paused and pointed toward the leaves drifting lightly past them. "Always approach from downwind. If they smell you first, the chase begins before you're ready." Marina nodded, storing the detail instinctively. They reached a small rise overlooking a shallow clearing. 4 deer grazed below, their heads lowering and lifting in calm rhythm. One lifted its ears briefly but returned to feeding a moment later. Maeve rested one hand lightly against the trunk of a nearby tree and glanced at Marina. Watch them for a moment. The strongest animals stand in the center. The weak drift toward the edge. Marina followed her gaze. One younger deer had wandered slightly away from the others, its attention fixed on a patch of grass near the tree line. Maeve's voice softened to a quiet murmur. There, that's the one. Marina felt the familiar tightening of hunger, sharper now that the prey stood clearly before her. Her body leaned forward almost without permission. Maeve placed a steady hand on her shoulder. Not yet, she said calmly. Control first. Speed second. If you rush, you miss. Marina drew a slow breath she didn't need and forced herself to stillness. Maeve watched her with quiet approval. Good, she said softly. Now let's see what you do when it's time. The clearing below them remained quiet. The 4 deer moved slowly through the grass, their heads lowering and lifting in a calm rhythm that spoke of safety. None of them sensed the 2 predators watching from the shadows above. Maeve's hand rested lightly on Marina's shoulder for another moment before she removed it. All right, she said softly. Now. Marina's focus narrowed immediately. The younger deer still grazed near the tree line, its position slightly apart from the others. Its heartbeat carried upward through the still air, steady and warm. Hunger sharpened at the sound, rising from a quiet pressure into something clearer and more urgent. She forced herself to remember Maeve's instructions. Control first. Speed second. Marina shifted her weight slowly and moved down the slope through the trees. She kept low, stepping carefully between roots and fallen branches. The wind brushed gently against her face, carrying her scent away from the clearing exactly as Maeve had shown her. Below, the deer lifted its head briefly. Its ears twitched, listening. Marina froze instantly. The animal stood still for a moment, nostrils flaring slightly as it tested the air. When nothing followed the faint disturbance, it lowered its head again and returned to grazing. Marina continued forward. She reached the edge of the clearing and crouched behind a fallen log. The deer stood only a few yards away now, its slender neck bent toward the grass. She could see the steady movement of blood beneath the fur, the quiet strength of a living body that had no idea danger waited in the dark. Behind her, Maeve's voice carried softly through the trees. When you move, commit. Marina didn't look back. Her muscles coiled instinctively, every sense narrowing toward the animal before her. Then she moved. The distance vanished in a blur of motion. One silent step became a leap that carried her across the clearing. The deer lifted its head too late, its muscles tightening in sudden alarm just as Marina reached it. Her hands closed around its body, turning the animal sharply off balance. Momentum carried them both to the ground in a controlled tumble through the grass. The deer struggled for a brief moment, hooves striking uselessly against the earth. Marina shifted her grip and brought her mouth to its throat. The scent of blood flooded her senses the instant her curved fangs pierced the skin. Warmth rushed into her mouth, rich and immediate. Hunger surged upward in fierce relief as she drank, the taste grounding her in a deep, instinctive satisfaction that spread through every part of her body. The deer's heartbeat slowed gradually beneath her hands. When the animal finally went still, Marina lifted her head slowly and drew a quiet breath. Maeve approached from the tree line, her expression calm but pleased. She studied the fallen deer and then looked at Marina. Clean, Maeve said with quiet approval. That's how it's done. The forest settled back into quiet as the deer's body lay still in the grass. Marina remained crouched beside it for a moment longer, her hands resting lightly against the animal's shoulder. The sharp edge of blood hunger had already begun to fade, replaced by the steady calm that followed a successful hunt. Warm strength spread through her limbs, the familiar sensation of restored balance that came after feeding. She wiped a small trace of blood from her lip and stood. Maeve watched her with open satisfaction. That was good, she said, folding her arms loosely as she glanced down at the deer. You didn't rush. Most people do. Marina looked down at the fallen animal again. The clearing felt different now. The scent of blood hung thick in the cool night air, but the forest itself had already begun to move again. Somewhere deeper among the trees another animal stepped cautiously through the underbrush. I remembered what you said, Marina replied. Control first. Maeve gave a small nod. Exactly. For a moment they simply stood there together. The moonlight filtering through the canopy painted pale silver lines across the clearing, illuminating the quiet shapes of grass and fallen branches. Then something shifted. The sensation arrived slowly at first, like the faint vibration of a distant instrument string. Marina straightened slightly, her head turning instinctively toward the dark forest beyond the clearing. Maeve noticed the movement immediately. What is it? Marina frowned faintly. The feeling wasn't hunger, not the physical pull she had just satisfied. This was different, softer, stranger. I don't know, she said quietly. Something feels. She paused, searching for the right word. Warm. The sensation strengthened as she listened. It moved through the forest like a faint current, brushing gently against her awareness. The presence of living things around them seemed suddenly brighter, their emotions carrying subtle tones she hadn't noticed before. The deer herd farther away radiated cautious tension. A small animal hidden beneath the brush pulsed with nervous alertness. And beneath it all lingered Maeve. Maeve's emotional presence felt steady and confident, touched with a quiet note of satisfaction from the successful hunt. The warmth brushed against Marina again, drawing her attention to it with unexpected clarity. Maeve studied her expression closely. You're feeling something. Marina nodded slowly. Yes. Maeve tilted her head, curiosity replacing her earlier approval. Blood hunger should be gone after that meal. It is, Marina said softly. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. But this isn't blood. Maeve's eyes sharpened slightly. Marina turned her gaze back toward the forest, feeling the strange current move through her senses again. I think, she said carefully, this is the other one. 41. Old roads. The road curled out of forks like a ribbon of wet asphalt, disappearing into the dark green walls of forest that surrounded the town. Rosalie drove with one hand resting lightly on the wheel of her red Porsche convertible, the engine humming with quiet precision beneath them. The soft top muted the rain that misted across the windshield, the wipers moving in slow, steady arcs that kept the glass clear. Marina leaned back in the passenger seat, watching the trees slide past under the glow of the headlights. Forks at night felt different from the daytime town. The roads emptied quickly once the last porch lights faded behind them, leaving only the long silence of forest and rain. Where are we going? Marina asked. Rosalie's mouth curved slightly, though her eyes remained on the road. Old highway toward the coast. Hardly anyone uses it anymore. Marina studied the empty road ahead. The asphalt looked older here, patched in places where winters had cracked it open and the county had repaired it just enough to keep traffic moving. Moss crept along the edges where the pavement met the forest floor. Feels abandoned, Marina said quietly. Rosalie nodded once. That's the point. The Porsche glided through a long bend and climbed a gentle hill. At the top, Rosalie slowed and turned onto a narrower road that branched away from the highway. Gravel crunched softly under the tires. They drove another mile before Rosalie pulled the car to the side and cut the engine. The silence that followed felt deep and complete. Rain whispered through the branches overhead. Somewhere far off, the sound of ocean wind drifted inland through the trees. Marina turned slightly in her seat to face Rosalie. You bring all your dates to abandoned forest roads? Rosalie's pale eyebrow lifted faintly. Only the ones I actually like. Marina smiled and rested her elbow against the door. Good to know I made the exclusive list. Rosalie leaned back in her seat, her gaze drifting toward the dark forest beyond the windshield. For a moment she said nothing, the quiet stretching comfortably between them. Then she exhaled slowly. My human life wasn't far from here, Rosalie said. Marina stilled slightly. Rosalie rarely spoke about that time. The rain tapped softly against the roof of the car while Rosalie's eyes remained fixed on the dark road ahead. Not this town, she continued after a moment. But roads like this. Small places. Families that thought they understood how the world worked. Marina watched her carefully, sensing the shift beneath Rosalie's calm voice. Something deeper moving just under the surface. Rosalie's fingers traced the edge of the steering wheel as she spoke again. I used to believe my life was already planned. Rosalie kept her eyes on the dark stretch of road ahead, though the engine was silent and the car rested motionless beneath the trees. The faint glow from the dashboard lit the pale line of her hands on the steering wheel. For a long moment she didn't continue speaking, as if deciding how much of the past she was willing to bring into the quiet space between them. Marina waited without pressing. She had learned that Rosalie chose her words carefully when the subject drifted toward the life she had lost. I grew up believing everything was going to be perfect, Rosalie said finally. Her voice was calm, but there was a faint distance in it, like someone describing a place that no longer existed. My parents had a house that everyone in town admired. My father worked at the bank. My mother made sure everything looked exactly the way it was supposed to. She rested her chin lightly against her knuckles for a moment, still staring out through the windshield. From the outside it looked like a fairy tale, she continued. Nice dresses, parties, people telling me how lucky I was. Marina watched her quietly. She could almost see the images Rosalie was describing. A bright young woman surrounded by admiration. A life polished until it gleamed. Rosalie let out a small breath that wasn't quite a laugh. I believed it too. Her fingers moved slowly across the steering wheel, tracing the curve of the leather as if the motion helped her keep the memory steady. I had a fiancé, she said. Royce King. The name settled into the car like a stone dropped into still water. Marina didn't interrupt. She had heard the name before in fragments, always spoken with a controlled neutrality that felt more dangerous than anger. Rosalie turned her head slightly, her pale hair catching the dim light from the dashboard. He was rich, charming, exactly the sort of man everyone said I should marry. Marina leaned her shoulder against the door and studied Rosalie's expression. The beauty that had always defined her was still there, but now there was something older in it, something shaped by a century of distance. Did you love him? Marina asked softly. Rosalie looked forward again, her gaze drifting into the darkness beyond the windshield. For a moment the rain tapping against the roof was the only sound. Then she shook her head slowly. No, Rosalie said. Her voice was quiet but completely certain. I loved the life I thought he represented. Rosalie's gaze remained on the dark road ahead, though her eyes were no longer seeing the forest outside the windshield. The rain continued its soft rhythm on the roof of the Porsche, steady and quiet, like the ticking of a clock measuring distance between past and present. I was 18, Rosalie said after a moment. Her voice carried no tremor, but the words felt heavy with memory. Old enough that everyone around me thought my life was already decided. Marina stayed silent, giving the story space to unfold. She could feel the tension beneath Rosalie's calm tone, the careful control that came from telling something painful without letting the emotion take over. My mother adored Royce, Rosalie continued. He came from money, old money, the kind of family that owned half the businesses in town. She glanced briefly at Marina, her expression faintly ironic. To my parents he represented success. Marina tilted her head slightly. And to you? Rosalie's lips curved into a small, distant smile that held no warmth. Security. She leaned back into the seat, her fingers resting loosely against the wheel. I thought if I married him everything would stay exactly the way it was supposed to, she said quietly. Nice house. Beautiful clothes. People admiring the life we built. She paused, her eyes drifting toward the forest again. It was a comfortable dream. Marina studied her carefully. Rosalie rarely described her human life in such plain language. Hearing it now made the contrast between that dream and the immortal woman beside her feel almost unreal. What changed? Marina asked softly. Rosalie's expression shifted, the faint smile disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Reality, she said. For a moment she didn't elaborate. Her fingers tapped once against the leather steering wheel, a small restless motion that betrayed the effort behind her calm. I remember walking home one night, Rosalie said. Late. It had been snowing earlier and the streets were almost empty. Her voice grew quieter as the memory deepened. Royce had been drinking with his friends. Marina felt the air in the car change. Rosalie didn't look at her now. Her gaze remained fixed on the darkness ahead as though she could still see the street from that long vanished night. He saw me walking, Rosalie continued slowly. And he decided to show his friends what belonged to him. The rain on the roof suddenly sounded louder. Marina's hands tightened slightly in her lap, but she didn't interrupt. Rosalie's voice remained steady. That was the night I learned the life I thought I had wasn't real at all. The rain continued its quiet rhythm on the roof of the Porsche while the forest stood dark and motionless beyond the windshield. Rosalie's hands rested on the steering wheel, but the faint tension in her fingers had returned. For a moment she said nothing. Marina waited. Rosalie drew in a slow breath and let it out again, her gaze fixed on the empty road ahead. They used me, she said quietly. Her voice carried no dramatic edge, only a flat certainty that made the words heavier. They beat me almost to death and used me again. Marina felt the air inside the car tighten. Rosalie did not look at her. I was already dying by the time they finished, she continued. I remember lying in the street and wishing the cold would just finish it. Rain slid slowly across the windshield. They took a young girl's innocence, Rosalie said softly. And very nearly her life. Marina's hands rested in her lap, but her fingers had curled slightly against the fabric of her jeans. Anger burned through her chest with a sudden, fierce clarity. The idea of anyone hurting Rosalie like that felt almost impossible to reconcile with the strong, unbreakable woman beside her. Rosalie finally shifted in the seat and looked toward her. I don't tell many people that part, she said calmly. Marina met her gaze. I'm glad you told me. Rosalie studied her expression for a moment, as if measuring the sincerity behind the words. Then she nodded once and looked back toward the forest. I was barely alive when Carlyle found me, she said. He was passing through town. He heard my heartbeat slowing. The rain softened slightly as the wind shifted through the trees. He carried me away from the street, Rosalie continued. He told me later he could feel my heart stopping in his arms. Marina listened carefully, imagining the scene in the quiet darkness of the road. He gave me a choice, Rosalie said. He explained what I would become. What it meant to live like this. Marina tilted her head slightly. Did you understand? Rosalie's lips curved faintly. Not really, she admitted. But I knew I didn't want to die in the gutter of that street. So you said yes. Rosalie nodded once. Yes. The word hung quietly between them. For a moment Rosalie's eyes drifted toward the forest again, the expression on her face distant but steady. I found them later, she said calmly. Every one of them. Marina studied her profile. Did it help? Rosalie was silent for several seconds before answering. No, she said at last. Her voice remained quiet, but there was no hesitation in it. It didn't give me my life back. She looked down the long, empty road disappearing into the trees. But it made sure they never took anyone else's. Rosalie started the engine again after a few quiet minutes. The Porsche hummed softly beneath them as the headlights cut through the dark forest road ahead. Neither of them spoke while she guided the car back onto the narrow gravel track. The rain had softened to a fine mist by the time they reached the highway again. Rosalie drove west. The road curved steadily downward through the forest until the air began to change. Marina noticed it first. The scent of salt drifted through the vents, faint but unmistakable. Beneath it came the deep, distant sound of waves rolling against the shoreline. Rosalie slowed the car as the trees thinned. The forest opened suddenly, revealing a long stretch of dark coastline where the ocean met the land in slow silver lines beneath the clouded sky. She pulled the Porsche onto a small gravel turnout overlooking the water and turned off the engine. For a moment neither of them moved. The ocean wind carried the smell of wet sand and kelp, pushing strands of Rosalie's pale hair gently across her shoulder. Marina opened the door and stepped out first. The air felt colder here, the wind sharper as it moved across the open shoreline. She walked a few steps toward the edge of the turnout where the beach stretched below them. Rosalie joined her a moment later. The waves rolled in steady rhythm, the white foam glowing faintly in the darkness before dissolving into the wet sand. The storm clouds overhead had begun to thin just enough that a few pale stars appeared between them. Marina glanced sideways at Rosalie. You come here a lot? She asked quietly. Rosalie shook her head slightly. Not really. Her eyes remained on the water. I came here tonight because I didn't want walls around that conversation. Marina nodded once, understanding. For a moment they simply stood there listening to the ocean. Then Rosalie reached out. Her hand closed gently around Marina's. The gesture felt natural and unspoken, the kind of quiet reassurance that didn't need explanation. Marina laced her fingers with Rosalie's and squeezed lightly. I'm glad you told me, she said. Rosalie's gaze remained on the dark water, but her shoulders relaxed slightly. So am I. She glanced toward the narrow path leading down to the beach. Come on, Rosalie said softly. They made their way down the worn path together until their shoes touched the damp sand. The tide moved slowly across the shoreline, the waves whispering against the beach in long, patient breaths. Rosalie didn't let go of Marina's hand. Neither of them felt any hurry to return to town. The two of them walked along the empty coastline, side by side beneath the dim sky, their footsteps fading into the quiet rhythm of the sea. 42. Research. Carlyle's study smelled faintly of antiseptic and old paper, a quiet blend of medicine and centuries of patience. Rain moved softly against the tall windows beyond the laboratory bench, the steady sound blending with the quiet hum of the microscope's light. The room was calm in the deliberate way Carlyle preferred when he worked, every instrument clean, every surface organized with careful precision. Marina stood beside the counter with her arms folded loosely, watching him prepare the slides. Even now, weeks after the transformation, the medical environment felt strangely familiar to her. Studios had the same quiet intensity sometimes, the sense that something important happened in small, controlled spaces. Carlyle placed a glass slide beneath the microscope lens and adjusted the focus with gentle, practiced fingers. This is only a comparison study, he said calmly as he reached for a second tray of samples. Nothing invasive. I want to understand how your venom behaves relative to ours. Rosalie leaned back against the edge of the counter beside Marina, her posture relaxed but attentive. One pale hand rested lightly against Marina's lower back, a quiet presence that steadied her without drawing attention to it. Carlyle lifted a narrow pipette and added a drop of Cullen venom to the first prepared slide. These are human blood samples, he continued. Different types. A, B, AB, and O. I've confirmed over the years that the reaction is consistent regardless of type, but it's best to establish the control before comparing anything unusual. Marina tilted her head slightly as she watched the slide settle beneath the microscope light. You've done this before. Many times, Carlyle said, adjusting the focus again. Understanding the mechanism of transformation was important to me early on. He stepped back slightly and gestured to the microscope. Would you like to see? Marina leaned forward and looked through the lens. At first the field appeared calm, red blood cells floating in soft clusters beneath the light. Then the venom touched them. The change was immediate. Cells ruptured and collapsed, their structure dissolving as the venom spread through the sample with quiet efficiency. The red color darkened as the fluid began reorganizing itself into something thicker and darker. Marina straightened slowly. That's fast. Yes, Carlyle said, noting the time on a small pad beside the bench. Venom replaces the blood completely. The process you see here is only the first stage of what happens during transformation. He prepared another slide with the same careful motion and glanced up at her with calm curiosity. Now we repeat the experiment with your venom. Carlyle moved with the same quiet precision as before, replacing the slide beneath the microscope with a fresh one. The tray beside him held several prepared samples of human blood, each labeled in his neat handwriting. Marina watched as he selected another pipette and set it carefully aside, then turned toward her with calm expectation. May I? Carlyle asked gently. Marina nodded. She stepped closer to the counter and extended her hand without hesitation. The motion felt strangely ordinary now, almost clinical, though the knowledge of what flowed beneath her skin still felt unfamiliar. Carlyle took a small sterile oral swab from a sealed packet and worked with the calm focus of long practice. Marina opened her mouth and her fangs descended, but Carlyle wasn't interested in them today. Her venom didn't just come from her fangs. It replaced saliva and blood in vampires. He gently swabbed the inside of her cheeks to saturate the swab. Carlyle added the sample and sealed the slide with the same care he had shown before. Rosalie's hand tightened slightly at Marina's back as she watched the preparation, her golden eyes following every movement Carlyle made. Carlyle set the prepared slide beneath the microscope and adjusted the focus. For a moment he simply observed in silence, the faint ticking of the clock on the far wall filling the quiet space. "Would you like to see this one as well?" Carlyle asked. Marina leaned forward again, resting her hands lightly on the edge of the counter as she looked through the microscope. The blood cells drifted in the same soft clusters she had seen earlier. For a moment nothing happened. Then the venom touched the sample. The reaction began immediately. Red blood cells ruptured as before, their delicate membranes collapsing as the venom spread through the fluid. The transformation looked almost identical to the control slide she had seen minutes earlier. The color darkened as the blood broke down, the structure reorganizing into the thicker, darker medium Carlyle had described. Marina pulled back slightly. "That looks the same." Carlyle nodded once, his expression thoughtful rather than surprised. "The reaction pathway appears identical," he said quietly as he made another note on the pad beside him. "Your venom destroys the blood cells and replaces their biological function exactly as ours does." Rosalie leaned forward slightly, studying the microscope with narrowed eyes. "So the transformation would still work?" "That appears likely," Carlyle said calmly. "At least in terms of the biological mechanism." He adjusted the focus again, studying the sample more carefully now. The calm curiosity in his expression deepened slightly as he watched the fluid settle beneath the lens. "The reaction is the same," Carlyle said after a moment. "But the result may not be." Carlyle removed his glasses and set them carefully on the bench beside the microscope. The room had grown quiet again after the experiments, the steady rain outside filling the space where the hum of the equipment had been. For a moment he simply studied the notes he had written. Marina leaned back against the counter, watching him think. Carlyle had the particular stillness of someone assembling conclusions piece by piece rather than reaching for them too quickly. Rosalie remained beside her, one hand resting lightly at Marina's waist, her posture calm but attentive. Carlyle finally closed the notebook. "There is one conclusion I can make with reasonable confidence," he said. Marina raised an eyebrow slightly. "That sounds promising." Carlyle folded his hands loosely on the desk. "Your venom performs the same biological function as ours. That means the transformation process itself remains unchanged." Rosalie nodded faintly. "So anyone she turns becomes a vampire?" "Yes," Carlyle said. He paused briefly, choosing his words with care. "But the microscopic structure of your venom is different enough that it may pass along certain secondary traits." Marina tilted her head slightly. "Secondary traits?" Carlyle gestured toward the microscope. "The way your venom interacts with light appears to be structural rather than temporary. If that structure is encoded in the venom itself, it would likely persist during transformation." Rosalie's gaze sharpened with understanding. "Meaning the glow?" Carlyle inclined his head once. "Yes." Marina watched him carefully. "So if I ever turn someone, they would most likely display the same luminous skin response in sunlight," Carlyle finished calmly. "Not the prismatic refraction typical of Cullen venom." Rosalie considered that quietly for a moment before speaking. "A visual marker." Carlyle gave a small nod. "Possibly a lineage marker, yes." Marina looked down at her hands again. The faint sheen beneath her skin caught the laboratory light in a soft glow that felt very different from the sharp crystalline sparkle she had seen on the others. "So they'd look like me," she said. "In that respect," Carlyle replied gently. He leaned back slightly in the chair, his expression thoughtful again. "But I see no evidence that your other abilities would pass on." Rosalie glanced toward him. "The resonance?" Carlyle nodded. "Your empathic feeding and vocal influence appear tied to your original physiology before transformation. Those traits belong to you alone." Marina let out a quiet breath she hadn't realized she had been holding. "So the glow might spread," she said slowly. "But the siren doesn't." Carlyle smiled faintly. "That would be my current conclusion. Rosalie's hand tightened slightly around Marina's waist as she studied the soft light on her skin. A clan trait, Rosalie said quietly. Marina looked at her with a small, thoughtful smile. Apparently. The word lingered in the room after Marina said it. Apparently. Carlyle reopened the notebook slowly, turning back a page as if the conclusion required one more careful check before it settled permanently into his understanding. The soft scratch of his pen resumed for a moment while he added a final line beneath the previous notes. Marina watched him write. Something about the quiet certainty of Carlyle's movements always steadied her. He never rushed to thought. Every conclusion arrived only after he had examined it from every possible angle. Rosalie shifted slightly beside her, her hand still resting at Marina's waist. So if someone ever did see it, she said thoughtfully, they'd assume it was just another variation of the same thing. Carlyle glanced up. Most likely. Few vampires study the mechanics of our physiology closely. Even fewer examine it under magnification. Marina gave a small, amused breath. Leave it to the Cullen family doctor to run controlled laboratory tests on venom. Carlyle smiled faintly at that and set the pen down again. Curiosity has always been one of my less dangerous habits. Rosalie's gaze moved briefly to the microscope, then back to Marina. It does mean one thing. Marina tilted her head slightly. What? Rosalie's expression softened with quiet certainty. If you ever did create another vampire, they wouldn't just be another newborn. Marina raised an eyebrow. Because they glow. Because they'd be yours, Rosalie said. The words carried a different weight than Carlyle's careful conclusions. Not clinical, personal. Marina studied the faint sheen across her own hand again as the overhead light caught it softly. It wasn't the fractured brilliance she had seen on Edward or Alice in the meadow. The light settled across her skin like a quiet reflection, smoother, almost warm. A clan trait. The idea still felt strange. Carlyle closed the notebook once more and stood from the chair, moving to clean the instruments with the calm efficiency that marked the end of any examination. For now, he said gently, the most important result is far simpler. Marina looked up. Which is? Carlyle met her gaze with the quiet reassurance he always carried. You are stable. The tension she hadn't realized she still carried eased slightly in her chest. Rosalie's arm tightened around her waist, the gesture subtle but unmistakable. Good, Rosalie said softly. Marina allowed herself a small smile as she looked down at the soft light resting across her skin. Yeah, she said quietly. That actually is. 43. Alice's idea. The rain had settled into the quiet rhythm that Forks knew so well by the time Alice arrived. Marina sat cross-legged on the wide sofa in the Cullen living room with a notebook balanced on her knee. The tall windows behind her blurred the forest into soft gray shapes while the steady rain traced quiet paths down the glass. She barely noticed the weather anymore. What held her attention was the line she had just written. She studied it again, turning the pencil slowly between her fingers. Silver light across an empty road. Every mile feels like your name. The words weren't finished yet, but they carried the familiar pull of something that wanted to become a song. That feeling had returned more often lately, surfacing between school days and quiet evenings at the house. Alice appeared in the doorway with the silent grace that came naturally to vampires and paused there for a moment, watching Marina write. Is that new? Alice asked as she stepped inside. Marina glanced up from the notebook. Fragments. Alice smiled faintly as she crossed the room and perched lightly on the arm of the sofa. She didn't reach for the notebook immediately. Instead, she studied Marina's expression with thoughtful curiosity. Let me guess, Alice said. Longing. Marina raised an eyebrow. That obvious? Only if you've watched a lot of visions about a certain someone, Alice replied. She reached for the notebook then, flipping it open with careful fingers as her eyes moved across the page. It's slower than your other songs. Marina leaned back slightly into the sofa cushions, studying her with faint amusement. That sounds like research. Alice smiled without denying it. Rosalie stepped inside from the rain a few minutes later, brushing a few droplets from the sleeve of her jacket as she crossed the threshold. Her golden hair caught the pale afternoon light as she looked toward the living room, immediately noticing the two of them seated together. Her gaze moved briefly over the open notebook and the sketchbook Alice had pulled from her bag. Rosalie's eyebrow lifted slightly. Should I be worried? Alice's grin widened. Yes, she said brightly. Rosalie walked toward them with the calm, unhurried grace that always seemed effortless for her. When she reached the sofa, she rested one hand lightly against the back of it beside Marina, leaning just enough to glance at the page Alice had turned toward them. Her eyes narrowed slightly with curiosity as she studied the drawing. A concert hall, Rosalie said after a moment. Alice nodded eagerly. Boston. Rosalie's gaze shifted toward Marina, studying her expression before looking back down at the page. You saw this? A few times, sometimes less clear than this, Alice said. Rosalie rested her hand briefly against Marina's shoulder in a small, familiar gesture before straightening again. Then I assume there's a plan attached. Alice closed the sketchbook and stacked the others neatly in her lap. There's always a plan. Marina gave a soft breath of laughter and leaned back slightly against the sofa. You realize I'm still figuring out how to attend high school without accidentally terrifying the student body. Alice waved that concern away with casual confidence. You're doing great. Rosalie's lips curved faintly as she looked down at Marina. She's not wrong. Marina turned the pencil slowly between her fingers while she studied the two of them. The energy in the room had shifted slightly since Alice arrived, the quiet afternoon now carrying the feeling of something beginning to move again. Alice leaned forward, resting her elbows lightly against her knees as she looked between them. The point is that the future I saw wasn't far away. Marina's eyes narrowed with interest. How far? Alice's smile returned with unmistakable certainty. Soon. The quiet certainty in Alice's voice lingered in the room for a moment after she said it. Soon. Marina studied her carefully, turning the pencil slowly between her fingers while the words settled into place. Alice didn't say things like that casually. Her visions might shift around details, but the core of them usually arrived with the same calm inevitability. How soon? Marina asked. Alice tilted her head slightly, considering the question with the thoughtful focus she always showed when she was describing something she had already seen. Not tomorrow, she said. But not years either. Marina leaned back a little farther against the sofa cushion, absorbing that answer while the rain continued tapping softly against the tall windows. The idea of a concert hall again felt distant and strangely familiar at the same time, like a place she had lived in another life that still existed somewhere ahead of her. Rosalie watched the exchange quietly from where she stood beside the sofa, her golden eyes moving between Alice and Marina. So what's the plan? She asked calmly. Alice's smile returned immediately. That, she said, lifting the stack of sketchbooks again, is why I brought these. She opened the second book and turned it around so both of them could see. This sketch looked different from the first. Instead of a stage, it showed clothing designs, simple outlines of jackets, layered fabrics, and subtle jewelry placements sketched with Alice's quick, confident strokes. Marina blinked once as she studied the page. Wardrobes, Alice said brightly. Rosalie leaned slightly closer to look. More than one. Alice nodded with clear satisfaction. School clothes, obviously. Something normal enough for Forks and later, Boston. Then performance wardrobe concepts, because that future is coming whether Marina pretends it isn't or not. Marina rested her elbow on the arm of the sofa and rubbed lightly at her temple while she stared at the sketches. I appreciate the optimism, but I'm still figuring out how to exist as a vampire without drawing attention. Alice waved a hand dismissively. Fashion helps with that. Rosalie's smile returned as she studied the designs. She's not wrong there. Styles and colors can divert the eye. Hey, that's my area. You stick to your cars. Marina looked from one of them to the other and laughed softly under her breath. Of course you're both agreeing. Alice closed the sketchbook again and leaned forward slightly, her expression settling into something more focused. There's one more reason. Marina's eyes narrowed with interest. For the wardrobes? Alice nodded. The vision didn't start on the stage. It started with a camera. Marina leaned forward slightly, resting her elbows on her knees as she studied Alice's expression. The word camera lingered in her mind while the quiet rain continued tapping against the windows behind them. Alice's visions rarely arrived as vague impressions. They came with pieces already assembled, details sliding into place long before anyone else even realized the moment was coming. A camera doing what? Marina asked. Alice's golden eyes brightened with her familiar spark of playfulness. Watching you sing. Marina blinked once. That already happens. Not like this, Alice said, shaking her head lightly. She reached for the sketchbook again and flipped it closed, resting it against her lap as she leaned forward. This one was arranged. Planned. Rosalie's gaze sharpened slightly. Planned how? Alice leaned forward with the quiet excitement that always followed a clear vision. Lights. Real ones. The kind photographers use. And those big reflective boards they hold under people's faces to soften shadows. Marina blinked at her. You're describing a photo shoot. A video shoot, Alice corrected gently. Someone wanted you to look luminous. Rosalie's lips curved faintly as she studied Marina's skin in the afternoon light. That shouldn't be difficult. Alice laughed softly. Apparently they didn't know that. Marina turned the pencil slowly between her fingers while she pictured the scene Alice was describing. Where was this supposed to happen? Alice tilted her head as if replaying the vision again. Outside. A quiet road. Trees on both sides. It looked like late afternoon. Marina's expression shifted with interest. Alice continued, her voice softening as she revealed the details. You were standing near the shoulder of the road. Not performing like a concert. More like telling a story. Rosalie folded her arms loosely as she listened. What kind of story? Alice's eyes moved briefly between them. Longing. Marina's brow lifted slightly. Alice traced a slow motion in the air as if following the shape of the scene. You were looking down the road while you sang. Like you were waiting for someone. Marina leaned back against the sofa, the image already beginning to assemble itself in her mind. That sounds dramatic. Alice smiled. It was. She lifted one hand and gestured toward the window as if the road existed just beyond the glass. A red car appeared in the distance, Alice said quietly. A Porsche. Rosalie's eyebrow rose slightly at that detail. Marina watched Alice carefully. You saw it coming, Alice continued. Your whole expression changed. Hope. Relief. The song shifted with it. And? Marina asked. Alice's smile softened. The car drove right past you. Marina let out a quiet breath of amusement. Cruel. Rosalie's gaze lingered on Alice a moment longer. That wasn't the end. Alice shook her head. You kept singing. Her voice warmed slightly as the memory of the vision continued unfolding. Then someone stepped into frame behind you. Marina felt Rosalie's hand settle lightly at the back of the sofa again. Alice's eyes moved to her with quiet certainty. Arms around your waist. You leaned back into them while the song finished. Marina turned her head slowly toward Rosalie. And who was that? Alice smiled. I think you already know. 44. Escalation. The forest north of Forks held the quiet weight of late evening when Victoria slipped between the cedar trunks. Her movements so light that even the damp needles beneath her bare feet barely stirred. The air smelled of moss, wet bark, and distant river water. She paused at the edge of a low ridge and lifted her head slightly, drawing a slow breath through parted lips as the sense of the region settled into her senses. The wolves had been here. Their scent lay thick across the forest floor, layered and restless, the mark of patrol routes that crossed the land in deliberate patterns. Victoria studied the traces with careful attention, her red eyes moving slowly through the dark trees as she pieced together the invisible map of their territory. The wolves had grown disciplined since the last time she'd come this close to town. Their patrols overlapped now, no gaps large enough for a careless hunter. Victoria smiled faintly to herself. Careless wasn't the same thing as patient. She moved again, gliding down the ridge toward a narrow dirt road that curved through the trees toward the highway. Human tire tracks cut through the damp soil, and the faint smell of gasoline drifted through the night air. Forks lay only a few miles beyond the dark line of forest. Lights from the town glimmered faintly through distant branches, scattered points of yellow that flickered against the growing darkness. Victoria crouched near the roadside and rested her hand against the cool earth. The vibrations of passing cars carried softly through the ground, distant and slow. Humans moving through their quiet routines, unaware of the predator studying them from the edge of the trees. Her gaze lifted again toward the distant glow of town lights. She wasn't hunting tonight. Not yet. This was reconnaissance. The wolves believed the forest was theirs. They patrolled it like guardians circling a boundary they meant to defend. Victoria had no interest in breaking that defense head-on. Wolves were powerful, but power often came with predictable habits. Patrols repeated themselves. Territory lines hardened into expectations. And expectations could be turned. A faint ripple brushed the edge of her awareness then, something strange and unfamiliar drifting through the quiet night air. Victoria stilled immediately, her head tilting slightly as she listened with senses that reached far beyond ordinary hearing. The feeling wasn't sound exactly. It carried something softer, a distant warmth threaded with emotion she couldn't quite name. For a moment she remained motionless, searching the forest for the source. Then the sensation faded, dissolving back into the quiet rhythm of wind and distant traffic. Victoria frowned slightly. Forks was changing. She could feel it. And change always created opportunity. Slowly, she rose from her crouch and stepped back into the deeper shadows of the forest, her red eyes glinting briefly in the fading light before the trees swallowed her movement once again. The wind shifted along the cliffs above La Push, carrying the scent of the forest inland toward the reservation. Sam Yulee lifted his head slightly as the smell reached him, the familiar rhythm of the shoreline fading from his attention as something sharper threaded through the night air. The waves still rolled steadily against the rocks below, but the scent moving through the wind didn't belong to the ocean. Vampire. Sam stood near the tree line overlooking the beach, his expression tightening as the realization settled. The scent wasn't fresh enough to mean immediate danger, but it wasn't old either. Whoever it belonged to had moved through the northern forest recently, close enough that the wind could still carry the trace down the coast. Behind him, Jacob Black slowed to a stop, his boots crunching lightly against the gravel path. He watched Sam's posture for a moment before speaking. "You smell it too." Sam nodded once, his gaze turning toward the dark forest that stretched inland beyond the reservation. "She's moving again." Jacob folded his arms across his chest and stared toward the tree line with a faint scowl. That redhead. The name didn't need to be spoken. Every member of the pack knew exactly which vampire they meant. Victoria had been circling Forks for weeks now, slipping through the forest in careful patterns that never stayed predictable for long. She hunted when she needed to feed, but most of the time she seemed content to move quietly along the edges of the region as if she were studying it. Paul approached from farther down the beach, his pace quickening when he noticed the tension between the two of them. "What is it?" Sam turned slightly toward him. Victoria's scent came through the wind again. Paul's expression darkened immediately. "Good," he muttered, his hands clenching briefly at his sides. "Maybe this time we catch her." Jacob shook his head before Sam could answer. "It's not that simple." Sam glanced between the two younger wolves, watching the frustration simmer beneath their words. The pack had grown stronger over the past months, but strength often came with impatience. Victoria had already proven how dangerous impatience could be. "She wants us chasing her," Sam said quietly, his voice calm despite the tension building along the beach. "Every time she comes closer she leaves before we can reach her." Paul frowned. "So what do we do? Just let her keep circling Forks?" Sam turned his gaze back toward the dark forest beyond the cliffs, listening to the wind again as it carried the last faint trace of the scent away. Somewhere out there, Victoria was moving through the trees with deliberate patience. "No," Sam said after a moment. "We tightened the patrols." Jacob tilted his head slightly. "All of them?" Sam nodded. "Every border path. Every night." The waves continued rolling against the rocks below the cliffs, steady and relentless, while the forest beyond the reservation remained silent and dark. Sam watched the tree line for another long moment, his instincts warning him that Victoria's movements were no longer simple hunting routes. She was testing the territory, and sooner or later she would push far enough that someone would have to answer. The Cullen house stood quiet beneath the tall pines when Edward stepped through the front door, the faint creak of the hinge barely disturbing the stillness inside. The late afternoon light filtered through the wide windows, casting pale bands across the polished floor. For a moment he remained near the entryway, listening not to the house but to the distant rhythm of thoughts moving through the forest miles away. The wolves were restless. Edward closed the door gently behind him and crossed the room toward the piano where Carlyle stood reviewing a small stack of notes from the hospital. Carlyle glanced up as Edward approached, his expression calm but attentive. "You heard something," Carlyle said. Edward nodded once. "The pack is tightening patrols." Carlyle set the papers aside and folded his hands loosely together. "Victoria again." Edward moved to the window and looked out across the tree line that stretched beyond the house. The forest appeared peaceful from a distance, the branches shifting slightly in the breeze, but the thoughts he'd heard earlier carried a sharper undercurrent. "She's moving closer," Edward said quietly. "Not hunting directly, just circling." Carlyle studied him for a moment. "Testing the territory." Edward nodded. "Sam knows it too." A faint shift in the atmosphere drifted across the room then, subtle but noticeable. Jasper stepped in from the hallway with the quiet grace that marked all of his movements. His golden eyes moved between Edward and Carlyle before he spoke. "The pack is tense," Jasper said. "I felt it before Edward came in." Edward glanced toward him. "How bad?" Jasper considered the question carefully, his gaze drifting toward the forest outside the windows as he focused on the distant emotional currents moving through the region. "Not anger yet," he said after a moment. "More like pressure building under the surface." Carlyle rose slowly from the piano bench and walked toward the center of the room. His expression remained thoughtful as he considered the implications. "If Victoria continues this pattern," Carlyle said, "the wolves will eventually assume we're failing to control the situation." Edward rested one hand against the window frame, his eyes narrowing slightly as he listened again to the faint chorus of thoughts moving through the forest miles away. Sam's mind was steady, but the younger wolves carried flashes of frustration that sparked and faded like brief lightning. "They already think that," Edward said quietly. Jasper folded his arms loosely across his chest, his posture relaxed even as his senses tracked the emotional turbulence beyond the house. "Conflict wouldn't take much," he said. "Just one wrong move." Carlyle nodded once, his calm presence steadying the room even as the implications settled into place. "Then we avoid wrong moves," Carlyle said. "For now we observe." Edward's gaze returned to the forest, the endless green stretching toward the distant boundary of the reservation. Somewhere within those trees the wolves were running their patrol routes while Victoria circled patiently just beyond their reach. And between them, the fragile balance that had protected Forks for years was beginning to strain. The Cullen house had grown quiet again by the time Marina stepped onto the back deck. The evening air carried the cool scent of pine and damp earth, the forest stretching outward in darkening layers beneath the fading sky. From this side of the house the trees seemed endless, a vast green wall that swallowed the last threads of sunlight as dusk settled across the valley. Marina rested her hands lightly on the wooden railing and listened to the forest. The sounds were ordinary at first. Wind moving through cedar branches. The distant rush of a creek somewhere deeper in the woods. A bird calling once before the quiet returned. Forks always felt peaceful at this hour, the town settling into the slow rhythm of evening. But tonight something felt slightly different. It wasn't fear exactly. Humans in town went about their lives without noticing anything unusual. The calm surface of the place remained intact. Yet beneath that calm Marina sensed a faint tension she couldn't quite explain, like the stillness that sometimes settled over a concert hall just before the first note began. She drew a slow breath, letting her heightened senses sift through the layers of scent drifting through the air. Pine, rain from the afternoon, the distant trace of the ocean carried inland by the wind. And something else. Movement. The forest held too many secrets now for her to pretend otherwise. Somewhere out there the wolves were running their patrols along the reservation boundary. Somewhere beyond them Victoria was moving through the trees with patient caution. Marina didn't know exactly where any of them were at this moment, but the awareness of them lingered at the edge of her thoughts like distant figures moving behind a curtain. "You feel it too." Rosalie's voice came softly from behind her as she stepped onto the deck. Marina turned slightly as Rosalie approached, her pale hair catching the last strands of fading light. Rosalie moved closer until she stood beside her, resting one hand lightly against the railing. Marina nodded once. The town feels tighter tonight. Rosalie studied the forest for a moment before answering. The wolves are on edge, she said. Edward heard them talking about Victoria again. Marina looked back toward the darkening trees. She's still circling. Yes. For a moment neither of them spoke. The wind shifted gently across the clearing behind the house, stirring the branches overhead. Marina felt Rosalie's hand settle lightly against the small of her back, the familiar warmth grounding her thoughts. If Victoria attacks near Forks, Marina said slowly, the wolves will blame the Cullens. Rosalie tilted her head slightly. Probably. And if the wolves believe the Cullens can't keep control of the situation, Marina continued quietly, the treaty starts to break. Rosalie watched her carefully for a moment before answering. You're thinking like Carlyle now. Marina gave a faint smile but didn't look away from the forest. I'm thinking about consequences. The trees beyond the clearing remained dark and silent, hiding the movements of predators and protectors alike. Somewhere within that vast stretch of wilderness two forces were circling each other with growing caution. And standing quietly between them, Marina understood for the first time that her presence might become the line both sides were trying not to cross. 45. Waiting on the road. The road Angela chose curved gently through the forest a few miles outside town, a narrow ribbon of asphalt that disappeared between tall cedar trees before climbing toward the hills. Late afternoon light filtered through the branches in long silver shafts that stretched across the pavement, leaving patches of brightness scattered between shadow. It was quiet enough that the distant rush of the river could sometimes be heard beneath the soft whisper of wind in the leaves. Angela stepped back from the tripod and studied the frame on the small camera screen, adjusting the angle by a few careful degrees before tightening the handle again. The camera itself looked modest, but she treated it with the seriousness of someone handling delicate equipment. That road is perfect, she said, half to herself as she crouched slightly to check the horizon line. If a car comes through the curve it'll show up just long enough to catch the moment. Alice stood a few feet away holding a large reflective board that flashed pale light whenever she tilted it toward the sun. She turned it slightly, studying the way the light bounced toward Marina's face. Hold still, Alice said as she stepped closer and adjusted a loose strand of Marina's hair. The light likes you today. Marina gave a small amused breath and shifted her weight against the gravel shoulder of the road. The forest smelled faintly of wet cedar and moss, and the cool air carried the distant hint of rain that always seemed to linger somewhere around Forks. Rosalie leaned against the hood of her car a short distance away, arms folded loosely as she watched the setup with quiet attention. Her expression held the calm skepticism of someone who had agreed to be present but wasn't entirely convinced the whole operation made sense. Angela stood again and lifted the camera slightly to test the framing. The lens settled on Marina standing beside the road, the forest stretching endlessly behind her. Okay, Angela said as she lowered the camera and looked directly at Marina. Here's the idea. Marina raised an eyebrow. Angela gestured toward the road with one hand. Don't think of this like you're performing a song. Think of it like the song is the plot of a short movie and you're the main character. Marina watched her with quiet curiosity. You're waiting for someone, Angela continued, her voice growing more focused as she spoke. The road is the story. Every car that comes around that curve might be the one you've been hoping for. Marina followed Angela's gaze toward the distant bend in the road where the trees swallowed the pavement. Angela lifted the camera again and settled it against her shoulder. And whatever happens, she said softly, don't look at the camera. Look down the road. Angela lifted the camera again and settled it carefully against her shoulder. The quiet forest seemed to narrow around the frame she was building, every line of sight pointing down the long curve of asphalt disappearing between the trees. She adjusted the focus ring slowly until Marina stood sharp against the softer blur of cedar trunks and shadow behind her. Okay, Angela said quietly. Just like we talked about. You're waiting. Marina nodded once and moved back to the mark Alice had scratched into the gravel with the edge of her shoe. The late afternoon light slipped between the branches overhead, and Alice lifted the reflector board again, tilting it until the pale glow settled across Marina's cheek and throat. Rosalie remained near the car, watching without interrupting. Her golden eyes moved between Angela's careful preparation and Marina's quiet stillness beside the road. Angela steadied her breathing and raised one hand. Rolling. The forest fell into that strange attentive quiet again, the kind that arrived when everyone in a place unconsciously agreed not to break a moment. Marina looked down the road exactly as Angela had described, her posture relaxed but attentive, the same way someone might stand while waiting for footsteps they believed would eventually come. For a few seconds there was only the wind moving through the cedar branches. Then Marina began to sing. Her voice rose gently into the clearing, soft enough that the sound felt like it belonged to the quiet road rather than interrupting it. I keep a light in the window of the night. For the promise you left on the wind. Every mile whispers maybe tonight. Every shadow says you might return. Angela followed the movement of Marina's expression through the viewfinder, careful not to shift the frame too quickly. The song moved slowly, the words carrying the weight of patience rather than urgency. Marina's eyes remained fixed on the distant bend in the road as she sang the next lines, letting the emotion build naturally. I stand where the gravel meets the road. Where the headlights rise and fall. Every passing engine wakes the hope that your voice might answer my call. Alice held the reflector steady, watching the faint glow of light across Marina's face as the song drifted through the trees. Rosalie studied Marina with quiet attention, the sound of her voice carrying clearly even through the gentle wind. Angela kept the camera steady. The road remained empty. For now, the waiting was still real. Angela kept the camera steady against her shoulder as Marina's voice carried through the clearing. The frame remained simple on the small screen, just Marina standing beside the long empty road, forest stretching behind her and pale sunlight touching the edges of her hair where Alice angled the reflector. For a moment the quiet of the place and the sound of Marina's voice seemed to belong together, as if the song had always been meant for a road like this. Marina continued to watch the bend in the distance as she sang the next verse, her voice calm but threaded with a gentle longing. I count the nights in the hush of the pines. Where the dark holds the echo of you. Every wind through the cedar reminds of a promise the distance once knew. Angela followed the small shift in Marina's posture through the viewfinder, the movement so subtle it might have gone unnoticed without the camera watching closely. The road remained empty, then a faint sound reached the clearing. An engine somewhere beyond the trees. Rosalie's gaze lifted toward the curve at the far end of the road, though she didn't move from where she stood beside the car. Alice held the reflector steady, though her eyes flicked toward the same distant bend. Marina heard it too. Her eyes brightened almost imperceptibly as she continued the verse, the quiet hope Angela had asked for rising naturally through her expression. Every turning headlight feels like you. Every sound like footsteps at the door. Every road that disappears from view. Makes me wonder what you're waiting for. The red Porsche appeared around the distant curve, sunlight flashing briefly across its hood before the car straightened along the narrow stretch of asphalt leading toward them. Angela didn't move the camera. The shot held Marina in the foreground while the car grew slowly larger behind her, the distant shape approaching exactly the way she had hoped it would. Marina watched it come. For a moment the emotion in her eyes lifted into something brighter, the quiet belief that the waiting might finally be ending. Her voice carried the next lines gently through the clearing. But the miles keep carrying strangers through. And the wheels keep turning alone. Every road that should have led to you only leads me back to my own. The Porsche passed her without slowing. The car moved past Angela and continued down the road behind the camera, the sound of the engine fading quickly into the trees. Marina kept singing. The red Porsche disappeared into the trees behind Angela, its engine fading into the quiet distance until the forest returned to the steady whisper of wind through cedar branches. The road stretched empty again, the same silent ribbon of asphalt Marina had been watching since the camera started rolling. Angela didn't move. The camera remained steady against her shoulder as she followed Marina's face through the viewfinder, capturing the small change in her expression when the car passed without stopping. The shift wasn't dramatic. It was softer than that, hope settling back into patience the way a tide slips quietly away from shore. Marina's voice continued without hesitation. But the night still holds a quiet flame. And the dark still carries your name. Every mile may wander far from you. But my heart stays just the same. Alice held the reflector steady, though she had stopped adjusting the light now. The glow across Marina's skin looked almost natural beneath the late afternoon sun, the pale reflection softening the shadows along her jaw. Rosalie stood beside the car watching the scene unfold, her expression thoughtful now rather than skeptical. The music carried easily across the small clearing, every word clear in the still air. Marina kept her gaze on the road as she sang the next lines, her voice lifting slightly with the quiet resilience built into the song. I thought love was waiting down the road, past the bend where headlights rise. But every mile that carried hope away only opened up my eyes. Angela's breathing slowed as she tracked the moment through the lens. The shot still held Marina in the foreground, the empty road stretching endlessly behind her. Then something shifted. Rosalie pushed away from the car. The movement was unhurried, almost casual, but Angela saw it instantly through the edge of the frame. She adjusted her stance slightly without moving the camera, widening the shot just enough to keep Marina centered while the background remained visible. Rosalie crossed the gravel shoulder quietly and stepped onto the asphalt behind Marina. Marina didn't turn. Her voice carried the next lines of the song into the quiet road ahead. I was searching down the road for you, watching every passing light. Every mile I thought would lead me there faded slowly into night. Rosalie reached her. Her arms slid gently around Marina's waist from behind, the motion slow enough that the camera caught the moment exactly as Angela had imagined it. Marina felt the familiar warmth of Rosalie's presence and let the next line rise into the air with a quiet certainty. And the heart I kept calling to was standing with me all this time. Rosalie's arms settled comfortably around Marina's waist, her presence warm and steady against Marina's back. The contact was familiar now, the quiet certainty of someone who had never needed to arrive from far away because she had been there all along. Marina let herself lean back slightly into the embrace, the movement small enough that it felt natural rather than staged. The road still stretched ahead through the trees, empty and quiet beneath the pale afternoon light. Angela kept the camera steady, her focus sharpening through the viewfinder as the moment unfolded exactly where she had hoped it would. Marina's voice rose again, stronger now, the melody lifting into the chorus as the realization carried through the words. I was searching down the road for you, watching every passing light. Every mile I thought would lead me there faded slowly into night. Rosalie watched the curve of the road over Marina's shoulder, though her attention was really on the woman standing in front of her. The song drifted easily through the forest clearing, the sound of Marina's voice warm against the quiet wind moving through the cedar branches. Marina closed her eyes for a brief moment as the next lines carried upward, the truth of the song settling into the space between them. But the heart I kept calling to was never far away. It was waiting in the quiet, while I watched the road all day. Angela adjusted her stance slightly, letting the frame tighten just enough to capture both of them clearly. The reflector in Alice's hands continued to spill soft light across Marina's face, the pale glow catching along her cheekbones and throat. Alice barely breathed as she watched. Marina opened her eyes again and lifted her gaze toward the empty road, though the emotion behind the song had shifted now. The waiting was gone, the uncertainty had dissolved into something calmer. Her voice carried the final lines of the chorus with quiet certainty. I was searching down the road for you, for a sign to guide me home. But the love I thought was far away was the love I'd always known. Rosalie's arms tightened slightly around her waist, the gesture instinctive rather than deliberate. Angela held the camera perfectly still, letting the moment linger inside the frame. For the first time since the filming began, the road no longer felt like the center of the story. Now it was just the background. Angela kept the camera raised even after the last note faded into the quiet of the forest. The road stretched ahead exactly as it had before, the pale ribbon of asphalt disappearing between cedar trunks while the afternoon light filtered softly through the branches. Nothing about the setting had changed, but the moment inside the frame had. Marina still leaned slightly back against Rosalie's arms, the warmth of the embrace steady around her waist. For a few seconds neither of them moved. The song had ended, but the feeling of it lingered in the air the way the last vibration of a chord sometimes hung quietly in a concert hall. Angela finally exhaled. "Cut," she said softly. Alice lowered the reflector board with a quiet thump against the gravel shoulder and stepped forward with bright curiosity in her eyes. "That looked amazing from here," she said as she glanced between Marina and Rosalie. "You two didn't even look like you were acting." Marina turned slightly within Rosalie's arms, the movement careful so she didn't break the moment too abruptly. "Angela told me to believe the story," she said. "It wasn't hard." Rosalie's expression carried a faint hint of amusement as she released her hold and stepped back half a pace. "You're very convincing when you're looking down an empty road," she said. Angela lowered the camera and quickly checked the playback screen, her concentration sharpening as she watched the small moving image. The quiet road, Marina's voice drifting through the frame, the red Porsche appearing and vanishing, then Rosalie stepping into view exactly where the song changed. Angela watched it once without speaking. Then she looked up. "That's the ending," she said with quiet certainty. Alice leaned closer to see the screen, her eyes widening slightly. "The car passing makes it look like the whole story is about the road," she said. "Then Rosalie walks in and it flips everything." Angela nodded, clearly pleased. "That's the point." Marina looked down the road again, though the waiting she had been pretending earlier had already faded from her expression. The forest was calm again, the wind moving softly through the cedar branches as if the place had returned to its ordinary quiet. Rosalie followed her gaze briefly before looking back at Angela. "Do we need another take?" Angela shook her head immediately. "No, if we try again it'll look like acting." She lifted the camera slightly with a small smile. "That one was real." Marina gave a quiet laugh under her breath and brushed a strand of hair away from her face. The road stretched empty in front of them, but the story they had come to film had already found its ending. 46. Studio Output. Angela's laptop cast a soft rectangle of light across the long table in the Cullen house as the final video file loaded into the editing timeline. The room was quiet except for the faint clicking of keys and the low hum of the speakers warming to life. Marina sat beside her watching the small screen with careful attention while Rosalie stood behind the chair, one hand resting loosely along the backrest as if she had claimed the space without needing to say so. The first frame appeared on the monitor. A narrow forest road curved between tall cedar trees, the late afternoon light cutting through the branches in pale silver streaks. Marina watched the scene unfold from the camera's perspective, seeing herself standing beside the empty stretch of asphalt exactly as she had earlier that day. It felt strange to observe the moment from the outside. The memory of the quiet road still lingered in her senses, but the image on the screen felt like someone else's memory now. Angela leaned closer to the keyboard and dragged a file into the audio track beneath the video. "Okay," she said softly as the waveform appeared across the timeline. "This is the studio master." Marina tilted her head slightly. "The instrumental?" Angela nodded. "And the clean vocal take. Your timing during filming was almost perfect, so syncing it should be easy." She pressed play. The road appeared again. Marina watched her own image stand quietly beside the forest while the first lines of the song drifted from the speakers with a clarity that hadn't been possible outside in the open air. The studio track wrapped gently around the footage, smoothing the sound of wind and distant river noise until the music carried the whole moment. Angela followed the timeline carefully, nudging the audio a fraction forward and then back again. "There," she murmured, letting the clip run until the red Porsche entered the frame in the distance. Alice leaned over the back of Angela's chair, bright eyes fixed on the screen. "That's the moment the story starts turning," she said. Angela let the clip continue until Rosalie stepped into the frame behind Marina. The instant Rosalie's arms settled around Marina's waist, Angela froze the image. "Wait," she said. Marina looked up at the paused frame where she leaned slightly back into Rosalie's embrace, the light from Alice's reflector catching along her cheek. Angela studied the image with quiet satisfaction. "You're really lucky, Marina. Rosalie makes you light up." She tapped the screen lightly. "Look at this frame. Your love makes you glow. The lighting is perfect." Rosalie raised an eyebrow faintly from where she stood behind Marina's chair. I didn't realize I was part of the lighting department. Angela smiled without looking away from the screen as she pressed play again. You are now. Angela leaned back slightly once the video finished playing, her fingers still resting lightly on the keyboard as the final frame held on the screen. The quiet forest road stretched into the distance behind Marina and Rosalie, the last note of the song fading from the speakers before the room returned to silence. For a moment no one spoke. Marina watched the frozen image of herself leaning into Rosalie's arms and felt a faint, unfamiliar tension in her chest. Seeing the moment captured that way made it feel more permanent than the memory itself. Angela finally tapped a key and the screen shifted back to the editing timeline. Okay, she said, her voice calm but focused. Now we turn it into a release. Alice settled onto the edge of the table, curiosity bright in her expression as she watched the editing window. You mean uploading it? Angela nodded while opening another panel on the laptop. Uploading, distributing, and setting the sales files. She glanced briefly at Marina. The beach video stays on YouTube. That one's free and it brings people in. This one is the real release. Marina tilted her head slightly. The real release. Angela clicked through a few folders and pulled the finished video file into a new window. Waiting on the Road becomes the official single. She gestured to the waveform of the studio track still visible on the timeline. We sell the audio and the video together. Same song, 2 formats. Rosalie rested her hands lightly on the back of Marina's chair as she watched the process. People actually buy music videos? She asked with mild skepticism. Angela gave a small smile as she typed the title into the upload field. Good ones, they do. The progress bar appeared at the top of the screen as the file began transferring. Marina leaned slightly closer to watch the slow movement of the bar, though she wasn't entirely sure what she expected to feel. Part of her understood the practical side of what Angela was doing. Another part felt something quieter stirring beneath the surface, a faint anticipation that reminded her of the moments before a performance used to begin. Alice watched the progress meter climb a few careful degrees and then glanced at Marina. So once it's live people can just find it? Angela nodded without looking away from the screen. iTunes, streaming platforms, video stores. Once the distribution servers sync, the release spreads everywhere. She paused briefly before adding, it might take a few hours to propagate. Marina looked at the small percentage indicator slowly rising across the upload window. The number crept forward with patient steadiness. Rosalie studied Marina's expression for a moment and then let one hand settle lightly against the small of her back. Marina felt the familiar warmth of the contact and allowed herself a quiet breath as the progress bar continued to climb. The song was leaving the room now, carrying its quiet story out into a world far larger than the Cedar Road where it had been filmed. The laptop screen refreshed quietly as Angela reloaded the distribution page, the soft glow of the display reflecting faintly across the polished wood of the table. The upload had finished nearly 20 minutes earlier, and now the small dashboard window showed the release moving through the final stage of distribution. Marina watched the screen with quiet concentration while the others remained loosely gathered around the table. Alice leaned forward slightly, studying the numbers that had appeared beside the listing. Is that the view count already? She asked as she pointed lightly at the corner of the screen. Angela nodded while scrolling through the page. That's from the store preview server. The real numbers will spread out once the mirrors finish syncing. She clicked another tab and waited a moment as the page loaded. Give it a minute. Marina listened to the quiet tapping of the keyboard and tried to ignore the faint sensation building at the edge of her awareness. It wasn't hunger exactly. The sharper edge of bloodthirst remained distant and controlled. This feeling was different, softer and harder to name. It reminded her of the way a crowd used to feel moments before a concert began, when anticipation gathered in the air before the first note. Angela refreshed the page again. The number had changed. Alice noticed it first. It moved, she said with a small spark of excitement. Angela leaned closer to the screen. That's the first purchase coming through the network. She refreshed the page again and watched the counter adjust upward by another small increment. Looks like the servers are starting to propagate. Marina felt the shift almost immediately. The sensation was faint, nothing like the overwhelming rush she had experienced during live singing, but it was unmistakable. Somewhere far beyond the quiet room, someone had just heard the song. The emotion reached her like a distant echo carried across water. Rosalie noticed the change in Marina's posture and let her hand settle more firmly against Marina's back. "You feel that?" she said quietly. Marina nodded slowly as she continued watching the screen. "Just a little." Angela refreshed the page again and the number climbed by another step. "That's how it starts," she said, her voice thoughtful as she watched the counter move. "One person finds it, then another." Alice smiled faintly as she leaned her elbows against the table. "It's strange to think someone somewhere is watching that road right now." Marina listened to the gentle rhythm of the keyboard clicks and felt another faint ripple brush the edge of her awareness. The sensation carried a quiet warmth, a mixture of recognition and emotion that felt almost like applause heard from the far end of a large hall. Rosalie studied her carefully. "Is it too much?" Marina shook her head, her eyes still resting on the slowly climbing number on the screen. "No," she said softly. "It's steady." The counter rose again as the release spread across the network, and Marina felt another small wave of distant feeling drift through her senses like the first notes of a song beginning somewhere beyond the horizon. The numbers continued to climb slowly on the screen as Angela refreshed the page again, the small counter ticking upward one careful step at a time. Marina watched the movement with quiet attention while the faint ripple of distant emotion brushed against her senses again. Each time the number changed, she felt another subtle wave pass through her awareness, warm and fleeting, like distant applause echoing through a large hall long after the music had begun. Angela leaned back in her chair and studied the analytics window with growing satisfaction. "It's spreading faster than I expected," she said as she tapped another key and opened a second panel showing regional activity. "The first mirrors just came online." Alice stepped closer to look over Angela's shoulder. "That means people in other places can see it now?" Angela nodded. "Once the network syncs, the release propagates through every store server." She pointed at a small cluster of numbers appearing beside the graph. "That's Europe starting to wake up." Marina listened quietly as the conversation continued around her. The faint sensation inside her chest shifted again, not stronger exactly, but wider somehow. Each new listener felt like a distant presence brushing against the edge of her awareness before fading back into the quiet. Rosalie remained close behind her, one hand resting comfortably against Marina's back. She watched Marina's expression for a moment before speaking. "You're thinking about something." Marina nodded slightly without looking away from the screen. "If one song reaches this many people," she said softly. Rosalie tilted her head a fraction. "Yes?" Marina drew a quiet breath as another small ripple passed through her senses. "What happens when there are thousands listening at the same time?" Angela paused her typing and glanced back toward them. "That's kind of the goal," she said with a small smile. "More listeners means more momentum. The algorithm notices activity and pushes the track further." Marina understood the practical meaning of the words, but another thought settled quietly beneath them. Every listener carried emotion with them. Hope, loneliness, memory, quiet longing. She could feel the faint traces already. Rosalie studied her face carefully. "Too much?" Marina shook her head slowly. "No, just bigger." Alice folded her arms lightly and watched the counter rise another step. "It feels strange knowing something we made out here is moving across the whole world." Angela refreshed the page once more and the number climbed again. Marina watched the small counter tick upward and felt another gentle wave brush through her senses. The feeling wasn't overwhelming. It was steady, patient, almost peaceful. For the first time since her transformation, she understood something important about the strange new balance she had been trying to find. Music didn't just express what she was. It might also sustain it. 47. Jasper's training. The clearing behind the Cullen house was quiet except for the wind in the tall trees. The forest carried the slow breath of the Olympic Peninsula, damp earth and moss holding the cool of the afternoon. Marina stood in the center of the open space, arms folded loosely across her chest, trying to ignore the restless pull beneath her skin. It felt like pressure behind her ribs. Not pain, not quite hunger either. Something deeper. The pull of emotion. Jasper Whitlock watched her with the steady patience of a battlefield officer studying terrain. His golden eyes were calm, but Marina could feel the subtle currents of his power brushing the edges of her mind. He wasn't forcing anything. He was measuring. Your ability responds to emotional pressure, Jasper said quietly. His voice carried the soft southern cadence that always made the words sound gentler than the discipline behind them. Right now you're holding yourself too tightly. Marina tilted her head slightly. Too tightly seems safer than the alternative. A faint smile touched Jasper's mouth. Safety is rarely about force. It's about balance. Rosalie leaned against a cedar at the edge of the clearing, arms folded as she watched. Her posture looked relaxed, but Marina knew better. Every small shift of Rosalie's weight was attentive, protective. Jasper stepped closer, slow and deliberate. Tell me what you feel. Marina hesitated. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the forest sounds settle around her. Everything, she admitted quietly. The trees, the air, you, Rosalie. She exhaled slowly. And it all wants something from me. That's the resonance, Jasper said. Your gift doesn't create emotion. It answers it. Marina opened her eyes again. That doesn't make it easier. No, Jasper agreed calmly. But it makes it understandable. He shifted his stance slightly, boots pressing softly into the damp soil. Marina felt the change immediately. The emotional air of the clearing altered like weather moving across water. The tension inside her chest eased, replaced by a steady calm. Jasper wasn't controlling her, he was demonstrating. Battlefields teach a simple rule, he continued. Emotion is energy. Panic spreads. Confidence spreads. Calm spreads. His gaze held hers steadily. So does you. Marina frowned faintly. That's comforting. Rosalie's quiet voice drifted from the tree line. He means you amplify what's already there. Marina glanced toward her, and Rosalie's eyes softened immediately, a silent reassurance that steadied the pressure inside Marina's chest. Jasper nodded once. Exactly, which means your control doesn't come from suppressing the resonance. Marina looked back at him. Then where does it come from? Jasper's expression grew thoughtful, the ghost of an old soldier's gravity settling into his voice. From choosing what emotion you stand in. Jasper let the quiet settle again after his words, giving Marina time to absorb the idea instead of rushing to the next instruction. The forest seemed to listen with them. Rain-heavy clouds drifted slowly above the canopy, muting the light until the clearing felt like a private room carved out of green shadow. Marina drew a slow breath she didn't technically need. The pressure in her chest shifted as she focused on the feeling Jasper had created. Calm wasn't empty, it had shape to it, a steady weight that held everything else in place. So if I panic, she said slowly, everyone else feels it. Jasper inclined his head. Amplified. He studied her carefully. You already experienced that during your newborn phase. Marina winced faintly. The memory wasn't distant enough yet. The hunger, the chaos of sensation, the overwhelming flood of emotion that had torn through her control. She remembered how the room had felt when she lost hold of herself. Rosalie stepped away from the cedar then, her movement quiet against the forest floor. She stopped a few feet behind Marina, close enough that Marina could feel the steady emotional warmth that always surrounded her. That wasn't your fault, Rosalie said softly. Her voice carried calm certainty, not pity. Marina glanced over her shoulder at her. Still happened. Jasper watched the exchange with the faintest hint of approval in his expression. Which is why we train, he said calmly. Control isn't about pretending the emotion doesn't exist. It's about choosing the one you allow to lead. He stepped closer again and shifted the emotional field of the clearing once more. This time Marina felt something different. Focus. The sensation was sharper than calm, like a line drawn cleanly through fog. Feel that? Jasper asked. Marina nodded slowly. It's clearer. That's intention, Jasper replied. Calm keeps you steady. Intention directs the resonance. Marina looked down at her hands. For a moment she simply listened to the subtle emotional currents around her. The forest carried a quiet contentment. Rosalie's presence radiated steady affection that wrapped around her like sunlight through leaves. Jasper's discipline held the space together with practiced control. She tried something small. Instead of resisting the emotional pull around her, Marina allowed herself to stand in the calm Rosalie was giving her. She focused on it deliberately, letting that warmth settle into her chest. The pressure inside her ribs shifted again. Rosalie blinked once in mild surprise. That's new. Marina looked up immediately. What? Rosalie's expression softened as she studied her. The clearing feels quieter. Jasper smiled slightly, the kind of restrained approval that belonged to a teacher watching the first correct step. Good, he said gently. Now we begin. Jasper circled Marina slowly, his movements measured the way a drill instructor might observe a soldier learning a new stance. The forest floor softened his steps, damp needles and moss absorbing the sound. Marina stayed where she was, shoulders relaxed, trying to hold the steady calm Rosalie had given her. Good, Jasper said after a moment. Now we add pressure. Marina's eyebrows lifted slightly. That sounds promising. Rosalie gave a quiet huff of amusement from behind her, but she didn't interrupt. Jasper's expression remained composed, though a trace of humor warmed his eyes. You can maintain control when everything around you is peaceful. That's the easy environment. The real test is when emotion pushes back. He didn't move his hands or shift his stance. The change came through the air instead. A slow ripple of unease spread through the clearing. Marina felt it immediately. It wasn't fear exactly, more like tension gathering at the edge of a storm. Her chest tightened as the emotion brushed against her senses. That's me, Jasper said calmly. A mild disturbance. Mild, Marina repeated, though the word came out slightly strained. Rosalie straightened behind her. Marina could feel the subtle shift of Rosalie's protective instinct rising in response to the pressure Jasper had introduced. The emotional currents collided inside Marina's awareness. Unease from Jasper, protective tension from Rosalie, quiet patience from the forest around them. Her instincts reacted instantly. The pressure in her chest surged as the resonance tried to answer all of it at once. Easy, Jasper said softly. His voice cut through the growing storm with steady authority. Don't chase every signal. Marina closed her eyes again, forcing herself to breathe slowly even though her lungs didn't require it. The sensations crowded around her awareness like overlapping voices. She remembered what Jasper had said earlier. Choose the emotion. Rosalie's presence burned the brightest. Calm affection, steady and unwavering. Marina leaned into that feeling deliberately, letting it settle into her chest the way she had before. The reaction came quicker this time. The tension in the clearing softened. Rosalie exhaled quietly. That's better. Marina opened her eyes and glanced back at her. I'm borrowing your calm. Rosalie's mouth curved slightly. Take as much as you need. Jasper stopped circling and folded his arms thoughtfully as he studied the subtle change in the clearing. You see the principle now, he said. Emotion doesn't control you unless you let it. Marina considered that for a moment, then looked at him with mild suspicion. You're going to make that harder now, aren't you? Jasper's smile was calm and unapologetic. Yes. Jasper didn't move immediately after his quiet promise. He studied Marina with the careful attention of someone measuring readiness rather than simply giving instructions. The forest remained calm around them, though Marina could feel the faint edge of anticipation gathering in the emotional air. She folded her arms loosely again and watched him. How hard are we talking? Rosalie shifted a step closer behind her, not interfering but clearly present. The warmth of her presence remained steady, the emotional anchor Marina had already learned to lean on. Hard enough that instinct will try to take control, Jasper replied calmly. But not hard enough that you can't recover. That's reassuring, Marina said dryly. Jasper's faint smile returned for a moment. Trust me. The change came without warning. A wave of sharp anxiety flooded the clearing. It wasn't panic exactly, but it was strong enough that Marina felt the reaction instantly in her chest. Her resonance flared to life as if someone had struck a bell inside her ribs. Emotion surged through her awareness from every direction. Jasper's pressure carried the sharp edge of battlefield alertness. Rosalie's protective instinct rose instantly in response. Even the quiet forest around them seemed to tense. Marina staggered half a step before catching herself. Hold it, Jasper said calmly, his voice cutting through the emotional noise. Don't react yet. Marina forced herself to stop moving. The pressure inside her chest surged wildly as the resonance tried to respond to everything at once. Panic threatened to rise simply from the sheer volume of sensation. Her first instinct was to push it all away. She stopped herself. Choose the emotion. Rosalie. Marina turned slightly toward her mate without moving her feet. Rosalie's expression remained calm, her golden eyes steady and certain. I'm here, Rosalie said quietly. The simple reassurance steadied something deep inside Marina. She focused on that warmth again, letting it fill the space where the pressure had been building. The resonance shifted. Instead of amplifying Jasper's anxiety, the emotional current in the clearing softened. The sharp edge of tension dulled into something quieter, steadier. Jasper slowly let the emotional pressure fade. The forest relaxed with it. For a moment none of them spoke. Then Jasper nodded once in clear approval. Good control. Marina exhaled slowly and rolled her shoulders as the last of the pressure faded. That felt like emotional hurricane season. Rosalie stepped up beside her and rested a hand lightly against the small of her back, the casual touch grounding without drawing attention to itself. You handled it. Marina glanced at Jasper again. That was the warm-up, wasn't it? Jasper's expression held calm satisfaction as he looked between them. Yes, he said quietly. Now the real training begins. 48. Unwilling cooperation. The treaty line lay in a narrow clearing where the forest thinned just enough to expose damp earth and pale morning light. Moss clung to fallen logs and the ground smelled of cedar and wet soil. Marina stood beside Rosalie at the edge of the Cullen side of the boundary, aware of every small sound in the trees around them. The air felt tight with attention. Across the invisible line, the wolves waited. Not all of them stood in human form. Two shapes lingered deeper among the trunks, massive shadows shifting between the ferns. Their presence pressed against Marina's senses like a wall of restless emotion. Suspicion, irritation, a current of protective aggression that never quite settled. Rosalie's posture remained perfectly still beside her, arms folded loosely across her chest, golden hair catching the pale light. Marina felt the tension beneath that calm surface. Rosalie didn't like meetings like this. None of the Cullens did. Carlyle stood slightly ahead of them, composed as ever, hands folded lightly in front of him. Edward and Jasper flanked him at a respectful distance, silent observers. The wolves' side mirrored the arrangement. Sam stood at the front, broad shoulders squared, his expression guarded. For a moment no one spoke. Marina felt the weight of both groups measuring each other across the narrow stretch of ground. Old instincts stirred on both sides of the line, instincts older than any treaty. Sam broke the silence first. His voice carried easily through the clearing. You asked for this meeting. Carlyle inclined his head slightly. Thank you for agreeing to it. The politeness sounded careful rather than friendly. Sam's gaze moved briefly across the Cullen group before returning to Carlyle. Make it quick. Edward shifted his weight slightly, then spoke, his tone calm but direct. Bella spoke with Charlie yesterday evening. He's reaching the limits of what the local department can manage. Several of the wolves exchanged quick glances. Sam frowned faintly. Meaning? Edward's eyes flicked toward Marina for a moment before returning to the wolf leader. If the killings continue, the case may be classified as serial. Once that happens, Charlie won't be the only one investigating. Carlyle continued the explanation quietly. State investigators at first, possibly federal agents if the pattern becomes clear. The clearing fell silent again. Marina felt the emotional shift ripple through the wolves like a sudden gust of wind through leaves. Irritation hardened into something sharper. Concern. Calculation. Sam's jaw tightened slightly. You're saying outsiders are coming? Carlyle nodded once. If the deaths continue, yes. Rosalie's voice remained cool when she added, and when humans start digging, they don't stop easily. The statement hung between both groups like a warning neither side wanted to hear. Sam let the silence stretch for a moment after Rosalie's words. The wolves behind him shifted slightly among the trees, the movement subtle but tense. Marina could feel the change in the air through the strange awareness that had become second nature since her transformation. Emotion moved across the clearing like pressure before a storm. Irritation sharpened into something heavier, layered with worry and resentment. Sam finally spoke again, his tone steady but no longer neutral. You wanted information shared. Fine. Then you should hear what's happening on our side. Carlyle inclined his head slightly. Of course. Sam drew a slow breath before continuing. More of our kids are phasing. The words landed harder than Marina expected. She saw Edward's expression tighten slightly and Jasper's gaze shift toward the wolves in the trees. Even Rosalie's shoulders stiffened beside her. Sam continued, his eyes fixed on Carlyle. 3 in the last 2 weeks. Boys who were living normal lives a month ago. School, families, plans. Now they're wolves whether they wanted it or not. Behind him one of the men muttered something under his breath. Marina caught the emotion before the words fully formed. Frustration, anger, the bitter taste of lives forced into a shape they hadn't chosen. Carlyle's voice remained calm. I'm sorry to hear that. Paul stepped forward a half pace from the edge of the trees. His expression carried none of Sam's restraint. Sorry doesn't fix it, he said sharply. Every time more of your kind show up around here, another one of our kids gets dragged into this. Rosalie's eyes narrowed immediately. Marina felt the sudden spike of cold anger ripple through her before Rosalie spoke. We didn't create your biology, she said coolly. Blame the people who made you what you are. Paul took another step forward, shoulders tightening. You're still the reason it triggers. Sam lifted a hand slightly without turning around. The gesture was small but firm, and Paul stopped moving, though the anger still rolled off him in waves that Marina could almost taste. Sam looked back to Carlyle. The pack is larger than it's been in decades. Patrols are stretching farther just to keep track of everything moving through the forest. Jasper spoke for the first time, his voice measured. You're feeling pressure. Sam nodded once. We are. And every time another body turns up in the woods, it makes things worse. Marina understood the implication immediately. Fear spread through the human town. Wolves felt it. The pack grew larger. The balance that had held the treaty together for generations was shifting under everyone's feet. Sam's gaze flicked briefly toward the Cullen group before settling again on Carlyle. So when you say outsiders might start looking around here, understand something. Our people have just as much to lose from that as you do. The forest held its breath after Sam's last words. Marina felt the tension hanging between both groups like a wire pulled tight enough to sing. The wolves stood scattered among the trees, restless shapes against the dim morning light. On her side of the invisible line, the Cullens remained perfectly still, but the stillness wasn't calm. It was the kind of restraint that came from centuries of control. Carlyle studied Sam for a moment before he spoke again. His voice carried the same steady calm it always did, though Marina sensed the careful calculation beneath it. There is something else you should know, he said. Something that may ease some of the pressure you're describing. Sam's eyes narrowed slightly. Go on. Carlyle folded his hands loosely in front of him. We do not intend to remain in Forks indefinitely. We were already planning to relocate after the school year ends. The reaction came instantly. The wolves shifted in a visible ripple through the trees. Marina felt the emotional surge sweep through them, suspicion colliding with sudden interest. Even Sam looked briefly surprised. Paul didn't bother hiding his reaction. He gave a short, harsh laugh and stepped forward again. You're leaving, he said. Good. Then do it now. Rosalie's head turned slightly toward him, her expression sharpening. That would create more problems than it solves, she said coolly. Paul shrugged with open hostility. Not for us. Carlyle spoke before Rosalie could continue. Leaving abruptly would draw attention, he said calmly. Our children are enrolled in school. We have jobs, houses. If we disappear overnight, humans will start asking questions. Edward added quietly, graduation gives us a natural reason to move. Sam considered that for a moment, his expression unreadable. Where would you go? Carlyle didn't hesitate. Boston is one possibility. Universities, hospitals. A larger population makes it easier for a family like ours to blend in. Marina felt the wolves' reactions shift again. The anger remained, but something else threaded through it now. Relief. Wariness. The cautious recognition that the Cullens leaving would remove a long-standing tension from the territory. Paul still looked unconvinced. Sounds convenient, he muttered. Rosalie's patience snapped slightly. She lifted her chin and met his glare without flinching. Believe whatever you like, she said evenly. We didn't come here to negotiate with you. Carlyle answered your concerns. Sam lifted a hand again, quieting the murmured reactions behind him. His gaze moved between Carlyle and the others, weighing what he'd heard. So you stay until graduation, he said slowly. Then you leave. Carlyle nodded once. That has always been our intention. The tension in the clearing didn't ease after Carlyle's words. If anything, it settled into something heavier. Marina felt it pressing through the air like the weight of an approaching storm. The wolves remained scattered through the trees on their side of the boundary, restless shapes in the dim forest light. On the Cullen side, no one moved, but the stillness carried its own kind of strain. Sam studied Carlyle for a long moment before speaking again. That might solve your problem eventually, he said. But it doesn't solve the one already killing people in these woods. Carlyle nodded once. You mean Victoria? A low growl rolled quietly from deeper in the trees. Marina felt the surge of emotion behind it, sharp and predatory. The wolves wanted that vampire as much as the Cullens did. She's still out there, Sam said. And every time she leaves another body, humans start asking questions. Edward's voice remained calm. We've been tracking her movements, but she avoids staying in one place. Because she knows you're hunting her, Paul said sharply. Jasper's gaze moved briefly toward the forest before returning to Sam. She's unusually cautious. She doesn't engage unless she believes she has the advantage. Paul snorted. Sounds like you're losing her. Rosalie's expression hardened immediately. Marina felt the flash of anger ripple through her before Rosalie spoke. She attacked one of ours, Rosalie said coolly. We're not ignoring that. The wolves shifted again, and Marina sensed the reluctant understanding beneath the hostility. Revenge was something both sides understood well. She stepped forward before the tension could ignite again. Rosalie's eyes flicked toward her in warning, but Marina continued anyway. If Victoria keeps killing people, none of this matters, Marina said quietly. Sam's attention shifted to her. Several wolves did the same. Marina felt their emotions pressing against her senses, suspicion tangled with curiosity. The investigators will come whether the Cullens leave or not, she continued. If the killings keep happening, humans will keep digging until they find something that explains it. Paul folded his arms. That's not our concern. Marina met his gaze steadily. It becomes your concern if the Cullens leave and the bodies keep appearing. The words settled across the clearing. Sam's expression tightened slightly as the implication took hold. If vampires were gone and people still died in the forest, the questions wouldn't stop. They would simply turn somewhere else. After several seconds, Sam exhaled slowly. You're asking for cooperation. Until Victoria is dead, Marina said. The wolves murmured quietly among the trees. Sam lifted a hand and the sound faded. He looked back toward Carlyle. Information sharing, he said. And if she crosses the line while one side is pursuing her, the other doesn't interfere. Carlyle nodded immediately. That is reasonable. Sam's voice hardened slightly. But the treaty line still stands. If we catch your scent across it for any other reason, the agreement ends. Rosalie said nothing, though Marina could feel the tension coiled beneath her stillness. Carlyle inclined his head. Understood. The meeting ended without further words. Wolves slipped back into the trees one by one until the forest swallowed them again. The Cullens remained in the clearing for a moment longer before turning away. As Marina stepped back from the boundary, a faint ripple brushed the edge of her awareness. Cold, patient, somewhere beyond the forest. Victoria was close enough to feel the fracture forming between both sides, and she was enjoying every moment of it. 49. Pre-graduation pressure. The hallway outside the main office at Forks High felt different that morning. Marina noticed it the moment she stepped through the front doors. The air held a low tension that didn't belong to exams or graduation rehearsals. Students clustered in small groups along the lockers, whispering more than usual. Several glanced toward the administrative hallway as if expecting something to appear there. Marina adjusted the strap of her bag and moved toward her locker, letting her senses settle quietly into the room around her. The building hummed with human noise and scent, familiar and manageable after months of practice. Beneath that normal rhythm, however, something else threaded through the atmosphere. Unease. Angela stood near the end of the row of lockers with Ben, speaking in a low voice. When she saw Marina approach, her expression brightened slightly, though curiosity still lingered behind it. "Have you seen the parking lot?" Angela asked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "There are 2 black SUVs out there. Not sheriff vehicles either." Ben nodded toward the office hallway. "People say they're investigators. Like, actual federal ones." Marina paused with her locker half open. "Investigators?" Angela lowered her voice. "Another body was found near the river yesterday. My mom heard about it this morning. The sheriff called in outside help." The words moved through Marina's thoughts with a quiet weight. She didn't need to ask what body Angela meant. Victoria's trail had been growing for weeks now, a pattern of violence that even a quiet town like Forks couldn't ignore forever. Across the hallway a classroom door opened and 2 unfamiliar men stepped into the corridor beside Principal Green. They wore simple dark jackets and carried thin folders under their arms, their movements calm and deliberate as they surveyed the hallway with practiced attention. Students immediately pretended not to stare. Angela leaned closer to Marina and whispered, "See? Those guys." Marina followed her gaze carefully. From a human perspective they looked ordinary. Middle-aged, composed, observant. To Marina's heightened senses they carried the steady alertness of men trained to watch rooms for details other people missed. Edward appeared beside her locker a moment later, his expression thoughtful as he glanced toward the office hallway. "Morning," Marina said quietly. Edward nodded faintly. "Morning." For a brief second his eyes shifted toward the investigators again. Something in his posture tightened before smoothing back into calm. Angela looked between them with open curiosity. "Do you think they're going to question people?" Ben shrugged. "It's a murder investigation. Probably." Marina closed her locker slowly, the metal door clicking shut with a soft final sound. Around them the hallway continued to buzz with speculation, nervous laughter, and quiet gossip as students tried to make sense of the sudden attention focused on their small town. Forks had always been quiet. Now people were watching. The cafeteria had shifted around Marina in a way she couldn't quite pretend not to notice anymore. Forks High had always had its social gravity. Tables formed around sports teams, drama kids, debate club regulars, and the quieter clusters that kept mostly to themselves. Marina had always floated between them without much friction. Choir performances, school musicals, and talent shows had given her a reputation, but it had been a familiar one. Local, manageable. Today felt different. Angela sat across from her with her phone in both hands, staring at the screen with growing disbelief. "Okay," she said quietly, looking up at Marina. "I think you need to understand something." Marina tilted her head slightly. "That sounds ominous." Jessica leaned across the table immediately. "What happened now?" Angela turned the phone around so everyone could see the screen. The road video just passed 48,000 purchases. Marina blinked once. "Purchases?" "Yes," Angela said, pointing at the listing. "iTunes purchases. People bought it." Mike let out a low whistle. 48,000 people paid money. Jessica grabbed Angela's wrist to steady the phone so she could read it better. "Refresh that." Angela did. The number changed. 49, Angela said, her voice rising slightly. Jessica stared at Marina like she had just discovered a rare species. "That is insane." Marina looked down at the screen again. The thumbnail from the road video showed her standing beside the highway railing, wind pulling at her dark hair while the pale Washington sky stretched behind her. Underneath it the comment section scrolled too quickly to follow. She pushed the phone gently back toward Angela. "That's a lot of people." "It's a lot of customers," Jessica corrected. "That's actual sales." Mike leaned back in his chair and shook his head slowly. "You're still going to school here." The weight of attention had become impossible to ignore now. Conversations from nearby tables drifted toward them in fragments. People weren't trying very hard to pretend they weren't listening. Marina felt the quiet pressure of it the way she sometimes felt the pull of an audience just before stepping onto a stage. Angela lowered her voice slightly. The second single charted this morning too. Jessica straightened instantly. Wait, what chart? Indie digital chart, Angela said. Small one, but still. Mike laughed softly in disbelief. So you're actually doing this? Marina followed his gaze across the cafeteria. Near the entrance, two unfamiliar men stood beside Principal Green. They weren't talking much, just watching the room with the kind of calm focus that didn't belong to teachers or parents. Industry. Jessica noticed Marina looking and twisted in her seat. Who are those guys? Angela frowned slightly. They've been standing there since lunch started. Marina felt a quiet echo of Rosalie's warning settle in the back of her thoughts. Attention spreads faster than control. She lifted her water bottle and took a slow sip. Probably nothing. Jessica turned back around with a bright, dangerous curiosity in her eyes. If they're here for you and you say, probably nothing, I swear I'm going to explode. Marina allowed herself a small, calm smile even as the gravity of the moment settled around her. Forks had begun orbiting. And now the rest of the world was starting to notice. Lunch ended with the low scrape of chairs and the steady movement of students toward the hallway doors. Conversations followed Marina as she stood, not openly directed at her but orbiting close enough that she could hear the shape of them. Did you see the numbers this morning? My cousin in Seattle already bought the road song. She's literally sitting right there. Marina slung her bag over one shoulder and stepped into the flow of students leaving the cafeteria. The building carried the usual after-lunch restlessness, lockers slamming, voices bouncing off painted cinderblock walls, shoes squeaking against the floor. Beneath that ordinary rhythm she could still feel the quiet pressure that had settled over the school since morning. Attention. Edward walked beside her in silence as they moved down the corridor. For a moment neither of them spoke. Marina had learned to recognize when he was listening to the room rather than the people around him. Busy day, she said quietly. Edward gave a small nod, his eyes tracking the hallway ahead. People are talking. That's an understatement. He glanced at her then, something thoughtful behind the calm expression he usually carried in public. The investigators have noticed you. Marina slowed slightly as they approached the junction near the main office. Because of the music? Partly, Edward sighed, partly because you were near the river last week. The memory surfaced instantly. The stretch of road where the road video had been filmed curved close to the forest line. At the time it had felt like nothing more than a quiet location for a shot. Now the context had changed. They think I saw something, Marina said. Edward's voice stayed level. They're discussing whether to ask. Ahead of them the hallway widened near the administrative office. The two investigators from earlier stood near the entrance speaking quietly with Principal Green. As Marina and Edward approached, one of the men glanced up. His gaze lingered. Not curious. Evaluating. Marina kept walking at the same steady pace she would have used any other day. Human students passed them on both sides, unaware of the careful balance she maintained between instinct and appearance. Behind her she could hear Jessica whispering to someone near the lockers. That's her, the singer. Edward's posture shifted almost imperceptibly as they reached the classroom corridor. They'll speak to you eventually. Marina pushed the door to her next class open and stepped inside with a calm expression that felt practiced and deliberate. Then I'll answer their questions. Edward followed her to their seats, his voice low enough that only she could hear it. Just remember that humans ask questions because they think answers will make the world simpler. Marina opened her notebook and glanced toward the window where the gray sky hung over the forest line. And sometimes, she said quietly, they're right. The last bell rang late that afternoon, releasing the slow tide of students into the corridors. Lockers opened and slammed in quick succession while voices rose into the familiar end-of-day chatter. For most of the school the tension of the morning had softened into rumor and speculation. For Marina it hadn't. She gathered her books calmly, slipping them into her bag while the rest of the class filtered toward the door. Edward waited beside his desk with the quiet patience he carried whenever he was listening to the shifting thoughts around them. They're coming, he said softly. Marina looked up. Now? Edward gave a faint nod toward the hallway. Principal Green just asked them to wait until classes ended. Marina zipped her bag and stood. That's considerate. They stepped into the corridor together. The hallway had thinned now, most students already drifting toward the parking lot or the buses. Near the main office, the two investigators stood beside Principal Green, exactly where they had been earlier, their posture relaxed but attentive as they watched the remaining students pass. One of them noticed Marina almost immediately. Principal Green raised a hand in greeting as she approached. "Marina, could you come here a moment?" Marina walked toward them at an easy pace, keeping her expression open and calm. Edward slowed slightly behind her but remained close enough to hear. The taller investigator introduced himself with a polite nod. "Agent Walker," he said, holding up a small badge for identification before lowering it again. "This is Agent Ruiz. We're speaking with a few people who were near the river road last week." Marina nodded once. "That's where we filmed the road video." Agent Ruiz flipped open a thin folder and glanced down briefly. "Exactly. We understand you were there for several hours." "We were," Marina said. "It's a quiet stretch of road. Good for filming." Agent Walker's tone remained careful and conversational. "Before we go any further, the school has already contacted your parents. Since you're under 18, we'll keep this informal until they arrive." Principal Green gave a small confirming nod beside them. "They're on their way now." Marina felt a small ripple of relief pass through the gathered adults, the kind that came when procedures were followed correctly. Humans liked rules when difficult things entered their quiet routines. Agent Ruiz closed the folder again and offered a faint, reassuring smile. "We're not accusing you of anything," he said gently. "We're just trying to understand the timeline." Marina met his gaze steadily. "Then I'm happy to help." Edward stood a few steps behind her, silent but watchful as the late afternoon light from the office windows stretched across the hallway floor. Outside, the sky over Forks had turned the soft gray that always came before evening rain. The waiting area outside the main office settled into a quiet rhythm as the late afternoon light faded across the polished floor. Most of the students had already left the building, leaving the hallway strangely calm after the noise of the day. Marina sat in one of the office chairs with her bag resting against her feet. Principal Green had returned to his office a few minutes earlier, leaving the investigators nearby while they waited. Edward remained leaning lightly against the wall beside the trophy case, his posture relaxed enough to appear casual to anyone passing by. Agent Walker stood near the window, speaking quietly with Agent Ruiz while they reviewed the thin folder again. Their voices remained low, respectful of the school environment, but Marina could hear every word with perfect clarity. "Parents should be here soon," Ruiz said quietly. Walker nodded. "Then we keep it simple." Marina let her gaze drift toward the front doors. The glass reflected the dull gray sky outside and the faint movement of cars in the parking lot. Waiting had never bothered her much even before the transformation. Now patience came easily. A few minutes later the front doors opened and Lydia Vale stepped inside with a purposeful stride, her coat still dusted with faint moisture from the afternoon mist. Marina's father followed just behind her, closing the door as he stepped into the lobby. Marina rose immediately. "Mom." Lydia crossed the short distance between them and placed a steady hand on Marina's shoulder. "Principal Green called," she said, her voice calm but attentive. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Marina said gently. "They just want to ask about the river road." Agent Walker stepped forward and offered a courteous nod. "Mrs. Vale, Mr. Vale. Thank you for coming on short notice." Lydia studied both investigators with the composed expression she carried whenever a situation required careful attention. "If you need to speak with my daughter, I assume there's been another development." Agent Ruiz opened the folder again, though his tone remained careful and professional. "We're reconstructing the timeline around the river area last week. Your daughter's video project placed her near the location for several hours." Marina's father folded his arms loosely, listening without interruption. Lydia glanced briefly at Marina before turning back to the investigators. "She can answer your questions," Lydia said calmly. "But we'd appreciate knowing exactly what you're looking for." Agent Walker inclined his head slightly. "That's fair. We're trying to determine if anyone noticed unusual activity near the river road that afternoon. Marina met his gaze steadily. The moment had arrived sooner than she expected, but the answer remained simple. We were filming most of the time, she said quietly. But I remember the road very clearly. The small conference room beside the main office felt warmer than the hallway. Afternoon light filtered through the tall windows, turning the polished tabletop into a muted reflection of everyone seated around it. Marina sat beside her parents while Agent Walker and Agent Ruiz occupied the opposite side of the table. Principal Green remained near the door, present but quiet, allowing the investigators to lead the conversation. Agent Ruiz opened the folder again and rested one hand lightly on the edge of the paper inside. "Thank you for taking the time to speak with us," he said calmly. "We understand you were filming a music video along the river road last Thursday afternoon." Marina nodded. "Yes. We started around 2 and stayed until early evening." Walker made a brief note on a small pad before looking up again. "How many people were with you?" 4, Marina said. 2 filming, 1 managing equipment, and 1 helping with lighting. Her father listened closely while Lydia remained composed beside her, her attention focused entirely on the agents. Ruiz flipped a page in the folder. "During that time, did you notice any vehicles using the road?" Marina thought for a moment, replaying the afternoon in careful detail. "A few, mostly locals driving through. It's not a busy road." Walker leaned forward slightly. "Anything unusual? Someone stopping, turning around, or parking nearby?" Marina shook her head slowly. "No, most people drove straight past." Ruiz glanced briefly toward Walker before continuing. "Did you hear anything from the forest line? Engines, voices, anything that stood out?" Marina kept her voice steady. "It's a quiet area. We mostly heard wind and the river." Lydia rested her hands lightly together on the table. "My daughter's crew was focused on filming. I doubt they were watching the woods." Walker acknowledged the point with a small nod. "Of course. Sometimes people remember details later, though. That's why we ask." Marina met his gaze without hesitation. "If something had happened close to us, we would have noticed." Walker studied her expression for a moment before making another note. Ruiz closed the folder gently and folded his hands on the table. "That's helpful. We're speaking with several people who were in the area that day, so your timeline helps narrow things down." Her father finally spoke, his voice calm but direct. "So at this point she's simply a witness to the area, not part of the investigation." Walker inclined his head slightly. "That's correct." Marina felt the quiet tension in the room ease a fraction as the conversation reached its natural pause, though the gray sky outside the windows suggested the evening rain would arrive soon. The meeting ended with quiet handshakes and polite thanks that felt almost ceremonial after the tension of the questioning. Agent Walker closed his notebook while Agent Ruiz gathered the folder from the table, their movements calm and efficient as the conversation reached its natural conclusion. Principal Green opened the conference room door and gestured toward the hallway. "Thank you all for your cooperation," he said. "Hopefully the rest of the school year stays a little calmer." Marina rose beside her parents and followed them out into the corridor. The building had grown noticeably quieter now that most students had already left. The late afternoon light had shifted toward evening, leaving long gray shadows across the lockers. Lydia walked beside her daughter with one hand resting lightly on Marina's shoulder. "You handled that well," she said softly. "Clear answers and nothing more." Marina gave a small nod. There wasn't much to tell them. Her father glanced back briefly toward the conference room door before they continued toward the main entrance. "Still," he said thoughtfully, "federal investigators showing up in Forks is not exactly routine." "No," Lydia agreed. "It isn't." The front doors opened as they stepped outside, and the cool coastal air carried the faint scent of rain drifting down from the forested hills. The parking lot had emptied considerably since the end of classes, leaving only scattered vehicles beneath the darkening sky. Edward stood beside the curb a short distance away, waiting quietly. Marina's parents exchanged polite farewells with him before heading toward their car. Lydia paused briefly before getting in. "We'll talk more at home," she said gently. "Drive safely." Marina nodded once as their car pulled out of the lot. Edward fell into step beside her as they walked toward the edge of the parking area. For several seconds neither of them spoke, the quiet broken only by the distant rustle of wind moving through the trees beyond the school grounds. Finally Marina glanced toward him. What were they thinking? Edward's expression remained calm, but his eyes carried the distant focus that meant he had been listening long before she asked. They believe you, he said. Marina let out a slow breath. Edward's gaze shifted briefly back toward the school building before returning to the forest line beyond the parking lot. But they also believe something happened out there. Marina followed his gaze toward the dark wall of trees. The forest beyond Forks had always seemed quiet from the road. Now it felt like something waiting. 50, both. The Cullen house rested in the quiet space just before dawn. Marina lay still beneath the blankets, watching the pale gray light slowly gather beyond the tall bedroom windows. The forest outside the clearing held its usual calm before sunrise, the branches dark against the softening sky while mist drifted low between the trees. Rosalie's arm rested loosely across Marina's waist. The contact was gentle but unmistakable. Rosalie lay on her side beside her, one hand curled lightly against Marina's ribs, pale hair spilling across the pillow in a soft cascade that caught the dim morning light. Marina listened to the house around them. Even in a home full of vampires there were rhythms. Carlyle had already risen and moved to his study, the quiet turning of book pages drifting faintly through the still structure of the house. Emmett shifted somewhere downstairs, the old wood floors answering with a low creak beneath his weight. Edward sat outside on the porch steps where he often spent the early hours, the calm focus of his presence resting just beyond the walls. Rosalie hadn't moved. Marina turned her head slightly and studied her. There was something almost unfair about the way Rosalie looked when she rested. The sharp awareness she carried during the day softened in those quiet hours, her expression calm in a way she rarely allowed when the world demanded attention. Marina reached up and brushed a loose strand of blonde hair away from Rosalie's cheek. Rosalie's eyes opened immediately. They focused on Marina with calm familiarity, as though waking beside her had long ago become the most ordinary thing in the world. You're staring again, Rosalie said quietly. Marina smiled faintly. You noticed. I always notice. Rosalie shifted slightly and drew Marina a little closer beneath the blankets, the movement instinctive and unhurried. The sky beyond the windows brightened another shade of gray as morning crept slowly across the forest. For a few seconds neither of them spoke. Rosalie studied Marina's expression more closely. You're thinking about the music again. Marina let out a slow breath and watched the pale light spreading through the room. Yes. Rosalie propped herself slightly on one elbow, her gaze steady and attentive. Then we should talk about it. Morning light crept slowly across the bedroom, turning the gray ceiling pale as the forest outside shifted from shadow to soft color. Marina remained half-curled against Rosalie beneath the blankets, watching the light change while the house around them settled into its early rhythm. Carlyle's quiet presence moved somewhere below, steady and focused, while the faint scent of wet cedar drifted through the open window with the cool air. Rosalie studied her for a moment longer, the thoughtful expression from before still lingering. You've been thinking about it again, Rosalie said quietly. About the music? Marina asked. Rosalie nodded once, but her hand had already slipped beneath the blankets again, resting lightly against Marina's side. Marina narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Rosalie. I'm listening, Rosalie said calmly. Her fingers shifted slightly. Marina jerked and caught Rosalie's wrist with a quiet laugh. Don't do that. Rosalie's mouth curved faintly. Do what? You know exactly what. Marina tried to pull away but Rosalie followed her easily, her fingers brushing lightly across Marina's ribs again. Marina let out a startled giggle and twisted under the blankets, grabbing Rosalie's arm before she could try again. That's not fair, she said, trying to sound stern and failing. Rosalie looked entirely unrepentant. You're very easy to distract. Marina shook her head and pulled Rosalie closer instead, pressing a quick kiss to her lips before settling back against the pillow. The brief laughter softened into quiet again as the pale morning light continued to brighten the room. Rosalie watched her carefully once more. You do that when you're thinking too much. Do what? Deflect. Rosalie's tone stayed gentle but steady. You've been thinking about the music for days. Marina let out a slow breath and turned her gaze toward the window again. Yes, she admitted. Rosalie shifted slightly, propping herself up on one elbow while keeping her other arm loosely around Marina. About what it does to you. The words settled between them with an honesty Marina had learned not to avoid. When I sing, Marina said slowly, the pressure inside me stops building. Rosalie didn't interrupt. It's like breathing, Marina continued. The resonance moves outward instead of staying trapped. The hunger quiets. Everything lines up for a while. Rosalie studied her face carefully. So you perform because you need to release it? Yes. Marina hesitated for a moment before continuing. That isn't the only reason. Rosalie waited. Marina met her eyes again, the truth resting calmly between them now. I also love it. Rosalie watched her for another long moment before a small, knowing smile touched the corner of her mouth. Both, Rosalie said quietly. Marina nodded once. Both. The morning light continued to gather across the room, softening the shadows along the walls as the sky outside brightened from gray to pale silver. Marina lay quietly beside Rosalie, watching the forest through the tall window while the conversation settled into the calm space that followed her admission. Both. The word lingered in her thoughts. Rosalie remained propped on one elbow, studying Marina with the attentive focus she reserved for moments that mattered. Her hand rested lightly against Marina's arm now, the earlier playfulness replaced by a steady warmth that grounded the room. You've been careful about it, Rosalie said after a moment. About what? About admitting you need it. Marina considered that. She hadn't hidden the truth exactly. The Cullens already understood that her resonance needed movement, that music gave her a safe outlet for something that otherwise built inside her with uncomfortable pressure. Still, saying the words out loud made the need feel more deliberate. Needing something isn't the problem, Marina said quietly. Depending on it might be. Rosalie's expression shifted slightly, thoughtful rather than concerned. You think it could become a weakness? Marina looked toward the window again. The mist had begun to lift from the trees, revealing the dark green canopy stretching across the hills beyond the clearing. I think it already is, she said. Rosalie didn't react immediately. When I go too long without performing, Marina continued, the pressure builds faster. The hunger doesn't just feel physical anymore. It feels emotional. Rosalie listened carefully. I can feel everything around me more strongly, Marina said. Fear, excitement, tension. It all pushes against the resonance like it's trying to find somewhere to go. Rosalie's hand tightened slightly on Marina's arm. And music releases it. Yes. The word came easily. Rosalie shifted a little closer on the pillow, her gaze steady and thoughtful. That isn't weakness. Marina turned toward her. Isn't it? Rosalie shook her head once. It's structure. Marina watched her, curious. Rosalie continued quietly. Carlyle controls his thirst through discipline. Jasper manages emotion through distance and awareness. Edward listens until he understands the noise around him. She brushed her thumb lightly across Marina's arm as she spoke. You channel yours through music. Marina considered that perspective. The thought settled into place with surprising ease. Rosalie studied her face again, the faintest smile touching her expression. You're not performing because you're fragile, she said softly. You're performing because you found the one thing that lets you stay balanced. Marina felt the truth of that settle quietly inside her. Outside, the sun finally touched the highest branches of the forest, turning the drifting mist into pale gold as the new day began to take shape beyond the clearing. The sunlight continued to rise beyond the forest, brightening the clearing until the room held a gentle wash of pale gold. The quiet stillness of the early morning had begun to shift as the rest of the house slowly stirred to life. Marina remained beside Rosalie, her gaze drifting toward the tall windows while the thoughts from their conversation settled into place. Structure. The idea felt right, but something else lingered beneath it. A quiet realization that had been forming slowly over the past weeks, growing clearer each time she finished performing. Rosalie watched her carefully. You're thinking again. Marina glanced back toward her. I know. Rosalie's hand rested lightly against Marina's shoulder beneath the blankets. What is it? Marina considered how to explain it. When I perform, she said slowly, the pressure inside me settles. The resonance spreads outward instead of building. Rosalie nodded. You told me that. Yes. Marina shifted slightly, propping herself up enough to see the forest beyond the window more clearly. But I think I misunderstood something about it. Rosalie studied her with quiet attention. What do you mean? Marina watched the sunlight moving through the branches outside, turning the drifting mist into pale ribbons of light. It isn't just that music helps, she said thoughtfully. It's that silence makes things worse. Rosalie's expression sharpened slightly. Marina continued carefully. The longer I go without releasing the resonance, the faster it builds. Not just the hunger. Everything. Rosalie's hand tightened slightly on her shoulder. Emotions. Yes. Marina nodded once. Crowds feel louder. Fear feels sharper. Even small things start pushing against the edges of my control. Rosalie listened without interrupting. When I perform, Marina said, the resonance moves through the music instead of through people. It balances the pressure. Rosalie considered that quietly for a moment before speaking. So if you stop performing entirely. Marina finished the thought calmly. Eventually it will become harder to stay stable. The words didn't carry panic. They felt more like the simple recognition of a system she was finally beginning to understand. Rosalie watched her closely, weighing the implications. You're saying silence isn't neutral for you, Rosalie said. Marina nodded again. No, it isn't. Rosalie's hand moved gently along Marina's arm in a slow, reassuring motion. Then we don't choose silence, Rosalie said softly. Marina turned toward her. Rosalie's expression held the quiet certainty Marina had learned to trust. You sing, she continued. You perform. You release the pressure the way you were meant to. Marina felt the calm logic of that settle inside her. Outside, the sun had fully cleared the horizon, brightening the forest and filling the room with steady morning light as the new day in Forks began. 51. Outsiders. Charlie sat back in the chair and studied the photographs again while the investigator waited across the desk. The station remained quiet around them, the muted hum of the lights overhead and the distant shuffle of paperwork in the front office the only sounds breaking the stillness. Charlie didn't need the pictures to remember the scenes. He'd walked each of them himself. Wet soil that should have been torn apart by a predator's struggle had barely been disturbed. The bodies had been lying in open ground where any real hunter would have dragged them into cover. There had been blood, but not the feeding damage that usually followed an animal attack. He'd told himself it was unusual terrain. Strange circumstances. Maybe a wounded cougar acting outside its normal behavior. But the explanations had never sat right. The investigator watched him quietly, waiting. Charlie finally leaned back and folded his arms across his chest. You're not here to confirm cougar attacks. The man shook his head once. No. Charlie tapped one of the photographs with a finger. There's not enough disturbed ground for a predator fight. Bodies are left in the open. Nothing's been eaten. He looked up again. So what are you saying? The investigator met his gaze without hesitation. I'm considering whether these scenes were staged for us. Charlie frowned slightly. Body dumps, you mean? The investigator tilted his head a fraction. Possibly. Charlie's eyes returned to the photographs spread across the desk. Forest floor. Evidence markers. A body lying exactly where it had been found. If someone killed them somewhere else, Charlie said slowly, why bring them back into the woods? Because predator attacks are common here, the investigator replied. A body left in the forest with the right injuries doesn't attract the same kind of attention. Charlie looked up again. You're saying somebody is trying to make this look like wildlife. I'm saying the possibility exists. The investigator rested one hand lightly on the folder before continuing. I'm not 100% certain yet, he said. But if the actual killings happened somewhere else, then the evidence we need isn't at these sites. Charlie's jaw tightened slightly. The investigator's voice remained calm. It could be somewhere my evidence is already gone, he said. Somewhere rain and time have already washed it away. The words settled heavily in the small office. Charlie leaned back in the chair and looked at the photographs again, the quiet certainty he'd been ignoring for days finally settling into place. If the investigator was right, something far worse than a predator was moving victims through the woods around Forks. Charlie let the silence settle for a moment after the investigator finished speaking. The rain had begun again outside, a steady tapping against the station windows that blurred the view of the street. Forks spent half its life under that kind of gray weather, the forest soaking up water until the ground turned soft and dark beneath the trees. If the investigator was right, that rain had already erased something important. Charlie reached forward and slid one of the photographs closer. The image showed the second victim near the logging road. The body had been found just beyond the gravel shoulder where the trees thickened into deep brush. Yellow evidence markers surrounded the site in a careful ring. Charlie stared at the ground in the photograph. The soil should have been torn apart. Even a small cougar would have thrashed the ground during a kill. Leaves scattered, branches broken, drag marks through the dirt where the predator hauled its prey away from open ground. Instead, the earth looked almost undisturbed. "You noticed this too," the investigator said quietly. Charlie nodded once without looking up. "Yeah." The investigator leaned forward slightly. "Then you understand why I came back." Charlie exhaled slowly through his nose and pushed the photograph back across the desk. "What I understand," he said, "is that if someone is dumping bodies in the woods, we should be looking for where the actual kills happened." "That's exactly what I'm thinking." Charlie leaned back in the chair again, rubbing a hand across the back of his neck while he considered the possibility. Forks wasn't a large town. People noticed things. Strangers passing through, vehicles on the logging roads. Someone moving bodies through the forest would have taken time and planning. "What about missing persons?" Charlie asked. The investigator shook his head slightly. "Nothing local so far. So they're bringing victims from somewhere else." "Possibly." Charlie glanced toward the rain streaking down the window again. If the murders had happened days before the bodies appeared in Forks, the original scenes might already be gone. Water washed away footprints. Wind scattered fibers. Time erased the rest. The investigator closed the folder slowly and rested his hands on top of it. "There's another reason this bothers me," he said. Charlie raised an eyebrow slightly. "What?" The investigator met his eyes with quiet seriousness. "All three bodies were placed somewhere they'd be found." Charlie frowned. "Explain." "A real predator hides its kill," the investigator said. "Whoever did this left them where hikers and drivers would notice." Charlie felt the meaning settle heavily into his thoughts. "Someone wanted the bodies discovered," he said. The investigator nodded once. "And someone wanted us to believe the forest did it." Charlie leaned back in his chair and watched the rain slide slowly down the window beside his desk. The sound of it filled the quiet office with a steady rhythm that seemed to match the weight settling into his thoughts. Someone wanted the bodies discovered. That idea had been sitting in the back of his mind since the first scene, but hearing the investigator say it out loud made the possibility harder to dismiss. Charlie looked back toward the man across the desk. "If someone is staging this," he said slowly, "then they're not just hiding a murder." The investigator nodded slightly. "No. They're guiding the investigation. That's the concern." Charlie reached for the folder and opened it again, flipping through the photographs with careful attention. Each image showed the same quiet forest floor. The same pale markers. The same unnatural stillness where something violent should have left chaos behind. He stopped on the first victim. "3 bodies," Charlie said. "Yes. All left where hikers or drivers would find them." The investigator rested his hands loosely on the desk. "Correct." Charlie tapped the photograph with one finger. "And every scene points toward wildlife." "That's the pattern." Charlie let out a slow breath. The rain outside continued to fall, steady and patient. "If someone wanted these to stay hidden," Charlie said, "they could have buried the bodies or dropped them somewhere deeper in the forest." The investigator watched him carefully. "Yes. But they didn't." "No." Charlie closed the folder again and leaned back in the chair, his gaze drifting toward the gray light outside the station window. Forks wasn't a large place. The forest surrounded the town like a living wall of green, miles of trees stretching in every direction. People who grew up there understood how easily someone could disappear among those hills. But whoever was doing this hadn't tried to hide the victims. They'd displayed them. Charlie rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. So either someone wants us chasing the wrong explanation, he said quietly, or they want the bodies found for another reason. The investigator tilted his head slightly. What reason would that be? Charlie stared out at the rain for another moment before answering. I don't know yet, he admitted. But people who dump bodies in plain sight usually want someone to see them. He turned back toward the desk. And that means someone might also be watching how we react. 52. Rehearsal. The Forks High Gym carried the hollow echo of folding chairs and bored voices as students filtered through the doors for graduation rehearsal. Rows of metal chairs had been arranged in careful lines across the basketball court, their gray legs scraping faintly across the varnished floor whenever someone shifted them out of alignment. The high windows along the gym wall let in pale morning light that reflected softly off the polished wood and the faded blue paint of the court markings. Marina stood near the edge of the arranged rows with her hands loosely clasped in front of her, watching the slow organization unfold. Teachers moved through the space with clipboards, calling out names and directing students into their assigned seats while the seniors drifted toward their places with the relaxed impatience of people who already considered the ceremony finished. She let her breathing settle into a steady rhythm even though she didn't need the air. The habit mattered more than the oxygen. Rosalie sat halfway up the bleachers overlooking the court, one arm draped casually across the metal rail as she watched the room with quiet attention. From anyone else's perspective she looked like another older sister waiting for the rehearsal to finish. Marina could feel the faint reassurance of Rosalie's presence even without looking up. A teacher clapped her hands near the center aisle. Okay, everyone, listen up, she called, raising her voice over the chatter. This is rehearsal, not social hour. When your name is called, you walk the line, shake hands, take the diploma folder, and keep moving. We're practicing so tomorrow goes smoothly. A ripple of mild groans passed through the students. Marina let the sound wash past her without reacting. Emotional noise moved through the room in restless waves, small flashes of boredom, excitement, anxiety, and relief that flickered across the crowded space. It wasn't the heavy storm of feeling she sometimes encountered in larger gatherings, but even this smaller tide pressed lightly against the edge of her awareness. She kept it at arm's length. Edward leaned against the wall near the exit doors, his posture relaxed but his attention clearly fixed on the entrance to the gym. Marina followed his line of sight without turning her head, sensing the familiar emotional signature approaching before she saw its source. Bella Swan stepped carefully through the gym doors with her crutches braced under her arms, the white cast on her leg bright against the darker floor. A few nearby students glanced over with quick concern before returning to their conversations. Edward straightened immediately and moved toward her. Marina watched him reach Bella and steady one of the crutches automatically. Edward's voice carried across the quiet space between them as he said softly, "You didn't have to come today." Bella shifted her weight slightly and gave him a stubborn look. "It's graduation rehearsal," she replied. "I'm not missing it." The slow shuffle of students settling into their assigned rows continued while the teachers tried to restore order to the gym. Names were called, chairs scraped softly against the floor, and the steady murmur of conversation drifted beneath the high rafters like distant surf. Edward guided Bella carefully along the aisle toward the row marked for their class. One hand hovered close to the back of her chair while she maneuvered the crutches with determined precision. Bella lowered herself into the seat with a small exhale and shifted the casted leg forward to keep it clear of the narrow row. "You could have stayed home," Edward sighed quietly as he crouched beside her chair to adjust the angle of the crutches. "No one would have blamed you." Bella glanced down at him with a look that carried equal parts irritation and affection. "I already missed enough school sitting around that house," she replied. "I'm not missing graduation practice too." Edward straightened slowly but remained close beside her chair, his posture still protective despite her calm tone. Marina watched the exchange from several rows away, her attention drifting toward the quiet currents of emotion moving through the gym. Most of the room carried the familiar mix of anticipation and boredom that came with any school ceremony rehearsal, but Bella's emotional signal stood out clearly against the background noise. Determination burned steadily beneath it. Bella shifted slightly in the chair, adjusting the cast with a careful movement before glancing around the gym. Several classmates offered quick smiles or small waves of greeting. Jessica Stanley leaned over from the next row and said, "Wow, Bella, you actually came," while Mike Newton added with awkward enthusiasm, "That cast looks rough." Bella gave them both a patient smile. "It's not that bad," she said. "Just inconvenient." Marina watched the conversation while keeping her breathing slow and measured. Bella's emotional field always carried a sharper clarity than most people. It wasn't louder, but it was easier to read, like a clean tone in a crowded room. Edward seemed to feel it too. He remained standing beside Bella's chair even after the rest of the row settled, his attention focused entirely on her while the rehearsal instructions resumed at the front of the gym. "Okay," the teacher called again, clapping her hands once more. "When your row is called, you'll walk the center aisle exactly the way you will tomorrow." A few students laughed quietly as they stood and practiced the slow procession across the basketball court. Bella watched them go with visible impatience. She glanced up at Edward and lowered her voice slightly as she said, "If I have to limp across that stage tomorrow, I'm still doing it." Edward's expression softened with reluctant acceptance. "I know you will," he replied gently. Marina observed the exchange in silence, aware that Bella's stubborn resolve had not weakened at all since the accident. If anything, the injury seemed only to have sharpened it. The rehearsal continued in slow, methodical waves as each row practiced the walk across the gym floor. Students rose when their section was called, shuffled forward along the taped aisle lines, accepted imaginary diplomas from a teacher standing near the stage, and returned to their seats with quiet laughter at the awkward formality of it all. Bella watched the process with growing impatience. Her crutches rested against the side of her chair, and the casted leg remained stretched forward while she leaned slightly toward Edward beside her. "You know," she said quietly, keeping her voice low enough that the surrounding students wouldn't hear, "this would be a lot easier if I wasn't human." Edward's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. He kept his voice calm when he replied, "Bella, we've talked about that." "I know we have," she said, her tone steady but insistent. "But it doesn't change anything." Edward glanced toward the front of the gym where another row was beginning its careful walk across the court. His posture remained relaxed to anyone watching, but Marina could feel the tension building beneath the surface. Bella continued before he could answer. "The accident proved it again," she said. "If I was like you, none of this would matter." Edward turned his attention back to her, lowering his voice further. "If you were like me, you wouldn't have a choice anymore." Bella met his gaze without hesitation. "I already made the choice." Marina sat 2 rows behind them, listening without appearing to. The steady background noise of the gym masked the quiet conversation easily, but Edward's emotions carried farther than his voice. Concern and frustration moved through him in quiet pulses that were easy for Marina to read. Bella shifted slightly in the chair, careful of the cast, and continued in the same calm tone. "You keep acting like I'm asking for something reckless," she said. "But this is the life I want." Edward looked down at the floor for a moment before answering. When he spoke again, his voice carried a quiet seriousness that Marina had learned to recognize. "You want immortality," he said. "You think you understand it." Bella's response came immediately. "I understand enough." Edward lifted his eyes again and studied her expression. "Bella, the change isn't something you undo if you regret it later." "I won't regret it," she said firmly. Marina watched Edward's shoulders tighten slightly as he absorbed the answer. Around them the rehearsal continued with mild chatter and the scrape of chairs, but the quiet tension between the two of them seemed to isolate their conversation from the rest of the room. Bella's voice softened slightly as she added, "I just don't want to keep waiting while everything dangerous keeps happening around me." Edward held her gaze for a long moment before answering. "I know," he said quietly. Another row of students finished their slow walk across the gym floor and returned to their seats while the teacher at the front of the room checked names on her clipboard. The rehearsal had settled into a steady rhythm now, a quiet routine of standing, walking, sitting, and waiting. Bella shifted in her chair and reached down to adjust the position of her cast again. Edward remained beside her, watching the movement with careful attention even though she managed the motion easily. Marina rose from her own chair a few rows back and walked down the aisle toward them with an easy, natural pace. To anyone watching, she looked like another student stretching her legs during the long rehearsal. Only Edward's eyes lifted toward her immediately as she approached. "Everything okay?" Marina asked when she reached Bella's row. Her tone was casual, but her attention rested on both of them. Bella gave a small shrug. "I'm just impatient," she said. "I hate sitting around while everyone else moves." Marina smiled faintly. "You're not exactly known for patience." Bella returned the expression with a brief smile of her own before her gaze shifted between Marina and Edward. The earlier conversation lingered in the air between them, quiet but unresolved. Edward watched Marina carefully. "Did you need something?" he asked. Marina hesitated for a moment before answering. The decision showed briefly in the set of her shoulders before she spoke. "Actually, yes." Bella tilted her head slightly. "What is it?" Marina rested one hand lightly on the back of the empty chair beside Bella's seat. Her voice lowered enough to keep the conversation private within the steady noise of the rehearsal. "I heard part of what you were talking about," she said calmly. "About the change." Edward's expression tightened again. Bella didn't look embarrassed. Marina continued before either of them could respond. "Carlyle understands vampire venom better than anyone alive," she said quietly. "But what happened to me isn't the same thing." Bella frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Marina met her gaze directly. "My venom isn't purely vampire anymore," she explained. "It's mixed with the siren side of whatever I am now." Edward's eyes sharpened as he absorbed the implication. "You're saying the transformation might be different?" Marina nodded once. "I'm saying we don't know what it would do to a human." Bella studied her carefully, curiosity beginning to replace the earlier impatience. "Different how?" Marina considered the question for a moment before answering. "Possibly nothing unusual," she said. "You might become exactly what the rest of them are." Edward remained very still beside Bella's chair. "But there's another possibility," Marina continued quietly. "You might become something closer to what I am." Bella's eyebrows lifted slightly. "A hybrid?" Marina gave a small, thoughtful nod. "Maybe. Or something we don't understand yet." Edward's voice came low and serious when he finally spoke. "That's not a risk I'm willing to take." Bella looked between them, her expression thoughtful rather than afraid. "Or," she said slowly, "it might be the reason the change works for me at all." Marina watched the determination return to Bella's eyes and felt the quiet certainty behind it settle into place. The rehearsal continued around them with the steady scrape of chairs and the distant voice of the teacher calling names, but the three of them sat in a small pocket of stillness that the rest of the room never noticed. 53. Movement in the woods. The rain had thinned to a mist by the time Marina stepped out of the school building. The air carried the damp scent of cedar and wet asphalt, and the low clouds pressing over Forks turned the afternoon light into a soft gray glow that muted the edges of everything. Students spilled slowly across the parking lot after rehearsal, their voices drifting through the mist in scattered clusters of conversation and laughter. Marina paused near the edge of the lot beside Rosalie's car, letting the quiet rhythm of the town settle around her. The rehearsal's restless energy faded behind her like an echo. Even the faint emotional noise of the departing seniors thinned as people moved toward their cars and buses. Rosalie leaned against the driver's door with casual patience, her arms folded loosely as she watched the school entrance. From a distance she looked like any other older sibling waiting to give someone a ride home, but Marina could feel the quiet attention behind her relaxed posture. "Long rehearsal?" Rosalie asked when Marina approached. Marina gave a small nod. "About as thrilling as you'd expect." Rosalie's mouth curved slightly. "Bella survive it?" "Barely," Marina said. "She's determined to limp across that stage tomorrow even if someone tries to stop her." Rosalie shook her head once, amused. "Sounds like Bella." Marina rested her hand lightly on the roof of the car and lifted her gaze toward the distant line of trees that bordered the far side of town. The forest stood dark against the low sky, its endless green stretching toward the mountains beyond. Something shifted. The sensation brushed against her awareness so lightly that at first she thought it was nothing more than the lingering emotional static from the crowded gym. But the feeling returned a moment later, sharper now, moving through the distant woods like a ripple across still water. Marina stilled. Rosalie noticed immediately. "What is it?" Marina kept her eyes on the tree line. "Something's moving out there." Rosalie followed her gaze, her expression tightening slightly as she listened to the quiet world beyond the parking lot. Cars pulled away across the wet pavement, tires whispering against the road, and the last groups of students drifted toward the buses waiting near the curb. Then the forest answered. It wasn't a sound most human ears would notice. The distant rhythm carried through miles of trees and earth, too faint and too fast for anyone but predators to hear. Running. More than one. Marina felt the emotional pulse that came with it, sharp and focused in a way human feelings never were. Determination, alertness, a rising surge of instinctive urgency that moved through the forest like a current. "The wolves," she said quietly. Rosalie's posture straightened, every trace of casual stillness gone in an instant. "Running?" Marina nodded once, still listening to the distant thunder of movement threading through the mountains beyond Forks. "Not just running," she said. "Hunting." The forest west of Forks moved with a restless energy that hadn't been there the night before. Pine branches shifted in the damp wind, dripping rainwater onto the moss-covered ground, while the thick undergrowth bent and straightened as something powerful passed through it at impossible speed. Sam Yulee ran at the front of the pack. The world rushed past in a blur of scent and motion, the familiar terrain unfolding beneath his paws as the pack cut through the forest in long, silent strides. Every muscle in his body worked in steady rhythm with the others behind him, the ground trembling faintly beneath the pounding of their combined movement. Victoria's scent burned through the cold air like a trail of fire. Fresh. Closer to town than it had been before. Sam pushed harder, the urgency tightening across the invisible thread that connected the pack minds. Behind him he could feel the others responding instantly to the shift in his pace. Jared surged forward on his left flank while Paul ranged slightly ahead through a line of trees, his instincts driving him toward the strongest trace of the scent. "She's moving toward the highway," Paul projected through the shared current of thought that linked them. Sam angled his path slightly north, calculating the direction of the scent as it twisted through the forest floor. She wasn't wandering. The trail cut forward with deliberate purpose. "Trying to draw us out," Sam thought. The idea spread through the pack in a quiet ripple of understanding. Embry veered closer to Sam's right side, his dark form weaving through the undergrowth with controlled speed. "Should we warn the Cullens?" he asked through the pack current. Sam didn't slow, but the question hung in the shared silence between them. "Not yet," Sam answered after a moment. "We confirm the direction first." They crested a shallow ridge where the forest thinned briefly before dropping toward a narrow logging road. The scent sharpened immediately, thick and unmistakable in the damp air. Paul skidded to a halt near the edge of the clearing and lowered his head toward the ground. "She's been here, minutes ago." Sam stepped forward and inhaled deeply, letting the trail settle in his senses. The copper sweetness of vampire scent lingered along the road's gravel surface, but there was something else threaded through it now. Intent. Not fear. Not retreat. Sam lifted his head slowly and looked toward the distant line of hills that rose above Forks. "She's not running away," he said through the pack link. "She's moving closer to town." The realization rippled through the others like a tightening coil. Sam turned sharply and launched forward again, the pack following without hesitation as the hunt shifted from pursuit to interception. "Then we stop her before she gets there," he said. The Cullen house stood quiet beneath the heavy sky, the forest pressing close around the long glass walls like a living barrier of green. Rain tapped softly against the roof and the tall windows while the afternoon light faded into a muted gray that blurred the edges of the trees beyond the clearing. Inside, the stillness broke without warning. Alice stopped moving. One moment she had been crossing the living room with a sketchbook tucked beneath her arm, speaking lightly to Esme about fabric samples spread across the table. The next, the pencil slipped from her fingers and rolled across the floor. Her body went rigid. Esme turned immediately. "Alice?" Alice didn't answer. Her eyes had gone distant, fixed on something no one else could see. The quiet room seemed to hold its breath as the vision struck. Movement flashed across her mind in jagged fragments. Dark forest rushing past. Shapes running through the trees at impossible speed. Wolves. The images refused to settle into a single clear path the way her visions normally did. They shattered and reformed again and again as the running shapes crossed invisible lines that distorted the future into uncertain pieces. Alice saw flashes of massive gray bodies weaving through the forest. She saw the trees bend and snap as something faster cut between them. Then a streak of red hair. The image fractured instantly. Alice inhaled sharply as the vision collapsed, leaving her standing motionless in the center of the room. Carlyle appeared beside her in the next heartbeat, his voice calm but focused. "Alice, what did you see?" Alice blinked once, her eyes slowly returning to the present. "The wolves," she said quietly. "They're running." Edward had already moved closer, his attention fixed on her face as he listened for the thoughts that always followed her visions. "Running where?" "I couldn't see clearly," Alice replied, shaking her head slightly as she tried to gather the scattered pieces. The future kept breaking apart every time they crossed paths. Jasper stepped forward from near the staircase, his posture sharpening with immediate understanding. "Because of them," he said quietly. Alice nodded once. Every time the wolves moved, the vision shifted. "I could only catch pieces." Esme watched them with quiet concern. "Was Victoria there?" Alice hesitated. For a moment, she said slowly. "Just a glimpse. Red hair moving through the trees." Edward's expression hardened slightly. "Hunting?" Alice drew a careful breath and looked toward the dark forest beyond the glass wall. The trees stood silent, but the tension she had seen in the vision still lingered in her mind like a warning. "No," she said softly. "Being hunted." By the time Marina and Rosalie reached the Cullen house, the rain had settled into a steady whisper against the trees. The forest surrounding the clearing felt different from when they had left that morning. The quiet carried a tightness beneath it, the kind of tension that animals sensed long before anything visible appeared. Rosalie brought the car to a smooth stop near the edge of the gravel drive. Marina stepped out first, the cool damp air brushing lightly across her skin as she lifted her gaze toward the glass walls of the house. The front door opened before they reached the steps. Edward stood there waiting, his expression focused and alert in a way that immediately confirmed what Marina had already suspected. "They're moving," he said without preamble. Rosalie slowed beside Marina. "The wolves?" Edward nodded once. Alice saw them running through the forest. Marina stepped inside, the warm light of the house replacing the gray afternoon behind her. Carlyle and Esme stood near the center of the room while Jasper leaned against the far wall with quiet attention. Alice remained near the wide window facing the forest, her posture still and thoughtful as if she were listening to something beyond sight. "Victoria?" Marina asked. Alice turned toward her. "Probably," she said carefully. "I only caught flashes, but the wolves were definitely hunting something." Jasper pushed away from the wall and crossed the room with calm efficiency. "If the pack is moving at that speed, they've already found her trail." Carlyle folded his hands loosely in front of him as he considered the situation. His voice remained steady when he spoke. "If Victoria is moving closer to town, the wolves will try to intercept before she reaches populated areas." Edward's gaze shifted briefly toward Marina. "Which means the hunt is already underway." Marina moved closer to the window beside Alice and looked out toward the dark wall of trees. From here the forest seemed quiet again, but the earlier sensation she had felt outside the school returned faintly at the edge of her awareness. Movement far beyond human hearing. Purpose. "They're closing the distance," she said quietly. Rosalie stepped beside her, her posture relaxed but ready in a way that only another predator would notice. "So what's the plan?" Carlyle looked toward Jasper. Jasper's expression carried the calm focus of a strategist already mapping the terrain in his mind. "If the wolves drive her east, she'll try to break toward open ground," he said. "We position ourselves between the forest and the highway." Edward nodded slowly. "Cut off her escape." Jasper's eyes moved briefly toward Marina before returning to Carlyle. "Exactly." Marina kept her gaze on the trees as the quiet weight of the moment settled into place. Somewhere beyond those hills the forest was already in motion. And the hunt had begun. 54. Argument. The clearing behind the Cullen house smelled faintly of wet pine and cold earth. Evening had settled into the forest, the light thinning into soft gray shadows beneath the tall trees. Marina stood near the edge of the clearing with her arms folded, watching the quiet movement of the coven as they prepared to leave. The air carried the tension of purpose. Carlyle spoke quietly with Jasper a few yards away, their voices calm but deliberate as they reviewed the plan one final time. Emmett leaned against the trunk of a fallen cedar, rolling his shoulders with easy anticipation. Alice and Esme stood together near the house, their attention moving between the others as the moment approached. Rosalie stepped out onto the grass from the porch and immediately found Marina watching them. The look in Marina's eyes made Rosalie stop. "You're thinking about it again," Rosalie said calmly as she approached. Marina didn't deny it. Her gaze shifted briefly toward the forest where the hunt would begin. "You're all leaving," she said quietly. "Yes," Rosalie replied. Her voice remained steady, but her posture had already sharpened with awareness. "Which means you're staying." Marina lowered her arms slowly. "That's the part I'm reconsidering." Rosalie's golden eyes narrowed slightly. "Marina." "I can help," Marina said, the words coming faster now as the thought pushed its way into the open. "Victoria's been hunting this town for weeks. People are dying. I'm not fragile." Rosalie stepped closer until only a few feet separated them. The air between them carried the familiar warmth of their bond, but beneath it Marina could feel Rosalie's protective instinct rising. "This isn't about fragility," Rosalie said quietly. "It's about experience." Marina gave a soft huff of frustration. "I've been training with Jasper." "For emotional control," Rosalie replied immediately. "Not combat." The distinction hung between them. Marina looked toward the others again. Carlyle and Jasper had paused their conversation, both of them aware of the tension growing in the clearing. Emmett's relaxed posture had shifted as well, his attention settling on the two women with open curiosity. Marina turned back to Rosalie, determination settling firmly into her voice. "If Victoria is out there tonight, then I belong in this fight too." Rosalie didn't raise her voice. She simply held Marina's gaze with calm, unyielding certainty. "No," Rosalie said, "you don't." Rosalie's refusal didn't echo loudly through the clearing, but the quiet certainty in her voice carried farther than a shout. The conversation between Carlyle and Jasper faded entirely as both men turned their attention toward the two women. Even Emmett straightened slightly from the cedar trunk, his curious expression sharpening into something more attentive. Marina felt the weight of their awareness but didn't look away from Rosalie. "You don't get to decide that alone," Marina said calmly. Her voice held steady, though the emotion beneath it pressed against her ribs like a tightening storm. "This town is my home too." Rosalie's posture didn't change, but the tension in her shoulders became unmistakable. "And protecting you is my responsibility." Marina's eyes narrowed faintly. "I'm not something that needs guarding." "You're something that matters," Rosalie replied quietly. The words landed with more force than anger would have. Marina felt the familiar warmth of Rosalie's devotion pressing against the edges of her awareness, steady and protective, but tonight it stirred frustration instead of comfort. "I'm not asking to charge into a battlefield blind," Marina said, forcing patience into her voice. "Jasper has been training me. I can control the resonance now. That matters." Rosalie folded her arms slowly, the gesture composed but unyielding. Control in a clearing with Jasper isn't the same as facing a predator that's been hunting humans for centuries. Marina glanced briefly toward the forest again. The dark trees beyond the clearing seemed deeper tonight, the shadows stretching outward like the mouth of something waiting. "That predator is already killing people here," Marina said. "How long do I stand on the porch while the rest of you fight?" Before Rosalie could answer, Emmett's voice drifted across the clearing with cautious curiosity. "For the record, this is the most polite pre-battle argument I've ever seen." Rosalie didn't look at him. Not helping. Emmett raised both hands slightly in surrender but stayed where he was. Carlyle stepped forward then, his calm presence smoothing some of the tension that had gathered between the trees. "Let's keep our focus where it belongs," he said gently. Marina turned toward him, though her attention remained fixed on Rosalie beside her. I am focused. Carlyle studied her quietly for a moment, his golden eyes thoughtful. I know. Rosalie exhaled slowly, the movement small but controlled. When she spoke again her voice remained calm, though the protective edge hadn't softened at all. This hunt isn't training, she said. Victoria isn't something you test yourself against. Marina met her gaze without hesitation. Then stop treating me like I'm made of glass. The tension between them didn't break when Marina spoke. If anything, it settled deeper into the clearing, thick as the damp evening air beneath the trees. Rosalie stood unmoving, her golden eyes fixed on Marina with the same calm determination she had shown since the argument began. For a moment neither of them spoke. Then Jasper stepped closer from where he had been standing beside Carlyle. His movement was quiet, but the subtle shift in the emotional air followed him like a steadying current. Both of you are right, Jasper said calmly. Marina glanced at him first, surprised by the comment. Rosalie's attention shifted a moment later, though the protective edge in her posture didn't soften. That's convenient, Marina said. Because right now it doesn't feel that way. Jasper's faint smile carried the patience of someone used to conflict. Rosalie is correct that Victoria is dangerous. Experience matters when you face a predator who has survived as long as she has. Marina folded her arms again, the gesture more defensive this time. And the other half of that statement? Jasper met her gaze steadily. You are also correct that standing aside won't make you safer. The clearing fell quiet again. Emmett pushed away from the cedar and wandered a few steps closer, curiosity bright in his expression. Now this sounds promising. Carlyle didn't interrupt, though he watched Jasper carefully, allowing the moment to unfold. Jasper looked between Marina and Rosalie before continuing. The real question isn't whether Marina should fight tonight. The real question is whether she understands what that means. Marina's chin lifted slightly. I understand enough. Do you? Jasper asked gently. He didn't raise his voice or change his posture, but the emotional pressure around them shifted subtly as he spoke. Marina felt the quiet weight of his attention pressing against her awareness. Victoria won't hesitate, Jasper continued. She won't test you. She won't pause to see if you're ready. She will try to kill you immediately. Marina didn't look away. I know. Rosalie's voice cut in quietly beside her. Knowing it and facing it are different things. Marina turned her head slightly toward her mate. The frustration inside her chest softened for a moment as she met Rosalie's gaze. I don't want to hide behind you, Marina said. Rosalie's expression flickered with something deeper than irritation. The emotion carried through the bond between them like a quiet pulse of fear. I don't want to lose you, Rosalie answered softly. The words settled into the clearing with a weight that none of the others tried to interrupt. The quiet that followed Rosalie's words settled heavily through the clearing. Even the forest seemed to pause, the wind slipping softly through the branches above them as dusk deepened beneath the trees. Marina held Rosalie's gaze, feeling the emotion behind those words more clearly than the sound itself. Fear. Not weakness. Not doubt. Fear of loss. The realization softened the sharp edge of Marina's frustration, though it didn't erase the determination that had pushed the argument into the open. Marina stepped closer, closing the small distance between them. Her voice was quieter now, though no less firm. Rosalie. Rosalie didn't move away, but her posture remained guarded, as if the decision had already been made and she simply hadn't spoken it aloud yet. I know you're trying to protect me, Marina continued gently. But that doesn't mean you get to carry everything alone. Rosalie's eyes flickered with a mixture of affection and stubborn resistance. That's part of loving someone. And trusting them is the other part, Marina replied. Behind them, Emmett shifted his weight slightly, though he wisely kept his thoughts to himself this time. Jasper remained beside Carlyle, both of them watching with the quiet patience of people who understood that some decisions couldn't be forced. Rosalie studied Marina for several seconds, her gaze searching the determination in Marina's expression. The emotional bond between them carried every hesitation clearly, the protective instinct that had shaped Rosalie for decades pressing hard against the possibility she didn't want to consider. You're still learning, Rosalie said finally. Marina nodded once. Yes. And Victoria is dangerous. I know. Rosalie's voice softened slightly, though the seriousness never left it. She won't give you a second chance. Marina met her eyes without flinching. Neither will I. For a moment Rosalie said nothing. The silence stretched long enough that the rest of the clearing seemed to lean into it. Then Jasper spoke quietly from where he stood beside Carlisle. If Marina participates tonight, she doesn't hunt alone. Rosalie turned toward him immediately. Jasper. His expression remained calm. She stays beside one of us the entire time. No separation. No chasing. Carlisle nodded slowly, considering the proposal. Rosalie looked back at Marina, the conflict in her eyes plain to see. Finally she exhaled slowly. You stay with me, Rosalie said firmly. Every second. Marina didn't hesitate. Deal. 55. The Hunt. Rain threaded through the forest canopy in thin silver lines as Sam Yulee ran at the front of the pack. The ground passed beneath his paws in a blur of mud, roots, and moss while the cold scent of the mountains rushed through his lungs. Every stride carried him deeper into the territory west of Forks, where the trees grew thicker and the hills folded into one another like dark waves. Victoria's scent burned through the damp air. Fresh. Sharp. Too close to town. Sam pushed harder, lengthening his stride as the rhythm of the pack surged behind him. The ground trembled faintly beneath the combined weight of their movement. Jared ran just behind his left shoulder while Embry cut through the brush on the right, his dark form slipping between trunks with practiced ease. Paul ranged farther ahead through the trees, his reckless speed carrying him along the strongest edge of the trail. The scent twisted again, and Sam felt it immediately. Not random, deliberate. Paul's voice cut across the shared current of thought that linked the pack minds. She's turning south, he projected, the words carrying the sharp edge of frustration. Sam angled slightly downhill without slowing. Pine needles scattered beneath his paws as he adjusted to the shift in the trail. The forest floor still held the faint warmth of Victoria's passage, the scent rising from crushed moss and broken fern stems. She's not running blind, Embry said through the pack link. His thoughts carried the uneasy awareness spreading through the others. Sam didn't answer immediately. He listened instead to the rhythm of the chase. The scent line zigzagged across the forest in narrow arcs that forced the pack to shift direction again and again. Each turn cost them seconds. Each detour stretched the distance between hunter and prey. She was testing them, drawing them. Paul burst through a stand of young cedar ahead and skidded briefly across a patch of wet stone before launching forward again. She crossed the logging road, he said through the pack mind, his excitement sharpening the shared current. Sam reached the road moments later. Gravel crunched beneath his paws as he slowed just enough to pull in a deep breath. The scent struck him instantly, stronger now and closer. But something else lingered beneath it. The faint pattern of movement threaded through the trail with unsettling clarity. Intent. Sam lifted his head slowly and looked toward the distant hills rising beyond the forest. Jared reached his side a moment later, his breath steady despite the pace. She's heading toward the highway, he said through the link. Sam felt the understanding ripple outward through the pack. Victoria wasn't just fleeing the wolves. She was choosing where the hunt would end. Edward moved through the forest with silent precision, the damp earth barely stirring beneath his feet as the Cullen family spread through the trees around him. The rain softened the forest sounds into a quiet whisper of dripping branches and shifting leaves, but Edward listened beyond those ordinary noises. The distant thunder of the wolves carried through the mountains in faint pulses that only a vampire could hear. They were close, closer than he had expected. Edward adjusted his path slightly as he ran, angling east through a corridor of tall cedars while the others moved with him through the dark woods. Jasper kept a steady pace ahead and to the right, his attention fixed on the terrain unfolding between the forest and the open highway beyond the hills. Carlisle moved farther behind them, maintaining a calm but purposeful stride that kept the family loosely coordinated without crowding the wolves' pursuit. The strategy had formed quickly once Alice described the fragments of her vision. Let the wolves drive. Cut off the escape. Edward vaulted easily over a fallen trunk slick with rainwater and landed without sound on the moss beyond. His mind brushed briefly against the thoughts of his family as they moved through the forest together. Emmett's excitement flickered at the edge of his awareness while Rosalie's focus remained sharp and disciplined beside Marina somewhere farther back along the line. Jasper slowed slightly ahead of him and turned his head just enough to speak without breaking stride. "She'll try to break toward open ground," he said quietly. "Predators prefer maneuvering space when they're outnumbered." Edward nodded once as he matched Jasper's pace. "The highway is the only clear corridor within 10 miles. Carlyle's voice reached them from behind, steady despite the speed of their movement. "We intercept before she reaches it." Edward listened again to the forest beyond the hills. The wolves' pounding rhythm surged and shifted as the chase twisted through the terrain. Their thoughts remained distant and guarded, but the pattern of their movement told him enough. They were closing the gap. Edward lifted his gaze toward the dark ridge rising ahead of them. The thin line of asphalt that cut through the forest waited somewhere beyond those trees, a narrow break in the wilderness that would give Victoria the space she needed to run if she reached it. Jasper's voice lowered slightly as the realization settled between them. "If she breaks the tree line," he said calmly, "she might slip the net." Edward's expression hardened as he increased his pace. "She won't," he said quietly. The forest moved around Marina in a rush of dark trunks and wet earth as she ran beside Rosalie through the rain-damp hills west of Forks. The air tasted sharp and alive, carrying the layered scents of moss, pine, and distant water, but beneath it all lingered the faint copper trace of the predator they were pursuing. Every step came effortlessly now. The immortal strength in her body turned the uneven ground into little more than a passing blur. Rosalie kept pace easily at her side, her golden hair flashing pale against the dim forest as they moved between the trees. She glanced toward Marina briefly, her expression controlled but watchful in a way Marina had learned to recognize. "You shouldn't be here," Rosalie said quietly as they ran. Marina didn't slow. The wind pressed softly against her face as the forest slipped past around them, the distant rhythm of the wolves echoing faintly through the hills ahead. "Yes," she said calmly. "I should." Rosalie's jaw tightened slightly, though her stride never faltered. "This is a hunt," she said. "Victoria is dangerous even when she's cornered." Marina understood the warning beneath the words. Rosalie wasn't doubting her strength. She was worried about something deeper than the fight itself. "I know," Marina said. They crossed a shallow stream in a single fluid leap, landing together on the mossy bank beyond. The ground rose gently toward the ridge where Edward and the others had already moved to intercept the escape route. Rosalie's voice softened slightly as she spoke again. "Then explain why you're ignoring every sensible instinct I have." Marina lifted her gaze toward the dark slope ahead, listening to the faint pattern of movement unfolding across the forest. The wolves were closing the distance now. Their pursuit carried a growing edge of certainty that spread through the trees like distant thunder. "She isn't just running from them," Marina said quietly. "She's moving because of me." Rosalie frowned slightly as she studied her. "You think she's hunting you?" Marina shook her head once. "Not exactly." Her voice remained steady as the thought settled fully into place. "But I'm the reason she's here." Rosalie watched her for a long moment while they ran, the forest blurring past around them in dark green streaks. The realization shifted something in her expression. "You're not staying behind," Rosalie said finally. Marina met her gaze and allowed the faintest smile to touch her lips. "You already knew that." Rosalie exhaled softly and turned her attention back to the ridge ahead where the forest began to thin. Her voice carried quiet acceptance when she spoke again. "Then we do this together," she said. Marina nodded once as they surged forward through the trees toward the tightening circle of the hunt. Victoria ran. The forest blurred around her in dark streaks of cedar and hemlock while the rain slid cold across her skin. The ground rose and fell beneath her feet in uneven waves of moss and stone, but the terrain meant little. Her body moved with the effortless speed of a predator built for the hunt, every stride carrying her deeper through the mountains west of Forks. Behind her, the wolves thundered through the forest. She could hear them even over the rush of wind and rain. The pounding rhythm of their pursuit carried through the earth itself, a relentless drumbeat closing the distance mile by mile. Their scent followed her across the wet ground, sharp and wild, cutting through the damp air like a warning. Victoria smiled faintly as she ran. They were fast, faster than most prey she had chased in the past. But speed alone did not win a hunt. She angled slightly downhill, adjusting her path through a narrow corridor of trees while her senses searched the forest ahead. The scent of the town drifted faintly through the rain somewhere beyond the hills. Asphalt, oil, human life clustered along the thin lines of road that cut through the wilderness. Open ground waited there, room to move, room to break the chase. Victoria leapt easily over a fallen trunk and landed on the slope beyond without slowing. Her mind traced the pattern of the pursuit as she ran. The wolves pressed from behind in a tightening arc, pushing her steadily east toward the highway. Just as she intended. The forest shifted ahead. Victoria slowed slightly as a new scent reached her senses. Cold, familiar, vampire. She stopped. The silence that followed felt heavier than the chase itself. Rain whispered through the branches overhead while the distant thunder of the wolves continued to close behind her. But the scent ahead did not move. Victoria lifted her head slowly and inhaled again. Another vampire. Then another. Their presence spread across the forest in a quiet line that stretched between the trees like an invisible wall. Understanding settled in with sudden clarity. The wolves were not hunting alone. Victoria turned her gaze toward the ridge rising beyond the forest where the scent lines converged. Somewhere ahead, the Cullens were already moving to cut off the only clear escape route toward the highway. The wolves pressed from behind. The vampires waited ahead. Victoria felt the shape of the trap close around her. For the first time since the chase began, she stood still and listened to the rain falling through the forest. Then her smile returned, slower now and far more dangerous. The hunt had changed. 56. The Clash. Rain whispered through the high branches as Victoria stood motionless among the dark trees, her red hair plastered against her shoulders by the damp wind. The forest had gone strangely quiet around her. Only the distant rhythm of pounding paws disturbed the steady fall of water through the canopy. She listened without moving, the sound of the wolves rolling closer through the hills like thunder gathering beneath the earth. Their scent flooded the forest behind her. Hot, wild, territorial. Victoria tilted her head slightly, considering the direction of the sound. They were confident now. The chase had carried them far from the town and deep into the hills where the trees thickened and the ground fell into narrow valleys of moss and stone. The wolves believed the hunt was nearly finished. They were wrong. A massive gray shape burst through the brush ahead of the others, landing heavily on the slope as mud sprayed across the wet ground. Sam Yuli's paws struck the earth with enough force to shake droplets loose from the low branches above him. His dark eyes locked on Victoria instantly. Behind him the rest of the pack spilled through the forest in a widening arc. Jared crashed through a stand of young cedar to the left while Embry cut across the slope from the right, their movements tightening the circle around the clearing where Victoria waited. The wolves slowed as they closed the distance, their formation shifting from pursuit to containment. Low growls vibrated through the damp air as the pack spread among the trees. Sam stepped forward carefully, his shoulders lowering as his weight shifted toward his front paws. Rain dripped steadily from the thick fur along his spine while his gaze never left the red-haired vampire standing before them. Victoria watched the movement with calm interest. Her golden eyes flicked from one wolf to another as the circle tightened. Finally, she said softly. The word carried easily across the clearing despite the rain. Her voice held quiet amusement rather than fear. Paul lunged first. The dark wolf exploded forward with a snarl that tore through the forest silence as his jaws snapped toward Victoria's throat. Victoria moved before his teeth could close. Her body twisted sideways in a blur of pale motion and her hand struck the side of Paul's skull with brutal force. The impact threw the wolf sideways through a spray of wet ferns. He crashed across the clearing and rolled hard against the roots of a fallen tree. Victoria straightened slowly and brushed a strand of wet hair from her face. The wolves surged forward together. The clearing erupted into motion. The hunt had become a fight. Edward heard the battle begin before he saw it. The forest erupted into a violent storm of movement as the wolves closed around Victoria. The sound carried through the rain in a chaotic mixture of snarls, snapping jaws, and splintering wood. Edward adjusted his direction instantly, accelerating through the trees as the Cullen family moved with him toward the clearing. Jasper reached the edge of the slope first. He slowed slightly as he crested the rise, his golden eyes sweeping the scene unfolding below them. Wolves surged through the clearing in coordinated bursts while Victoria moved among them with lethal precision. Her pale form flashed through the rain as she slipped between lunging jaws and crushing paws. "She's not panicking," Jasper said quietly as Edward came up beside him. His voice carried the calm tone of a soldier reading a battlefield. Edward tracked Victoria's movement below. She twisted away from Sam's snapping teeth and used the momentum of the wolf's lunge to vault across the wet ground. Her hand struck Embry's shoulder with brutal force as she passed, knocking the young wolf sideways through a spray of moss and broken branches. "She's fighting to break their formation," Edward sighed. Behind him Emmett stepped forward with visible anticipation as he watched the wolves struggle to contain the red-haired vampire. His massive frame seemed almost eager for the impact waiting below. "Looks like she could use more dance partners," Emmett said with a grin. Carlyle reached the ridge a moment later and studied the clearing with measured concern. His expression remained calm, though the tension in the battlefield was impossible to ignore. "We move carefully," Carlyle said quietly. "The wolves have the advantage in numbers. We don't disrupt their coordination unless necessary." Edward nodded once, but his attention had already shifted toward the far edge of the forest where a familiar presence moved through the rain behind them. Rosalie. Her thoughts flickered briefly at the edge of his awareness as she ran through the trees toward the fight. Jasper stepped forward. Time to tighten the net. The Cullens moved as one. Emmett leapt from the ridge with enough force to crack the wet earth beneath his landing. Jasper followed a heartbeat later, slipping through the trees with the smooth precision of a practiced predator. Edward moved beside him as they entered the clearing together. Victoria saw them immediately. For the first time since the fight began, her smile faded. The clearing exploded into motion as the Cullens entered the fight. Emmett's landing shook the ground hard enough to scatter wet leaves across the mossy floor while Jasper moved through the trees with lethal precision, cutting off the escape line Victoria had been using to slip between the wolves. Victoria moved like flame through the rain. She twisted away from Sam's snapping jaws and vaulted over Jared's lunging form, using the wolf's momentum to push herself higher along the slope before landing lightly among dripping ferns. Her golden eyes flicked across the battlefield. The wolves were no longer alone. Emmett charged. His massive form tore across the clearing and crashed into the space Victoria had occupied only a heartbeat earlier. The impact shattered a fallen branch beneath his feet as he swung a powerful arm toward her head. Victoria ducked beneath the strike and slipped sideways through the rain, her pale hand slamming into Emmett's shoulder hard enough to spin the larger vampire half around. "Fast," Emmett muttered as he regained his footing, a grin flashing despite the violence of the exchange. Jasper moved in from the opposite side, forcing Victoria to pivot again as Sam lunged from the front. For a moment the trap nearly closed. Teeth snapped inches from her arm while Jasper's hand reached for her shoulder. Victoria twisted free with sudden ferocity and drove her heel into the wet earth, launching herself backward through a narrow gap between the wolves. Her body landed in a crouch near the far edge of the clearing. That was when she saw Marina. Marina stepped through the rain-dark trees at the edge of the fight. The battlefield seemed to slow around her. Wolves circled. Cullens shifted through the rain. The clearing pulsed with tension. Emotion rolled through the forest in heavy waves. Fear. Rage. Hunting instinct. Marina felt it all at once. The siren inside her responded automatically. Invisible threads spread outward through the clearing like faint ripples through water. The wolves felt it as a surge of focus. The Cullens felt the tightening calm beneath their movements. Victoria felt it too, her golden eyes fixed on Marina with sharp curiosity. "So," Victoria said softly as she straightened from her crouch. Rain slid down her face while a slow smile returned to her lips. "You're the new one." Marina stepped forward across the wet ground. Her gaze never left Victoria. "You should leave," she said quietly. Victoria laughed. "I think I'll stay." Marina moved. The ground vanished beneath her feet as she surged forward. She hit Victoria like a charging linebacker, her shoulder driving into the red-haired vampire's chest with explosive force. The impact hurled Victoria backward through a cedar trunk that shattered in a spray of bark and splintered wood. Victoria twisted even as the tree split. Her hand caught Marina's arm and she pivoted sharply, using the momentum to sling the younger vampire sideways. Marina crashed through a tangle of wet brush and struck the ground, rolling, moss and mud spraying outward as she slid across the clearing. Before Victoria could recover fully, Sam lunged. The massive wolf burst through the rain with jaws snapping shut millimeters from Victoria's face. She jerked backward just in time. The snap of teeth cut empty air where her throat had been a heartbeat earlier. Victoria vaulted away. Emmett arrived a fraction of a second later. His fist crashed into the cedar trunk behind her with brutal force, splitting the tree where Victoria's head had been moments earlier. Victoria landed lightly on the wet earth, golden eyes flashing with sudden excitement as the battlefield closed around her again. Marina rolled to her feet. The forest pulsed with emotion around her. Wolves snarling, Cullens moving through the rain with cold focus. Victoria's sharp pulse of hatred burning at the center of it all. Then Eli stumbled into Victoria's reach. The young wolf had shifted position during the chaos. Victoria's gaze flicked toward him instantly. Predatory precision. Her body turned. Marina launched toward them. She slammed into Victoria just as the vampire's arm began to rise, driving her away from the wolf with raw force. The collision tore through a stand of young trees as Marina shoved her backward across the clearing. "Stay away from him," Marina snarled. Victoria laughed. "Oh," she said lightly. "Did I kick your puppy? I'll remember him for later." Something inside Marina snapped. The resonance field around her surged violently. Emotion flooded the clearing. Rage. Protectiveness. Predatory hunger. The wolves felt the spike and bristled instinctively. The Cullens felt it too. Edward dropped from the trees at the same instant, his foot snapping out in a sharp kick aimed at Victoria's shoulder. Victoria slipped aside at the last possible moment. The kick struck Marina instead. The force hurled her sideways across the clearing where she crashed hard into the wet ground, the impact tearing a shallow trench through the moss. For a moment the battlefield froze. Marina pushed herself up slowly from the earth. Mud clung to her hands. Rain dripped from her night-black hair. Her eyes burned. The resonance around her pulsed dangerously, the emotional current rising like a gathering storm. Then Rosalie stepped into the clearing. Her golden eyes locked on Victoria with quiet lethal focus. Victoria looked from Marina to Rosalie, fear rising as she realized she'd just attacked Rosalie's mate in her presence. Her smile vanished completely. Another time then. She turned and vanished into the forest. The wolves lunged after her instantly, crashing through the trees in pursuit as the sound of pounding paws rolled away into the hills. The clearing fell abruptly silent. Rain continued to fall through the broken branches. Marina stood in the center of the battlefield breathing slowly, her fists clenched at her sides as the violent pulse of emotion slowly began to recede. Rosalie crossed the clearing and stopped beside her. Her hand rested quietly against Marina's back. "Easy," Rosalie said softly. Marina's eyes remained fixed on the dark forest where Victoria had disappeared. The hunger inside her was loud, holding it back had never been so hard. 57. After the storm. Rain fell steadily through the broken canopy as the clearing slowly returned to stillness. Splintered cedar trunks leaned at awkward angles where the fight had shattered them. Moss and wet soil lay torn across the ground in wide furrows that marked the path of bodies thrown with impossible force. The scent of churned earth and crushed fern hung heavy in the damp air. Marina stood in the center of the destruction, breathing slowly though she didn't need to breathe at all. Her fists remained clenched at her sides as the last echoes of violent emotion pulsed faintly through the forest around her. Rage had burned through her only moments earlier. Now she forced the resonance back under control, pulling the invisible threads inward until the storm inside her quieted. Across the clearing the wolves emerged one by one from the dark trees where they had chased Victoria. Their massive forms slipped through the rain in tense silence. Sam appeared first, his gray coat darkened by water and mud. His eyes moved across the clearing with hard focus as he assessed the damage and the vampires standing among it. Behind him Jared and Embry stepped into view. Paul limped slightly as he crossed the churned ground, though the injury had already begun to heal. Eli followed last, his ears low and his gaze fixed briefly on Marina before shifting away. Edward approached her carefully from the edge of the clearing. Rain slid from the dark strands of his hair as his eyes moved over her face, studying for signs of damage. His expression tightened slightly before he spoke. "I misjudged the angle," he said quietly as he came to a stop a few paces away. Marina looked at him without answering immediately. The memory of the impact still lingered in her muscles even though the pain had already faded. She pushed a strand of wet hair away from her face and finally nodded once. "You were aiming for her." "Yes," Edward sighed simply. Emmett stepped over a fallen trunk nearby and surveyed the wrecked clearing with obvious satisfaction. Rain dripped from the broad line of his shoulders as he let out a low chuckle. "She runs fast," he said, glancing toward the forest where Victoria had disappeared. "But next time I'm getting a better swing." Jasper stood a short distance behind them, his posture relaxed but his attention entirely on Marina. His golden eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the subtle currents still shifting around her. "Careful," Jasper said quietly as he took a slow step closer. "You're still pushing." The wolves held the far edge of the clearing while the Cullens gathered nearer the broken center. Rain whispered steadily through the shattered canopy. Broken cedar trunks leaned against one another like fallen soldiers and the ground still showed the deep scars of the fight. Sam's gray wolf stood at the front of the pack for several long seconds, watching the vampires across the clearing. Then he turned and disappeared briefly into the darker trees. The shift came quickly. Bones moved beneath skin, fur withdrew, and a moment later Sam stepped back into the open in human form. Rain slid down his shoulders as he crossed the clearing barefoot, calm and deliberate. The wolves behind him remained in their massive forms, watching. Bella would have turned away in embarrassment at the sight. Marina didn't. She watched Sam approach with quiet focus before her attention shifted to the expression on his face. Rosalie moved a little closer beside her as he stopped a short distance from Carlisle, her hand resting lightly against Marina's back in a gesture that was both casual and unmistakably possessive. Sam studied the Cullens for a moment before speaking. "She knew you were coming," he said. Edward's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes. She wasn't running," Sam continued as rain slid down his brow. "She was testing us." Carlisle considered that carefully. "Testing how we respond together." Sam nodded once. "Exactly." The wolf leader glanced briefly toward the broken forest around them before looking back to Carlisle. "She'll try again," he said. "But next time it won't be here." Emmett crossed his arms and looked mildly disappointed. "That's a shame. I liked this spot." Sam ignored him. His gaze shifted instead toward Marina. "You rattled her," he said. Marina felt Rosalie's hand tighten slightly against her back. She kept her expression calm. "Good." Sam watched her a moment longer before returning his attention to Carlisle. "She's hunting alone," he said. "That's the only reason we caught her tonight." Carlisle nodded slowly. "Which means she's vulnerable." "Only if we trap her," Sam said. Edward's eyes sharpened. "You have something in mind." Sam crouched slightly and traced a rough shape in the wet soil with one finger. The clearing, the hills, and the river valley took form in the mud between them. "She's circling forks," Sam said as he pointed to the outer ridgelines. "She comes down from the north and cuts across the river valley when she moves east." Carlisle leaned slightly closer to study the pattern. "You want to close the exits," Carlisle said. Sam nodded once. "Wolves push her south. Your family waits along the river." Edward's expression sharpened immediately as the idea settled into place. "A drive," he said. Sam met his gaze evenly. "Exactly." Rosalie's hand remained steady at Marina's back as the rain continued to fall. "If she runs the way she did tonight," Sam said quietly, "we'll be waiting." The wolves drifted back toward the forest after the discussion ended, their massive shapes slipping into the trees where the rain thickened beneath the branches. Sam gave Carlisle a final measured look before turning away and disappearing into the shadows to dress somewhere beyond the edge of the clearing. The tension he carried with him faded slowly with the sound of retreating paws. The Cullens remained among the broken trees. Marina watched the forest for several seconds after the wolves vanished. The fight still echoed faintly through the ground beneath her feet. Broken bark and shredded moss marked every direction where bodies had collided with impossible strength. Even now she could feel the emotional residue left behind by the battle, thin threads of adrenaline and lingering anger drifting through the air. Rosalie stepped closer beside her and slid an arm lightly around her waist. Marina felt the familiar warmth of that touch immediately. Her shoulders eased a fraction as the last of the tension left her posture. "You're still vibrating," Rosalie said quietly as her fingers rested against Marina's side. Marina exhaled slowly and forced the last threads of resonance inward until the forest around them settled again. "I'm better now." Rosalie studied her face carefully for a moment before reaching up and brushing a strand of wet hair away from Marina's cheek. Rain slid down both of them in steady silver lines beneath the dim forest light. "You almost tore that clearing apart," Rosalie said, though the faint curve of her mouth suggested she wasn't entirely displeased. Marina gave a small breath that might have been a laugh. She threatened Eli. Rosalie's expression cooled instantly at the memory. "I noticed." Across the clearing, Emmett crouched beside the shattered cedar trunk where Victoria had been thrown earlier. He ran a hand across the split wood and let out an appreciative whistle. "That was you," he called over his shoulder. "Remind me not to get tackled when you're in that mood." Marina glanced toward him with mild embarrassment before returning her attention to Rosalie. "I didn't mean to lose control like that." Rosalie's hand tightened slightly at her waist. "You didn't lose control." Marina hesitated. She remembered the surge of rage when Victoria reached for Eli. The resonance had exploded through the clearing like a storm breaking loose inside her chest. "It felt close," Marina admitted. Rosalie's golden eyes softened slightly. She rested her forehead briefly against Marina's temple before speaking again. "Next time," she said quietly, "you let the wolves start the fight. You don't need to prove anything to anyone." Marina leaned into her for a moment, letting the steady calm of Rosalie's presence quiet the last lingering echoes of the battle. Beyond the clearing the rain continued to fall, whispering softly through the dark forest where Victoria had vanished. The rain had followed Charlie Swan all the way back to town. Water streaked across the windshield of his cruiser as he pulled into the gravel lot behind the sheriff's station. The sky hung low and gray above Forks, the clouds pressing down on the small town like a lid. Charlie shut off the engine and sat for a moment listening to the quiet tick of the cooling motor. It had been a long night. He stepped out into the rain and crossed the lot with his collar turned up against the cold. By the time he reached the door his boots were already damp from the puddles forming along the cracked pavement. Inside the station the lights hummed softly overhead. The place smelled faintly of stale coffee and old paper. Charlie shrugged off his jacket and draped it over the back of his chair before dropping heavily into the seat behind his desk. A manila folder waited there. He opened it slowly. The photographs inside showed the clearing deputies had found earlier that morning in the hills north of town. Broken cedar trunks lay scattered across the forest floor. Deep furrows carved through moss and soil marked where something heavy had torn through the ground. Charlie studied one photograph for several seconds. The paw print in the mud was enormous. Deputy Markson leaned against the doorway with a mug of coffee in one hand. "Wildlife's already been called," he said as he nodded toward the photos. "State guys think it's wolves." Charlie didn't look up immediately. "Big wolves," Markson added. Charlie finally leaned back in his chair and rubbed a hand across his jaw. "Yeah," he said quietly. Markson stepped a little closer to the desk and set the coffee mug down beside the folder. "You thinking something else?" Charlie picked up another photograph. This one showed a cedar trunk snapped cleanly in half several feet above the ground. The break looked less like rot and more like something had hit the tree hard enough to split it. He frowned slightly. "Maybe," Charlie said after a moment. Markson shrugged. "They say wolves get territorial this time of year." Charlie slid the photograph back into the folder and closed it. "Maybe," he repeated. But the thought didn't sit right. He stared down at the file for several quiet seconds while the rain tapped softly against the windows of the station. Something out there had turned that clearing into a battlefield. And whatever it was, Charlie had the uneasy feeling it wasn't finished. 58. Quiet room. The house was quiet when Marina became aware again. At first the world returned as fragments. The faint scent of cedar from the Cullen walls. the distant hush of rain moving through the forest beyond the glass. A cool cloth rested against her forehead, steady and patient. Then the pain arrived. It wasn't the sharp agony of fresh wounds. That had already burned itself out somewhere in the dark hours behind her. What remained was a deep ache in muscle and bone, the heavy exhaustion of a body that had pushed beyond its limits. Marina tried to move. A gentle hand closed around her wrist before she could sit up. Rosalie's voice came low and calm beside her. Easy. You're awake, but that doesn't mean you're healed. Marina opened her eyes slowly. The ceiling above her belonged to one of the guest rooms in the Cullen house, pale wood beams crossing softly lit walls. Rain traced faint patterns against the window. Rosalie sat beside the bed, her golden hair falling over one shoulder. Her posture was relaxed, but Marina could feel the tension under it. The steady watchfulness of someone who had been sitting there for a long time. Marina swallowed. Her throat felt dry, but the words came anyway. Did we win? Rosalie's mouth curved slightly. You're asking that before asking if you survived. I assumed that part, Marina murmured. Rosalie shook her head softly, though relief flickered in her eyes. She lifted the glass from the bedside table and held it to Marina's lips. The blood inside was cool and clean. Marina drank slowly, the familiar warmth spreading through her chest as strength began to creep back into her limbs. For a moment neither of them spoke. The quiet between them wasn't empty. Marina could feel Rosalie's emotions clearly, the soft current of concern and lingering fear that hadn't fully settled yet. It brushed against Marina's senses like a fragile echo of the battle still lingering in the air. Marina lowered the glass and looked at her. You stayed. Rosalie's expression softened, the tension easing just enough to show what lay beneath it. She brushed a loose strand of hair back from Marina's face with careful fingers. Of course I did. Where else would I be? Marina let out a slow breath and sank back into the pillow. The room felt safe in a way the forest never could. No scent of blood, no distant movement of predators. Only the steady rhythm of rain and the quiet presence beside her. Rosalie watched her for a moment longer, then spoke more softly. You scared me tonight. Marina turned her head slightly toward her. Sorry. Rosalie's hand slipped into hers, warm and firm. Next time, she said quietly, try not to nearly die while proving how brave you are. Despite the ache in her body, Marina felt a faint smile form. No promises. Marina rested for a while after the blood was gone from the glass, letting the warmth settle through her body. Strength returned slowly, not in the sudden rush she usually felt after feeding but in a gradual easing of the heaviness in her limbs. The quiet of the room wrapped around her like a blanket, the steady rhythm of rain against the window filling the silence between breaths. Rosalie never let go of her hand. Marina noticed it after a few minutes, the firm warmth of Rosalie's fingers wrapped around hers. It wasn't possessive. It wasn't even tense anymore. It was simply there, steady and grounding, like an anchor holding her in place. You've been sitting there a long time, Marina said softly. Rosalie glanced down at their hands as if noticing the same thing for the first time. Her thumb brushed slowly across Marina's knuckles before she looked back at her. You were out for hours. Carlyle said you needed the rest. Marina studied her for a moment. Even without drawing on her gift, she could see the faint signs of strain. Rosalie's posture was composed as always, but there was a tightness in the way her shoulders held still, like someone who had been forcing herself not to move. You didn't leave, Marina said. Rosalie shook her head gently. I wasn't going to. You could have hunted. I already did, Rosalie replied quietly. She leaned back slightly in the chair beside the bed, though her hand still remained in Marina's. Emmett dragged me out earlier. Said I'd be useless if I tried to sit here starving. Marina smiled faintly at the image. That sounds like him. It was, Rosalie said, a hint of warmth touching her voice. He also threatened to carry you into the forest if you didn't wake up soon, just to see if the cold air would help. Marina turned her head slightly on the pillow and looked toward the rain-dark window. The forest beyond the glass was a dim blur of towering shapes and moving shadow. Somewhere out there the fight had happened, the memory of it still lingering faintly in her muscles. Is everyone all right? She asked quietly. Rosalie followed her gaze toward the window before answering. Yes. A few scratches. Nothing that won't heal before morning. Her fingers tightened slightly around Marina's hand before easing again. You took the worst of it. Marina let out a slow breath. She remembered pieces of it now. The rush of movement through the trees. The scent of blood. The moment everything had tilted too far. I thought I had it under control, she said. Rosalie's eyes returned to her immediately. You did better than anyone expected. That's not the same thing. Rosalie leaned forward slightly, her expression calm but certain. No, it isn't. Her thumb brushed once more across Marina's knuckles as she held her gaze. But you're still here. Tonight, that's what matters. The rain continued its quiet rhythm against the glass while Marina rested against the pillows, feeling the slow return of strength in her limbs. The worst of the weakness had passed now, replaced by the steady, familiar awareness of her body knitting itself back together. Even so, she remained still, more aware of Rosalie beside her than of the room itself. Rosalie hadn't moved far. The chair remained close to the bed, angled so she could watch Marina without leaning forward. Her posture had relaxed a little, though the protective instinct in her gaze hadn't faded. Marina studied her quietly for a moment before speaking. You were angry earlier. Rosalie didn't pretend not to understand what she meant. Her eyes shifted briefly toward the rain-dark window before returning to Marina's face. Yes. Marina watched the small movement carefully. At me? Rosalie's fingers tightened slightly around Marina's hand before easing again. Not the way you think. She leaned forward a little in the chair, resting her free arm on the edge of the mattress. I was angry because you were hurt. Marina tilted her head slightly. That sounds like the same thing. It isn't, Rosalie said quietly. Her voice stayed calm, but there was an edge of emotion beneath it that Marina could feel clearly. You had to fight. I understand that. But watching you take that kind of risk without knowing if you could survive it is something else. Marina absorbed that in silence for a moment. The words themselves were simple, but the feeling behind them carried more weight than Rosalie had spoken aloud. Fear still lingered there, quiet and stubborn. You didn't try to stop me, Marina said after a moment. Rosalie's mouth curved faintly. Stopping you has never worked very well. That's fair. Rosalie shook her head slightly, though a small smile touched her expression. Besides, Carlyle already warned us this would happen sooner or later. You have two hungers and instincts you're still learning to control. There was always going to be a moment where things pushed too far. Marina looked down at their joined hands. Her fingers curled slightly against Rosalie's palm. I remember losing the balance for a second. Rosalie's attention sharpened immediately. What do you mean? It was like the hunger pulled in two directions at once, Marina said slowly, searching for the memory as she spoke. Blood and emotion. They both hit at the same time and for a moment I couldn't tell which one I was following. Rosalie listened without interrupting, her expression thoughtful. Marina looked back up at her. I think that's what nearly got me killed. Rosalie leaned closer, her voice quiet but steady. Then we'll make sure it doesn't happen again. Rosalie remained leaning close to the bed for a moment after speaking, her gaze steady on Marina's face. The quiet determination in her voice carried the same certainty Marina had heard countless times before. When Rosalie decided something mattered, she treated it as a problem to solve. Marina watched her thoughtfully. You already have a plan. Rosalie's mouth curved faintly. Of course I do. That was fast. It had several hours to develop, Rosalie replied calmly. She straightened slightly in the chair but didn't release Marina's hand. Carlyle and Jasper both have ideas. Jasper especially. Marina raised an eyebrow. That sounds dangerous. Rosalie let out a quiet breath that might almost have been a laugh. Only if you ignore him. She glanced briefly toward the door before returning her attention to Marina. Jasper wants to work with you on separating the signals your instincts follow. Blood hunger and emotional resonance trigger different reactions in your mind. He thinks they can be trained like two separate reflexes. Marina considered that slowly, like learning to listen to two songs at once. Something like that. Marina closed her eyes for a moment as she pictured it. Her memories of the fight flickered faintly behind her thoughts. The overwhelming rush of scent, fear, anger, and instinct all crashing together at once. If Jasper could help her untangle that chaos even slightly, it might keep the next battle from spiraling the same way. When she opened her eyes again, Rosalie was still watching her with quiet attention. "You've already talked to him about it," Marina said. "Yes," Rosalie answered simply. "And Carlyle?" "Yes." Marina tilted her head slightly, a faint smile touching her lips. "You organized a strategy meeting while I was unconscious." Rosalie didn't look embarrassed in the slightest. "Someone had to." Marina studied her for a moment longer before squeezing Rosalie's hand gently. "Thank you." Rosalie's expression softened in a way that few people ever saw. She shifted slightly in the chair and reached up with her free hand, brushing Marina's hair away from her forehead with slow, careful fingers. "You don't have to thank me for protecting what's mine," Rosalie said quietly. The words were simple, but the meaning behind them settled warmly in Marina's chest. Outside, the rain continued to fall through the forest, soft and steady against the windows of the Cullen house. The battle already felt distant, fading into memory beneath the quiet calm of the room. Marina let her eyes drift closed again, not from exhaustion this time but from the rare comfort of knowing she didn't have to face the next challenge alone. 59. The First Mistake. Rain whispered softly against the tall windows of the Cullen house while quiet voices carried through the wide living room below. The map Carlyle had spread across the dining table remained open beneath the soft overhead lights, the river valley and surrounding ridges marked with pencil lines where Edward and Carlyle had been tracing possible routes through the forest. Marina stood near the edge of the room, half turned toward the window as the conversation continued behind her. "If Sam's pack pushes from the North Ridge," Edward sighed thoughtfully as he studied the map, "Victoria will have to choose between crossing the river or doubling back into the hills." Carlyle rested one hand on the table beside the map. "Which means we need to be ready at both points." Emmett leaned forward in his chair with obvious interest. "I vote we make the river the trap," he said with a grin. "If she jumps, I'll catch her." Jasper stood near the staircase, listening to the flow of emotions moving through the room as much as the words themselves. His gaze drifted briefly toward Marina where she stood by the window, and a faint crease touched his brow. "You're still carrying the echo of the fight," Jasper said quietly. "It's not dangerous yet, but it hasn't settled either." Marina nodded once without turning from the glass. "I know." Outside, the forest stretched away in endless gray beneath the rain. The same hills that had held the fight the night before lay hidden somewhere beyond the dark line of trees. Rosalie's voice softened slightly behind her. "You don't have to prove anything today," she said as she stepped closer. Victoria ran. "That's enough for now." Marina glanced back toward the room and offered a small nod that was meant to reassure her. "I'm fine." Rosalie studied her for a moment longer, then returned her attention to the conversation unfolding around the map. Carlyle was already speaking again. "The wolves believe she'll circle the ridge before attempting another approach." Edward nodded in agreement. "She's cautious now." While the others focused on the strategy, Marina turned back toward the window. The forest drew her attention like a quiet pull in her chest. The clearing from the battle lingered in her thoughts with uncomfortable persistence. The emotional resonance from the fight still echoed faintly through her senses even from this distance, like a memory she couldn't quite silence. She moved toward the hallway quietly, careful not to interrupt the discussion still unfolding around the table. No one stopped her. By the time the conversation shifted again toward the river valley, the front door had already closed behind her with a soft click. Rain misted lightly through the trees as Marina crossed the yard and stepped into the forest. The path toward the shattered clearing waited somewhere ahead in the quiet woods, and despite the unease twisting inside her chest she found herself walking toward it anyway. The clearing came into view through the thinning trees as Marina slowed her steps. Rain clung to the broken branches and fallen trunks that still lay scattered across the ground from the fight. Yellow tape stretched between two cedars near the edge of the damage, its bright plastic ribbon fluttering quietly whenever the faint breeze stirred the damp forest air. Beyond it the ground remained scarred where the battle had torn through moss and soil with violent force. Marina stepped over a shallow rut carved into the earth and crossed beneath the sagging tape. The investigators had finished their work hours earlier, but their presence lingered everywhere. Boot prints crossed the mud in wide arcs where deputies had moved through the clearing. Thin white flags and numbered plastic markers still stood beside broken trees and deep gouges in the ground where something had struck with impossible strength. The forest smelled faintly of gasoline, damp canvas, and the lingering scent of human sweat. She moved slowly toward the center of the ruined clearing. The emotional echoes of the fight remained buried beneath the quiet surface of the forest. Marina could feel them in faint threads brushing against her senses. Fear, anger, the sharp pulse of adrenaline that had flooded the wolves as they had chased Victoria through the trees. The resonance lingered like distant music fading into silence. Marina crouched beside one of the evidence markers and touched the wet soil with her fingertips. The ground still held the memory of impact where bodies had collided with the earth. Her throat tightened slightly as the scent of human blood drifted faintly through the clearing. Not fresh. Just a trace left behind from scraped knuckles or careless investigators brushing against the broken wood. She straightened and looked toward the far side of the clearing. A new scent drifted through the damp air. Human. Alive. Marina froze as her senses sharpened instantly. The sound followed a moment later. Footsteps moving cautiously through the undergrowth beyond the yellow tape. The quiet snap of a twig under a careful boot. Someone approaching the clearing while trying very hard not to be heard. The wind shifted and carried the scent fully toward her. Coffee, ink, leather, rain-damp clothing. Not a deputy. Marina turned slightly toward the trees just as a figure stepped past the tape. The man looked to be in his 30s, dressed in a dark jacket and jeans already damp from pushing through the wet forest. A camera hung from a strap across his chest and a small recorder rested in one hand. His eyes moved quickly across the destruction with the focused excitement of someone who believed they had stumbled into a story worth chasing. He didn't notice Marina immediately. Instead, he lifted the camera and snapped a photograph of the shattered cedar trunk near the center of the clearing. Then he lowered the camera and finally saw her standing there among the evidence markers. His brows lifted in surprise. "Well," he said as he stepped a little closer, curiosity lighting his expression. "I was hoping someone else had found this place." The man glanced around the clearing again with open fascination before turning his attention back to Marina. Rain beaded along the shoulders of his jacket and dripped slowly from the brim of his hair. Up close he smelled even stronger than before, the warm scent of living blood threaded beneath the sharper notes of coffee and damp leather. He lifted the recorder slightly as he approached, the small red light already blinking. "You from Forks High?" he asked with an easy smile as his gaze flicked briefly to the evidence markers around them. "Sheriff's office taped this place off, but they cleared out pretty quick. Figured someone around here might know what actually happened." Marina didn't answer immediately. The scent of his blood pressed against her senses with quiet insistence. Every beat of his heart moved through the clearing like a pulse she could almost feel in the air. The rhythm was steady, strong, alive in a way that set something deep inside her stirring. Her throat tightened. "I'm writing a piece for the Peninsula Chronicle," the man continued as he glanced toward the broken cedar trunk nearby. "Locals say wolves did this, but I've covered wildlife stories before. Wolves don't snap trees in half." He lifted the camera again and took another photograph before lowering it slowly. "You see anything last night?" The words reached her through a growing haze. Marina could hear his heart clearly now. The sound moved through her senses with painful clarity. A fast human rhythm pushing warm blood through fragile veins. Hunger rose inside her with sudden force. She forced herself to breathe slowly, though she didn't need the air. The emotional resonance from the battle stirred uneasily beneath the surface of her thoughts. The clearing still carried faint echoes of fear and adrenaline, and those lingering emotions brushed against her senses in restless waves. The man took another step closer, curiosity bright in his expression as he studied her face. "You look like you were here earlier," he said as he lowered the recorder slightly. "You part of the search party or something?" Marina shook her head once, trying to focus on the shape of the clearing rather than the sound of his heart. The rhythm quickened slightly. He was nervous now. The shift in his pulse struck her like a spark. Something inside her chest tightened sharply as the emotional resonance surged outward in response. The fear rising in the man's voice fed the storm already building beneath her control. The clearing seemed suddenly louder, every sound sharpened to painful clarity. Marina stepped back instinctively. The man noticed the movement and lifted his hands in a calming gesture. "Hey, it's all right," he said quickly. "I'm not here to cause trouble. Just looking for the story." His heart raced faster now. The scent of his blood flooded the clearing. Marina's control slipped. The sound of the man's heart filled the clearing. Each beat struck Marina's senses with painful clarity. The rhythm quickened as his nervousness grew, sending warm blood racing through fragile veins that her instincts could map with terrible precision. The scent surrounding him thickened in the damp air until it seemed to press against her throat. Marina took another step back, trying to force distance between herself and the rising storm inside her chest. The man noticed the movement and lowered the recorder slightly. His smile faded into cautious concern as he studied her face. "Hey," he said carefully as he lifted one hand in a calming gesture. "You all right? You look like you're about to pass out." His heart beat faster. Fear edged into his scent. The emotional shift struck Marina like a shock through her nerves. The resonance that had been simmering beneath her control surged outward in response. The man's rising anxiety fed the storm inside her until the clearing seemed to pulse with sound and movement. "I should go," Marina said quietly as she forced the words past the tightening in her throat. The man shook his head slightly and took another step closer. "It's all right," he said in a reassuring tone. "I'm not going to print your name if you saw something. I just need to understand what happened out here." The sound of his heart pounded louder. Marina's control fractured. The world snapped into sharp focus as instinct overtook restraint. She moved before she understood the motion, crossing the distance between them with sudden speed that the man barely had time to register. His eyes widened in shock. "Wait," he began. Marina's hand caught his shoulder as the hunger tore free inside her. The scent of blood overwhelmed everything else. Her fangs slid into place as the last fragile barrier inside her mind collapsed beneath the combined weight of hunger and emotion. For one terrible moment instinct ruled her completely. Her fangs found his throat, and liquid fire filled her mouth and throat. Her vampire instincts took full control as she fed. She couldn't stop. Mustn't stop. She was lost in the blood, but her vampire instincts, even now, knew not to stop or risk creating a new vampire. She'd drained him completely before both hungers were satisfied. When Marina stepped back, the man's body crumpled against the torn earth beside one of the numbered evidence markers. The recorder slipped from his hand and landed in the wet leaves with a dull plastic click. The emotional storm collapsed as suddenly as it had risen. Marina stared down at the still form at her feet. The smell of his blood filled the clearing, thick and unmistakable. Horror spread slowly through her chest as understanding returned. "I didn't," she whispered as the words faltered against the weight of what had happened. "I didn't mean to." A familiar presence moved through the trees behind her a heartbeat later. Rosalie stepped into the clearing with silent speed, her golden eyes taking in the scene in a single glance before settling on Marina's frozen expression. Rosalie crossed the clearing and reached her without hesitation, her hand closing firmly around Marina's arm as her voice softened. "Marina," she said quietly. "Look at me." Marina lifted her gaze slowly, the shock still written across her face as the reality of the moment settled in around them. 60. The meadow. The meadow was quiet beneath the pale afternoon sky when Marina stepped out from the tree line. The rain that had clung to Forks for most of the week had finally lifted. Sunlight slipped through broken clouds and spilled across the wide clearing, turning the grass into a bright field of soft green and gold. The air smelled clean, washed by the storm, and the distant sound of water moving through the forest carried faintly on the breeze. Marina paused at the edge of the clearing and let the calm settle through her senses. A few days earlier she wouldn't have been able to stand there without thinking about the fight, about the moment when instinct had nearly taken control of her. Now the memory was quieter. It hadn't disappeared, but it no longer pressed against her thoughts with the same sharp urgency. Behind her, footsteps moved softly through the grass. Marina didn't turn right away. She knew who it was without looking. Rosalie came to stand beside her, her gaze sweeping slowly across the open field before settling on Marina. The sunlight caught faintly in the crystalline surface of her skin, scattering quiet flashes of brightness across her arms. "You picked a good day," Rosalie said, her voice calm as she studied the sky. Marina smiled faintly. "Alice said the weather would cooperate." Rosalie tilted her head slightly. Of course she did. They walked a little farther into the meadow together. The tall grass brushed gently against their legs as they moved, bending in soft waves under the breeze. After a few moments Rosalie spoke again. How do you feel? Marina understood the question immediately. She flexed her fingers slowly, testing the strength that had returned to her body over the last few days. Better, she said. Jasper says my control is improving. Rosalie glanced at her. That's not what I meant. Marina looked down at the grass beneath her feet for a moment before answering. The hunger is still there. I know. But it doesn't feel like it's driving me anymore, Marina said quietly. She lifted her head and looked across the open meadow, letting her senses stretch into the calm space around them. It feels like something I can learn to live with. Rosalie studied her carefully, searching her expression. Marina finally turned to meet her gaze. A small, thoughtful smile touched her lips. I think this place helps, she said. Rosalie followed her gaze across the clearing again, the faintest warmth softening her expression. Yes, Rosalie said quietly. It usually does. They moved deeper into the meadow together until the forest fell away behind them and the clearing opened fully to the sky. Sunlight filtered through drifting clouds, scattering across the grass in shifting patches of brightness. The wind moved gently through the field, carrying the scent of damp earth and wildflowers. Marina slowed near the center of the clearing and finally stopped. Rosalie paused beside her, watching quietly as Marina took in the open space. The calm of the meadow seemed to settle naturally around her, easing the tension that had lingered in her movements since the fight. You've been here before, Rosalie said after a moment. Marina nodded slightly. A few times. Rosalie glanced toward her with faint curiosity. Alone? Sometimes, Marina replied. She crouched down slowly, brushing her fingers through the tall grass. The blades bent beneath her touch and sprang softly back into place. It's quiet here, that helps. Rosalie watched her for a moment before stepping closer. Quiet helps you think. Marina smiled faintly without looking up. Quiet helps me hear the right things. Rosalie tilted her head slightly at that but didn't press the point. Instead she followed Marina's gaze across the clearing. The meadow rolled gently toward the distant tree line, a wide open space framed by the dark forest on all sides. After a moment Marina stood again and turned slowly, studying the horizon. The sunlight caught briefly in her dark hair as the wind shifted. This place reminds me of something, she said quietly. Rosalie looked at her. What? Marina hesitated, searching for the right words. A stage. Rosalie's brow lifted slightly in surprise. A stage? Marina nodded, her eyes still scanning the open meadow. Not a building. Just space. A place where the world feels wide enough for sound to travel. She breathed in slowly, as if testing the air itself. You can feel how open it is. Rosalie studied her expression carefully. She had learned to recognize the subtle shift that happened when Marina's thoughts turned toward music. Something about her posture changed, as if the world around her became part of a rhythm only she could hear. You're thinking about singing, Rosalie said softly. Marina glanced at her with a small, almost shy smile. Maybe. Rosalie folded her arms loosely, the sunlight glinting faintly across her skin as she leaned against the breeze. Then why are you hesitating? Marina looked back across the meadow again. The quiet stretched around them, untouched by any sound except the wind moving through the grass. After a moment she answered honestly. Because it's been a while. Rosalie studied Marina quietly after that, the faint breeze moving strands of pale hair across her shoulder. The meadow stretched around them in clean open silence, wide enough that nothing felt crowded inside it. No walls, no watchful house, no distant school noise, just sky, grass, and the soft pulse of wind moving over the earth. You're thinking too much again, Rosalie said at last. Marina glanced sideways at her. That's usually what people accuse me of. Rosalie's mouth curved slightly. Usually they're right. Marina looked back toward the clearing. The quiet here felt patient rather than empty, as if the field itself were waiting without demanding anything from her. She let her fingers skim the tips of the grass beside her leg, grounding herself in the touch of it. I wasn't thinking about the past, Marina said. Rosalie tilted her head slightly. No? Marina shook her head. I know that life is gone. I'm not trying to bring it back. Rosalie watched her for a moment, searching her face. What settled between them wasn't grief. It was something steadier. Curiosity. Then what were you thinking about? Rosalie asked. Marina lifted her gaze to the shifting clouds above them. Sunlight slid through again, spilling across the meadow in a pale wash that brightened the grass around their feet. My voice is different now, Marina said slowly. Rosalie nodded once. Yes. It does things I don't mean, Marina continued. People calm down when I hum. Jasper says the pull is subtle, but it's still there. Rosalie listened without interrupting. Marina looked back across the open space, considering the distance to the tree line and the soft stillness of the field. I've been practicing control with Jasper. Separating the hunger from the resonance. You're improving. I am, Marina agreed quietly. The wind moved through the grass again, brushing softly around them. Marina took a slow breath, then let it out. This place feels stable, she said. No people nearby, no distractions, just space. Rosalie watched her thoughtfully. You want to test it? Marina nodded once. I want to know what my voice does when I let it exist naturally. Not in a room, not around a crowd, just here. Rosalie stepped a little closer, her presence warm and steady beside her. And if the emotions spread? She asked. Marina glanced at her with a small, confident smile. Then the deer in the forest will feel unusually peaceful for a few minutes. Rosalie let out a quiet breath that almost sounded like amusement. That seems like an acceptable experiment. For a moment neither of them moved. The meadow stretched quietly around them, the tall grass bending in slow waves under the wind. Sunlight slipped through the shifting clouds again, brightening the clearing until the entire field seemed to glow softly against the darker forest that surrounded it. Marina stood still in the center of that calm, drawing in a slow breath. Rosalie watched her without speaking. Marina's posture changed in a way Rosalie had learned to recognize. Her shoulders loosened, her focus sharpened inward, like someone listening carefully to a rhythm only she could hear. You're really going to do it, Rosalie said softly. Marina nodded once. Just a little. Rosalie's expression remained calm, though she stepped a pace closer, staying within arm's reach without crowding her. Then I'll listen. Marina smiled faintly at that. The wind moved through the meadow again, brushing strands of dark hair across her cheek before settling. She let the quiet gather around her for another second, feeling the resonance that lived inside her chest. It wasn't hunger this time. It felt more like a vibration waiting to be released. When she finally sang, her voice was gentle at first, shaped carefully so the sound flowed outward instead of striking hard against the air. Soft light falling through the leaves tonight. The forest breathing slow and deep. No shadows here to pull the heart away. Only quiet the soul can keep. The sound carried easily across the meadow. It wasn't loud, but the openness of the field allowed every note to travel cleanly through the grass and into the surrounding trees. Marina felt the resonance stir with the melody, subtle but alive. She continued, her voice warming as the second lines formed. Let the wind take every restless fear. Let the open sky remain. In the calm between the rising storms. We remember who we became. Rosalie stood very still beside her. The effect was immediate but gentle. The tension that had lived beneath Rosalie's thoughts since the battle eased almost without her noticing. The melody didn't command emotion. It simply smoothed the rough edges of it. When the last note faded into the quiet air, Marina let the silence settle again. For several seconds the meadow remained completely still. Rosalie looked at her with a soft expression that held both admiration and something quieter beneath it. She shook her head slightly, almost amused. You called it a test? Rosalie said quietly. Marina glanced at her with a small smile. I didn't want to scare the deer. 61. Consequences. The forest blurred past Marina in streaks of wet gray and dark cedar as Rosalie guided her through the rain. Marina's feet moved automatically across the soaked earth, her mind still locked in the terrible silence that had followed the last beat of the man's heart. Rosalie's hand remained firm around her arm, steady and unyielding, drawing her forward through the trees toward the distant lights of the Cullen house. Behind them, the clearing disappeared into shadow. The rain grew heavier as they reached the open lawn. The windows of the house glowed softly through the falling mist, warm light spilling across the wet grass. Marina barely registered the familiar sight. The scent of blood still lingered on her senses, thick and suffocating, and every step toward the house felt unreal. Rosalie pushed the front door open and guided Marina inside. Conversation stopped immediately. Carlyle stood near the dining table where the map still lay spread across the surface. Edward lifted his head from the far side of the room. Emmett leaned back slightly in his chair. Jasper's gaze sharpened the moment Rosalie stepped across the threshold. Rosalie didn't slow as she crossed the room. Marina felt the moment when everyone noticed the body. The man hung motionless over Rosalie's shoulder, rainwater dripping steadily from his clothes onto the polished floor. His camera still hung from its strap, bumping lightly against his chest with each step Rosalie took. Rosalie lowered him carefully onto the hardwood floor near the edge of the room. For a moment no one spoke. Marina stood frozen just inside the doorway, her arms hanging uselessly at her sides as the reality of the scene settled around her. The room felt impossibly quiet. Carlyle stepped forward first. His expression remained calm as he knelt beside the body, though the tension in the room shifted sharply as he took in the pale skin, the stillness, and the dark stain at the collar of the man's shirt. Rosalie straightened slowly. Her voice remained steady when she finally spoke. She lost control. The words settled into the silence like a stone dropped into deep water. Edward's gaze flicked toward Marina, his brow tightening slightly as he listened to the chaos of guilt and horror racing through her thoughts. Jasper moved a step closer to the center of the room, his attention already shifting toward Marina as he felt the storm of emotion trembling through her. Marina forced herself to look at Carlyle as he examined the body. "I didn't mean to," she said quietly, her voice raw as the words finally escaped her throat. "He came into the clearing and I tried to leave, but he kept talking and I could hear his heart and then the hunger just..." She stopped, shaking her head helplessly. "I couldn't stop." Carlyle glanced up briefly, his expression gentle despite the weight of the moment. "We'll sort this out," he said calmly as he turned his attention back to the body. Carlyle's hands moved with quiet precision as he examined the man's neck. Marina watched from across the room, unable to look away even though every instinct in her body begged her to turn toward the wall and hide from the sight of what she had done. The pale skin at the man's throat showed the clean twin punctures where her fangs had entered. Against the stillness of the room the marks looked terribly small, almost delicate, yet they carried the full weight of the death that lay on the floor between them. Carlyle studied the wounds for a long moment before speaking. "The venom didn't spread," he said calmly as his fingers traced lightly along the edge of the punctures. "You drained him completely before that could happen." Marina felt the words strike somewhere deep inside her chest. It didn't make the man any less dead, but the quiet confirmation still mattered in a way she couldn't quite explain. Edward shifted slightly near the table, his expression troubled as he listened to the storm of guilt circling through Marina's thoughts. Jasper remained near the center of the room, the subtle pressure of his gift easing the sharpest edge of panic that threatened to overwhelm her. Carlyle straightened slowly from his examination and looked toward the others. "These marks can't remain," he said quietly. Rosalie understood immediately. Her gaze moved briefly to Marina before returning to Carlyle. "Can you cover them?" Carlyle nodded. A medical examiner would notice symmetrical punctures in the carotid region immediately. The pattern would raise questions we can't afford. Marina's hands tightened at her sides as she listened. Carlyle moved toward the cabinet near the far wall and retrieved a clean cloth. When he returned he knelt beside the body again, his movements controlled and deliberate, the same careful focus he used during surgery. "I need to destroy the evidence of the bite," he said calmly without looking up. "I'll make the damage consistent with a violent predator attack." Rosalie stepped slightly closer to Marina and rested a steadying hand against her back. Marina barely felt the contact. Her attention remained fixed on Carlyle as he worked. His hands moved with clinical efficiency, tearing the tissue at the man's throat just enough to break the clean symmetry of the puncture wounds. The careful violence of the motion turned the small marks into irregular trauma that blended into the surrounding damage. Carlyle didn't stop there. He examined the collar of the reporter's jacket and shirt, widening the tears and pulling the fabric apart until the damage matched the violence suggested by the wound. He twisted the cloth and dragged the torn edges across the broken skin so the fibers snagged and frayed, leaving the kind of chaotic disturbance a medical examiner would expect from a violent animal attack. When he finished, he studied the result for a moment, his expression thoughtful. "No examiner will question this," he said quietly as he folded the cloth and set it aside. He rose to his feet and turned toward Emmett and Maeve. "Take him across the state line," Carlyle said calmly. "Place the body somewhere Victoria has already been hunting." The room remained still after Carlyle spoke. Emmett rose from his chair first, the floorboards barely creaking beneath his weight as he crossed the room. Maeve moved with him, her expression calm but intent as she approached the body. The quiet in the house had taken on a different shape now, the kind that followed a decision already made. Emmett crouched beside the man and lifted him carefully from the floor, supporting the shoulders with one arm while the other steadied his legs. The motion was controlled and practiced. The man's camera swung loosely from its strap against his chest, the metal edge tapping softly against the fabric of his jacket. Maeve reached down and caught the camera before it could strike the floor again. She examined it briefly, then slid the strap free and held the device in one hand while her eyes moved across the body with a thoughtful focus. "There's a recorder," she said quietly as she retrieved the small plastic device. The red light on its surface still blinked faintly. Carlyle stepped closer and accepted both items. "Thanks," he said calmly as he turned the recorder over in his hands. Marina watched him, her stomach tightening again as the reality of the objects settled in her mind. The man had been documenting the clearing. The realization carried a new weight she hadn't considered in the shock of the attack. Carlyle pressed the small button on the recorder and listened for a moment. The faint sound of rain and distant footsteps filtered from the device before he switched it off again. His expression remained composed as he set both the camera and recorder carefully on the table beside the map. "I'll review these," he said quietly. Emmett straightened slowly with the body held securely in his arms. For a moment his gaze shifted toward Marina. His expression carried no accusation, only the steady certainty that defined him. "Don't worry, little songbird," Emmett said calmly. "We've got it from here." Maeve moved toward the door and opened it, letting the cool scent of rain drift back into the room. Rosalie stepped aside so they could pass. Marina watched as Emmett carried the body into the darkness beyond the porch while Maeve followed close behind. The door closed softly a moment later. Silence settled across the living room again. Carlyle rested one hand lightly on the edge of the table as he looked toward Marina. The calm in his expression never wavered, but there was a quiet gravity in his voice when he spoke. "They'll place the body where Victoria has been hunting recently," he said steadily. "Once it's discovered, the pattern will match the attacks already under investigation." Marina lowered her gaze briefly, the weight of his words settling into her thoughts. The explanation was rational, logical. It didn't make the memory of the man's final heartbeat fade any faster. Rosalie stepped closer beside her and rested a steady hand against the small of her back. "We'll deal with the rest together," Rosalie said quietly. The quiet that settled after Emmett and Maeve left lingered heavily in the room. Rain tapped softly against the tall windows while the map remained spread across the table beneath the overhead light. The forest roots and pencil marks that had filled the conversation earlier now seemed strangely distant, as if the room had shifted into a different reality entirely. Marina remained where she stood near the center of the floor. Rosalie's hand still rested lightly at her back, the steady contact grounding her in a way that words couldn't manage. The warmth of that touch was the only thing keeping the weight in her chest from collapsing inward completely. Carlyle reached for the camera and recorder Maeve had placed beside the map. He examined the camera first, his fingers moving carefully along the controls before removing the memory card with practiced ease. He set the card aside and then lifted the recorder again. Marina watched him press the small button once more. The faint sound of rain filled the room from the speaker. Footsteps moved through wet undergrowth. A man's voice spoke quietly to himself as he described the damage in the clearing. The sound of the camera shutter followed. Carlyle listened for several seconds before switching the device off again. He was documenting the scene. Nothing on this recording suggests he encountered anyone. Edward glanced briefly toward the recorder. The Chronicle will assume he disappeared while chasing the story. Carlyle nodded once, which is consistent with the circumstances we're creating. Marina lowered her gaze again. The logic of it all moved around her like distant conversation she couldn't fully follow. Somewhere in another county a body would soon appear, and people would say Victoria had taken another victim. The truth remained here in the quiet room. Jasper studied Marina carefully, the subtle reach of his gift smoothing the sharpest edge of the grief and shock still radiating from her. He didn't erase the emotion. He only steadied it enough that she could breathe through it. Carlyle finally turned away from the table and stepped closer. "You did try to stop," he said gently as his eyes met hers. "That matters more than you realize." Marina shook her head slowly. "He was just a man doing his job." Carlyle's expression remained calm. "And you are still learning how to live with what we are." Rosalie's hand tightened slightly at Marina's back. "You're not facing that alone," Rosalie said quietly. Marina closed her eyes for a moment and listened to the rain against the glass. Somewhere out in the dark forest Victoria still hunted. And tonight, for the first time since her transformation, Marina understood exactly how easily a hunter could lose control. 62. Morning Mask. Morning rain clung to the windows of Forks High in a thin gray veil as students moved through the front entrance in a steady stream of damp jackets and quiet conversation. Marina stepped through the doors beside Rosalie, the familiar warmth of human bodies and heartbeats rolling toward her in waves that felt louder than they had the day before. Every heartbeat was distinct now. They filled the halls with a soft, constant rhythm. Hundreds of fragile pulses moving around her in careless harmony. Marina kept her expression calm as she walked toward the lockers, but the sound pressed against her senses like a drumline she couldn't escape. Rosalie stayed close at her side. Her hand rested lightly at the small of Marina's back as they moved through the crowd, the touch subtle enough that no one in the hallway paid it any special attention. The contact grounded Marina more than she wanted to admit. A group of sophomores rushed past laughing, their voices bright with the simple relief of another ordinary school morning. Marina watched them for a moment as they disappeared down the corridor. The laughter sounded painfully human. Rosalie glanced toward her. "You're doing fine," she said quietly as they stopped at Marina's locker. Marina nodded and reached for the handle. The metal door opened with a soft click, and she stared at the notebooks inside as if they belonged to someone else. Her hand moved automatically as she gathered the books she needed for the morning classes. "I can hear them," Marina murmured under her breath. Rosalie tilted her head slightly. "Hear what?" "Their hearts." Marina closed the locker gently. "All of them." Rosalie's expression softened with understanding. "You'll get used to it." Marina didn't answer. She knew Rosalie meant it kindly, but the words felt impossible to accept. The hallway continued to fill with students moving toward their classrooms, the sound of life echoing through the building with a casual certainty that felt almost surreal. Angela appeared at the end of the corridor a moment later, her backpack slung over one shoulder as she spotted them. Her face brightened immediately as she approached. "There you two are," Angela said with an easy smile as she reached them. "I was starting to think you skipped school." Rosalie gave a small shrug. "Traffic." Angela laughed softly. "In Forks? That would be a first." Marina managed a faint smile. "We made it." Angela studied her for a moment, her writer's instincts quietly observant even in casual conversation. "You okay? You look a little tired." "I'm fine," Marina said gently as the lie slid easily from her lips. Down the hallway a locker slammed, followed by another ripple of laughter and the steady, endless rhythm of human hearts beating all around her. Rain slid down the windows of the Forks Police Department in slow gray lines as Charlie Swan stood at the edge of the conference table reviewing the folder in front of him. The room smelled faintly of damp coats and burnt coffee. The early light outside was thin and colorless, the kind of morning that never quite became day. 3 people sat across from him. Agent Harkness from the FBI leaned forward slightly, elbows resting on the table as he studied the photographs clipped to the report. Beside him another agent, a younger woman named Delgado, turned a page in the file with careful precision. Deputy Markham stood near the wall, arms folded, silent but attentive. Charlie kept his voice even. Body was discovered at 6:30 this morning by a state ranger working a logging access trail about 20 miles east of the county line. Agent Harkness nodded once. Male victim identified? Freelance reporter, Charlie replied. He'd been asking questions around town the past few days about the other attacks. Agent Delgado looked up from the file. So he went looking for the story and found it. Charlie didn't answer that directly. Instead he slid the photograph closer across the table. Initial assessment from State Patrol suggests animal involvement. Throat trauma matches the earlier cases closely enough that they're grouping it with the others. Harkness studied the image without expression. Cougar. That's the Wildlife Department's position, Charlie said. The agent's eyes lifted slightly. And yours? Charlie leaned back a fraction in his chair. My position is that something out there has killed several people and nobody has managed to see it clearly yet. The room went quiet for a moment. Delgado closed the folder halfway. You mentioned earlier you might consult your local medical examiner. Charlie shook his head. County examiners tied up in Port Angeles this morning. Harkness tilted his head slightly. You have someone else in mind. Dr. Carlisle Cullen, Charlie said. Runs the hospital here in town. Good doctor. Good eyes. Markham spoke from the wall. He's helped us on difficult cases before. Harkness nodded slowly as he considered that. We'd appreciate another professional opinion. Charlie reached for the phone on the table beside the report and began dialing from memory. The line rang twice before connecting. Dr. Cullen? Charlie said when the call picked up. Charlie Swan. Sorry to bother you this early. We've got another body tied to the attacks, and I'd appreciate it if you could take a look at the report. Outside the station the rain continued to fall across the quiet streets of Forks while the dark forest beyond town held its silence. Rain traced slow paths down the cafeteria windows while the lunch crowd settled into its usual midday rhythm. The room was loud with conversation and clattering trays, the steady pulse of teenage life moving without hesitation through the gray afternoon. Marina sat beside Rosalie near the far end of their usual table, her tray resting untouched in front of her while she watched the rain blur the parking lot beyond the glass. Heartbeats filled the room. They rose and fell in uneven layers, dozens of quiet human rhythms overlapping one another until the sound became a living current flowing through the cafeteria. Marina kept her expression calm and focused on the conversation around her, but the sound pressed against her senses with a clarity that hadn't existed before. Angela sat across from her, stirring the ice in her drink while she spoke. The Chronicle office is a mess today, she said. Everyone's trying to figure out how the reporter ended up out there alone. Jessica Stanley frowned. Wait, that's confirmed? They actually found him? Angela nodded once. Yeah, my editor said the police confirmed it this morning. Same kind of attack as the others. Mike Newton set his fork down slowly. That's insane, he said. Why would someone go into those woods by themselves when everyone knows something's been killing people out there? Angela shrugged lightly. Because he thought he could get the story first. The conversation drifted for a moment as the group absorbed that. Around them the cafeteria noise continued without pause. A group of juniors near the drink machines broke into loud laughter while someone dropped a tray near the serving line. Rosalie rested her elbow on the table and glanced calmly around the room. People underestimate danger all the time, she said evenly. Mike shook his head. Not me. If something's out there killing hikers, I'm staying in town. Angela tapped her pen lightly against her notebook, her attention drifting back to Marina. My editor said the reporter had been asking questions about the other attacks all week, she said thoughtfully. He talked to a few people around town before he disappeared. Rosalie's hand moved beneath the table and settled lightly against Marina's knee. Marina felt the quiet pressure and steadied her breathing. Reporters chase stories, she said gently. Angela studied her for a moment, noticing the faint tension beneath her calm expression. You sure you're all right? She asked. You've been quiet today. Marina met her gaze and managed a small smile that felt steady enough to pass for normal. Just tired, she said softly. Angela nodded, satisfied enough to let it go, and turned back to her notes while the conversation at the table shifted to other things. Outside the tall cafeteria windows the rain continued to fall over Forks while the distant forest beyond the town remained silent and watchful. The forest beyond Forks lay quiet beneath the steady fall of rain. Gray clouds hung low over the towering cedar and spruce while mist drifted slowly through the undergrowth. Water gathered along the needles and leaves before slipping down to the dark soil below, filling the woods with the soft, endless rhythm of rainfall. Victoria moved through the trees like a shadow. Her pale feet crossed the wet forest floor without disturbing the moss beneath them. The scent of the storm hung heavy in the air, washing the world clean of most traces that might have lingered from the night before. To human senses the forest would have smelled only of rain and earth. Victoria smelled something else. She slowed slightly as she passed between two towering trunks, her copper hair darkened by the rain that slid through it in thin streams. Her crimson eyes scanned the silent woods while she breathed in the scent carried on the damp air. Blood. The faint trace lingered where the storm hadn't fully erased it yet. The smell was old now, washed thin by the rain, but it was still there. A kill had happened here recently. Victoria knelt lightly beside a patch of disturbed earth near the edge of a narrow game trail. Her fingers brushed across the damp soil while her eyes followed the faint impressions that remained. The scent of a human was strongest there. But something else had been present too. Her gaze lifted slowly toward the dark trees surrounding the trail. The blood scent carried the unmistakable trace of another predator. Not wolf. Victoria knew that smell well. The wolves had begun to appear more often in recent weeks, their presence irritating but manageable as long as she kept her distance from the reservation lands. What lingered here in the forest was something entirely different. Vampire. The realization settled into her thoughts with quiet clarity. Victoria rose smoothly to her feet and listened to the forest around her. The rain muffled the distant sounds of the woods while the storm clouds dimmed the afternoon light filtering through the branches. Another vampire had hunted here. Her lips curved slightly as she considered the discovery. Curiosity stirred alongside the cold patience that had guided her movements for weeks now. The Cullens remained somewhere within the town beyond the trees, protected by their careful routines and the fragile illusion of normal life they maintained among the humans. But this kill had happened outside their territory. Victoria turned her face toward the distant scent of Forks carried faintly on the damp wind. Somewhere within that quiet town another hunter had taken a life. And hunters rarely stayed hidden forever. 63. Crossing the line. Morning light filtered through the high windows of the Forks High Gymnasium in pale gray bands that stretched across the polished floor. Folding chairs filled the basketball court in long orderly rows, and the low murmur of conversation rolled through the room as families and students settled into their places. Rain still clung to the outside air, leaving the sky soft and colorless beyond the glass, but inside the building the warmth of bodies and quiet excitement gave the space a different energy. Marina stood with the rest of the graduating class near the back entrance of the gym, the dark fabric of the ceremonial robe hanging lightly from her shoulders. The cloth brushed softly against her arms each time she moved, a small physical reminder of the ordinary ritual unfolding around her. In front of her, rows of students shifted nervously, adjusting caps or whispering to friends while teachers moved along the line with calm efficiency. Heartbeats surrounded her. The rhythm of them filled the air like distant percussion, hundreds of soft pulses layered together into a living sound that flowed through the gymnasium. The noise would have overwhelmed her days ago. Now it existed as something she could observe without losing herself inside it. The discipline felt fragile but real. Rosalie stood beside her in the same dark robe, the cap perched neatly over her pale hair. Her hand brushed lightly against Marina's wrist as she adjusted the fold of her sleeve, the motion casual enough to pass unnoticed by anyone watching. The brief contact grounded Marina immediately. "You're steady," Rosalie murmured quietly. Marina glanced toward her with a faint smile. "I'm pretending very convincingly." Rosalie's eyes softened with quiet approval. "That's all any of them are doing." A ripple of laughter moved through the students ahead as Mike Newton said something to the group clustered around him. Jessica Stanley leaned toward Angela Weber, whispering excitedly while she pointed toward the growing crowd of parents filling the bleachers. Angela caught Marina's eye and raised a hand in a small wave, her expression bright with pride. Marina returned the gesture, warmth stirring quietly beneath the controlled stillness of her composure. Across the gym, the double doors opened again as another group of families entered. Marina's gaze drifted over the crowd automatically, and she found her parents almost immediately among the seated rows. Lydia Vale sat beside her husband with her hands folded neatly in her lap, her posture calm but her eyes shining with unmistakable emotion. For a moment Marina simply watched them. The sound of their heartbeats reached her clearly across the room, steady and human and painfully fragile. She felt the familiar pull of hunger brush faintly at the edge of her awareness, but the sensation passed without difficulty. She turned back toward the line of students as a teacher raised a hand to gather their attention. The ceremony was about to begin. The gymnasium settled into quiet as the principal stepped to the podium and adjusted the microphone. A brief squeal of feedback echoed across the room before the sound steadied. He cleared his throat and looked out over the rows of students and families filling the court and bleachers. "Good morning," he said with a small smile. "It's a rare thing to see Forks High School this full before noon, so thank you all for being here." A ripple of soft laughter moved through the audience. Marina sat beside Rosalie in the front row of graduating seniors, her hands resting loosely in her lap as the sound rolled through the gym. Heartbeats layered the room in quiet waves beneath the human noise, each pulse distinct in a way that still felt new to her senses. Hundreds of lives beating steadily around her. She let the sound exist without pushing against it. The principal rested his hands on the sides of the podium. "Graduation ceremonies are supposed to be about achievement," he continued, glancing toward the rows of students in dark robes. "But if we're being honest, they're usually about survival." More laughter answered that, louder this time. Rosalie leaned slightly toward Marina without turning her head. "He's not wrong," she murmured quietly. Marina allowed a faint smile. "I feel like we survived several things this year." On stage the principal gestured lightly toward the graduates. "This class faced a year that didn't always make things easy," he said. "But you showed up, you did the work, and today you leave here ready for whatever comes next." Marina listened with quiet attention, though part of her awareness drifted through the room. Her parents sat midway up the bleachers, Lydia's posture straight with careful composure while her husband clapped politely along with the rest of the audience. The sound of their heartbeats reached Marina clearly across the distance, steady and familiar. The principal opened a folder on the podium. "So let's get to the part everyone actually came here for," he said with a grin. "Graduates, when I call your name, please come forward and receive your diploma." Chairs shifted as the first row of students stood. Rosalie rose smoothly beside Marina and adjusted the sleeve of her robe. "Moment of truth," she said quietly. Marina stood with her, the folded edge of the stage steps already visible at the front of the line. "You're enjoying this more than I expected." Rosalie's eyes flickered with quiet amusement. "Watching you pretend to be human is very entertaining." The line began to move forward. One by one the names were called, each followed by a small burst of applause as another student crossed the stage. When the principal finally reached the V's in the alphabet, Marina heard her name spoken clearly through the microphone. "Marina Vale." The applause that followed carried a little louder than the others. Marina walked across the stage with calm, measured steps and accepted the diploma as the principal offered it with a polite handshake. For a moment she turned toward the bleachers and found her parents immediately among the crowd, their pride unmistakable. Then she stepped down from the stage and returned to her seat beside Rosalie while the ceremony continued around them. The ceremony ended beneath a warm swell of applause that echoed through the gymnasium as students rose from their chairs and families began moving down from the bleachers. The orderly rows dissolved quickly into clusters of conversation and laughter while cameras appeared in eager hands. Teachers shook hands with parents while friends called out to one another across the court. Marina stepped down from the row of folding chairs beside Rosalie, the diploma folder still resting lightly in her hands. The noise of the room shifted as people moved closer together. Heartbeats pressed nearer now, 1,000 quick rhythms threading through the air with human excitement. Rosalie watched her quietly for a moment. "Still steady?" she asked in a low voice. Marina nodded once. "It's easier when they're happy." Rosalie's gaze drifted toward the crowd filling the gym floor. "Humans are loud when they celebrate." Angela appeared a moment later, weaving through the cluster of students with her notebook tucked under one arm. Her smile brightened immediately when she reached them. "You two survived," she said warmly. "I was starting to think graduation would never end." Rosalie tilted her head slightly. "We've endured worse ceremonies." Angela laughed softly. "I believe that." Jessica Stanley hurried up beside her with Mike Newton following close behind. Jessica reached Marina first and wrapped her in a quick congratulatory hug before stepping back again. "Congratulations," she said breathlessly. "Forks High is officially losing its most mysterious graduate." Mike offered a friendly handshake. "Seriously, congratulations," he said. "You're heading off to bigger things now." Marina returned the gesture with a quiet smile. "We'll see." Across the gym the crowd parted slightly as Lydia Vale approached with Marina's father beside her. Lydia's eyes shone with restrained emotion as she reached her daughter, though she maintained the same composed grace she carried in the classroom. "Congratulations, sweetheart," Lydia said softly as she embraced her. Marina felt the warmth of her mother's heartbeat against her senses as the brief hug settled around her shoulders. The sound was steady and strong, the quiet rhythm of a life that had shaped her long before forks or vampires or siren wings had ever entered the story. Her father placed a hand gently on her shoulder as she stepped back. "We're proud of you," he said with simple certainty. Marina met their eyes and felt a calm warmth settle quietly through her chest. "Thank you." Rosalie stood close at her side while the families gathered together for photographs. The camera flashes popped in quick bursts as parents arranged their graduates into smiling rows. For a moment the world felt entirely human. The crowd thinned gradually as families began drifting toward the gymnasium doors, the excitement of the ceremony settling into quieter conversations about dinners, photographs, and summer plans. Folding chairs scraped softly against the polished floor while teachers gathered programs and exchanged farewells with parents who lingered near the exits. Marina stepped outside with Rosalie and her parents into the cool gray air of the parking lot. The rain had eased to a fine mist that clung lightly to the asphalt and left the surrounding forest dark and fragrant with damp cedar. Cars filled the lot in uneven rows while clusters of graduates and families paused along the sidewalks to take one last round of pictures beneath the overcast sky. Lydia adjusted the edge of Marina's cap gently before stepping back to study her daughter with quiet satisfaction. "You made it through high school without setting the building on fire," she said with a soft smile. "That feels like a success." Marina laughed quietly. "The year isn't over yet." Her father lifted the camera again. "Hold still one more time," he said patiently. "Your mother will want a photo she can frame." Rosalie moved closer at Marina's side while the shutter clicked again. The mist gathered faintly in her pale hair, though she seemed entirely unbothered by the weather. When the photo was finished she slipped her hand lightly into Marina's, the contact natural and unhidden in the open space of the parking lot. Lydia watched the gesture without surprise. Her expression remained calm, though her eyes held a thoughtful understanding that spoke of many quiet observations made over the past year. "You two have plans tonight?" Lydia asked. Rosalie answered easily. "Dinner with the family." "That sounds lovely," Lydia said. "We won't keep you long then." Marina felt the familiar rhythm of her parents' heartbeats as they stood together beneath the soft gray sky. The sound had once carried danger for her. Now it simply reminded her how fragile the human world truly was. Her father rested a hand briefly on her shoulder. "We're proud of you," he said again, his voice steady. Marina met his gaze and felt the quiet truth of the moment settle deep within her. For all the secrets she carried now, this small piece of her life remained real. Across the parking lot a group of students tossed their caps high into the misty air, their laughter carrying easily across the damp pavement. The black squares spun briefly before falling back into waiting hands. Marina watched them for a moment before turning toward the forest that surrounded the town. Beyond the edge of the parking lot the dark trees stood silent beneath the drifting rain. Somewhere within those woods the world remained dangerous. But for the moment, standing beside Rosalie with her diploma in hand and her parents nearby, Marina allowed herself to believe she had crossed the line between survival and something that looked very much like a future. End of Book 1.